generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoid, enemyless, wiretap, dead backs, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, Technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 20.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I want to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and be cowed while I smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes at 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigre. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus that will destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once and I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, compare it, work it work. Come on, jiggler.
system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth. that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system. Here's the truth about the system that'll the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. The truth about your mind that'll fuck up your mind. That'll fuck up your the truth about that'll fuck up your the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll
warning, 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 warning.
Dexter Manley, post gets wet your family. Overstand the underhanded ways of my campaign. Sean Price the general, so generally speaking, I put 10 in your body, your friends be leaking. Never chill on the weekend, the sun don't chill. Gotta spray on the Saturday cause I'm from the Ville. Got no time for petty lines, rapping your stupid shit. You can get a fist in your face for fucking with the pugilist. Sean ain't new to this, rapping a while now. Happy drug dealer, sell crack with a smile now. Karate chop krills, Johnny Knoxville. Get high from my own supply, that's not real. Your arms too short to box with the guard. Your weed whack, don't smoke pot with the guard. Listen, Sean Price is the prophet of prophets. The best nation is donation. Elijah Muhammad. What now? Static up another notch. No doubt. Open up the world, people in the air. Yes, y'all. When you realize that my shit don't stop. Hands clap on, snare drum tap on.
Word up. Your man Moon seen a lot of charades. That's why I body rap types with a mic. Fuck a Prada parade. No Robin, I get the Batman. I swing fast and crack. Look, dog, I lay these pussies up in the CAT scan. I throw a tape in the task scam. A pro with the tools. A mogul over the vocal after the plaques, man. I want cash, man. Save your lines. Your talk is cheap, so I pay you no mind. Fuck that. Man, Moon is no longer naive. I no longer believe in the big dreams you'll no longer achieve. Say word, I get focused with ease. I say whatever I please and watch the labels fork over the cheese. It's that simple. I travel with a vintage flow, but I'm not the same producing rapper that you think you know. Legendary when I carry the mic. It's type scary. Don't compare me to the rest of these hype kids. I'm asking, what now?
Static up another notch. No doubt. Open up the world, people in the air. Yes, y'all. When you realize that my shit don't stop. Hands clap on, snare drum tap on.
Hey yo, Puerto Rican turn, but this ain't no reggaeton. Yo, I'm getting it on like Rock Kim in his zone. And every track I do is getting complimented on. If you blew it in Snoop or read it in Jim Jones, I'm back up in the Y, I'm here to set it in stone. I ain't trying to be the king, I'm just trying to get on. Kinda funny how my flow just switched on every song. For that money cash hoes like Ja X and Hov. I know I'm gonna go triple plat before the day I die. Plus I'm gonna slay every track and I be staying high. Man, if you too pussy to scrap, the niggas stay inside. Rappers they be saying they strap, but they be saying lies. I be living out in the S, but I be up in Queens. BKSI, Manhattan, and I done seen many Bloods and Crips, disciples and Latin kings, and I be doing this shit for y'all, so all my niggas scream. What
now? Static up another notch. No doubt. Open.
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I got sweaty hair. It'll be okay. But yeah, blessings. It's pretty hot up in this bitch. But yeah, I'm still bringing you guys a certain fusion of elements and chaos. In terms of, welcome to The Machine Lies,
where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies, right? And I thank you guys for being here. What up to everybody that's out here, you know? Joe Mills, one of our favorite topics, 9/11. Yeah, crazy. Definitely gonna get Joe Mills on about that. You know what I mean? Directed energy, weapons. You know what I mean? It's interesting. Nobody was talking about 9/11 today, right? It seemed like it was swept under the rug because of the presidential debate. So yeah, it's interesting, that they added on the same day. Greetings, my love. Virgo, moon, shadow, and light. What's going on? Peace to you, my friend. Creek Mary, blessings. Thank you, madam, for joining us. It's always an honor. Neutral ground. Thanks for being here, sir. Neutral ground. I don't know if it's a sir or a madam. But yeah, blessings. I mean, nonetheless. Look within. Thank you, friend. Jake. One of our OG fans, Abraxas. Abraxas been here since some of the beginning episodes. So yeah, I really, really thank you for being here, my friend. Yeah, we're going to be continuing on with what we were explaining about the architectonic, right? We were getting into it in terms of explaining the different causes of the mythical, right? And so in the beginning, you have religion and art are merged, right? Okay, religion and culture are merged in the beginning, right? Man's artistic impulse and his spiritual capacity are merged, right? The poetic hymns of Homer, right? And the Iliad, right? The mythical tales of the Bhagavad Gita, right? All of these ideas portray a religious semblance, right? Where nature was peopled with divinities, right? Soon we have a extrusion, right? Or birth into a understanding of philosophy, right? Now, this is when the people took God out of nature and tried to ascribe one fundamental principle to all of nature, right? That controlled nature itself, right? Okay. So this fundamental principle that exists outside of nature, that's in control of nature, right? That becomes an obsession with the pre-Socratics. You're now moving into the age of logos, right? Out of religion comes philosophy, and out of philosophy comes science, right? So you soon have a exploration into the scientific mode through the philosophical modes, right? This is the reduction of nature into general principles. And once you have those general principles, right, then you can use them in order to study and define things in nature, right? You begin the empirical process, the empirical method, right? Okay. So you have religion, philosophy, science, right? But religion itself comes out of art. This is the atheistic secular explanation, right? For the evolution of the architectonic, right? Okay. So you have myth that gives birth to symbols or logos, language, right? That gives birth to these definitions, then give birth to, okay, sort of religious worldview, right? Okay. You could see first you separate man from nature, right? Then you put a transcendental world above mankind that informs man, that separates him from nature to explain his separation from nature, right? This transcendental world, right? Then becomes peopled with divinities, right? So you take the divinities out of nature, you place them in the higher realm, right? Okay. so far seems like a logical process, right? That these secular humanists have described, right? Okay, then in the transcendental world, right? Okay, you have the birth pangs of the Mashiach. Just kidding. That was a little sidestep. No, in the transcendental world, right? That's a sad trombone, you know.
For sure.
But yeah, no, and
Jesus is a Platonic solid.
enter Gnosticism, right? But yeah, and astrotheology. But yeah, the whole idea of as above, so below, right, closely mirrors, right, the idea that it's outside of the transcendental realm because it reduces God to having influence on nature through, right, secondary principles, right, which are nature's laws, right? So this was the God of Aristotle that we explained, right? And it's also the man who invented science, right? So you have the pre-Socratics, they're more or less religio philosophical, developing fundamental principles to understand nature, right? They were known as sages. You know, even Plato, his combination of beauty and truth and goodness, you know, it's kind of a you know, how can you say it's mystical in a sense. I mean, right? It's more attuned with the spiritualist type of thinking than it is with the scientific type of thinking, right? And that's why it was more in tune with the religious, right? When the religious people of the 11th and 12th century did battles with Aristotelianism, right? They ended up deformed in the process, right? Oh, peace to my friend Brown's boy. How you doing? How you doing, brother? Yeah, you know, there's 18 people watching now, and watch Abraxas and Brown's boy will be the only people chatting.
Pretty much.
You lurkers, right? It is what it is, all right? Well, maybe not everybody's able to do it at the moment. You know, maybe many people might just be listening in, and we appreciate you guys. Of course, Creek Mary's here. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Creek Mary, for letting us know that people are out there who are real, you know. And yeah, the thing is that, you know, we have this notion, right? Okay, of Plato being a sort of mystic, right? And then Aristotle being the first scientist. I mean, right? Uh-oh. Blessings. Yeah. But see, again, those are see, you'll notice those are people who already wrote. I put their comments up before. You know, so that's got to be less than 10 people so far, right? So not everybody's being accounted for. Peck back. Oh man, I haven't seen Peck back in a while. Blessings, dude. Nice. Thanks for watching. It's always a pleasure, my friend. Peck back McKeck. The real one. That's one of the OG fans as well. All right. Yeah, it's always good to see you guys, you know. You know. But yeah. So holla back. Hallelujah, holla back. Anyways, you know, I was describing this progression, right? From art of Homer to the religious, quasi-religious mode of the mystics, okay, right, and the sages, right, to the then pre-scientific mode of the philosophers, right, to then the scientific mode of the Aristotelians, right, in the 11th century, to then the post-scientific mode of the secular humanists, right, which is the ethic of the machine world, which is mechanos, right? Okay. Mechanos, right? So we go from mythos to logos to theos, which is the Middle Ages, right? To mechanos, right? Okay. And there's a brief look at history now. How does Skolimowski characterize these changes, right? Well, exactly as I just did, right? He talks about the pre-scientific mode of the philosophers. He talks about the quasi-mystical mode of Plato combining truth, beauty, and goodness together. Okay, just as the mystics had, right? Sat, Chit, Ananda, knowledge, consciousness, bliss, right? Okay, combination of all three elements in one, right? Okay. Okay, and it expands from there, right? To the compartmentalization of knowledge of Aristotle, right? Aristotle leads to the compartmentalization of knowledge, right? He invents the subjects. Okay. So we went over this so many times, right? I even did a extra presentation, okay, the other day on Aristotle, right? Because Skolimowski had made that critical statement about Aristotle and his philosophy, right? He draws a dialectic between thinkers, right? Prominent thinkers, right? Okay, so he's continuing to do that. He draws one between Plato and Aristotle. Well, first he draws one between Homer and the Upanishads, right? Then he draws one between Plato and Aristotle, right? Then he draws one between St. Thomas Aquinas and St. Francis, okay? Two Catholic thinkers, right, in the predominant religious mode of the day that came to radically different conclusions, right, about how one should serve God, okay? And there again, we went the way of Aristotle by choosing Aquinas over Francis, right? Okay, first Aristotle beats Plato, then Aquinas beats Francis, right? Next, Kant is going to beat Spinoza, right? Not in terms of philosophical rigor, okay, and proofs, but in terms of popularity, right? In terms of that's the way history went, right? You can't take sides with history, right? But what brought us to the mechanical philosophy, right? To the age of the machine, right? To mechanos, right? One of the primary instances of that was with Aristotle, right? So we move now back to continue our presentation on Aristotelian philosophy, right? Okay. Okay. As we did yesterday, right? So if you want to see the beginning of that, look at yesterday's presentation. I mean, not yesterday, 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I'm sorry, right? What was it, Monday? Right? We did a shroom main order stream, right? Which was a continuation of this stream that we did on Saturday, right? Explaining Skolimowski's views, right? And then we opened up the writings about Aristotle in part 3 of my book, Logos Dethroned, to explain Aristotelian, to expand on where Aristotle went wrong, right? Because I can't really there's no easier way for me to contextualize these views, right, than to just read these few passages that were extremely hard to produce, right? Plato felt that philosophical speculation is akin to geometry, and there's a sign upon his academy that said, "No one enter here is ignorant of the art of geometrical forms." Aristotle felt that logic was the highest realm of philosophy and is known as the father of logic. I gave a huge diagram explanation of this where I put a picture up yesterday and explained it, as I have several times on this show, right? But when logic and math combined in the 20th century in the form of philosophical speculation, the result was the symbolic logic of Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead, right? Okay, so there's 4 books, okay? 4 books that you should know as game changers in terms of the development of scientific thought, right? Okay. One is the De Anima of Aristotle, right? Okay. That supposes a natural hierarchy, right? A natural hierarchy, right? Where spirit moves through matter, right? Okay. This was the noumena, right? Okay, that Aristotle talked about, right? The rational principle, right? Okay, in the lowest stage, it existed in plants in the vegetative state, right? Drawing its energy from its surroundings, right? And in the animal, it requires motion and desire and appetite. So it acquires a sense of motion and temperament. This gives it the appetitive. Right. Then is the rational spirit within man, right? That is able to temper its desires. Okay. This is similar to the tripartite soul in Plato, but it's expanded to nature. Right? It's not put in some transcendental realm. Right? Excuse me. Okay, now let's go to the other side of the coin, right? Okay, so the De Anima, and then we have the Summa Theologica, right? Which, as we said, champions the views of Aristotle in many different respects. Right? He uses Aristotelian logic, Aristotelian frameworks, Aristotelian terminology like form and matter, right? Okay, to describe things, right? He even draws a similar principle of form and matter to the separation of the church and the state functioning within separate but equal spheres to preserve order, right? Earthly order and heavenly order, right? Working in a synergistic relationship, right? Okay, this is the Summa Theologica of Aquinas, right? Okay. Next we have the Philosophia Naturalis, right? Principia, right? of Newton, right? He brings in all sorts of ideas, okay? He basically turns nature into a machine, right? Many of the subsequent philosophers followed these Newtonian principles of the mechanistic laws of nature, right? That Newton laid down, like Descartes and Kant, right? As we'll see. These mechanistic laws of nature, right? Newton reduced nature to mechanos, to the machine, right? It was with this understanding that these atheistic philosophers like Alfred North Whitehead, right, who subjected evolution and nature to God, right? He subjected God to the laws of evolution and change within nature, right, in his process theology, right? And Bertrand Russell was one of the most atheistic thinkers of all time, right? He ascribed to just pure solipsism. Anyways, they combine mathematics and logic in a work similar to Newton. They even gave it a catchy title, just like Newton did, right? And called it the Principia Mathematica, right? Let me get these exact names for you guys, right? Philosophia Naturalis Perennius or whatever, right? Is that what it's called? Philosophia Naturalis. Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematica. Philosophia Naturalis. And why he called it natural philosophy is because he said it was the end of philosophy. Okay? By Isaac Newton. Okay, this is in 1687. And then let me look up the Alfred North Whitehead work, what that's called.
I mean, you gotta have big titles to catch people's attention, I suppose. The end of all philosophy. That's a tall order.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they said, hey, this is the end of philosophy. Yeah, this is called the Principia Mathematica. So interesting, right? Very similar names. Okay. Okay, when Russell and Alfred North Whitehead combined math and logic, right? Okay. Yeah, peace to you, Madam Lizard Tree. Yeah, we're rolling here. We hit the ground running here. Okay. Pretty much. I think it's been like 30 minutes of this. I have no idea how long I've been talking. But yeah, it is what it is. You know, we're going to go for a little while and then I'll show you guys some of these songs that I made, remixes of some music that I like. Yeah, but Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead, this would later lead to the discoveries of language and math used for research in cybernetics. One can say that Plato's math and Aristotle's logic is two-headed bird that represents Western thought. That's a real two-sided bird, right? Okay, people don't really know. That's the two wings of the bird. Okay. People call it way different things, right? People put different things on it, right? So it's like Satan and Lucifer, all that nonsense, right? Right. One can say that Plato's math and Aristotle's logic is a two-headed bird, right? The teaching of Socrates that was purported to have been most fervently rejected was essentially the limiting of truth to the expression of certain words and terms taught by the sophists. Sophists viewed the meaning of statements and the contextualization of facts during argumentation to be of the utmost importance. They stressed the properties of language and grammar like the analytic philosophers of today. A protege of Russell was Wittgenstein, who reduced the discovery of truth to what he calls language games. The sophists of old would agree in his On Nothing, quote unquote, the sophist Gorgias, renowned in Athens, attacked the elitic philosophers like Xenophanes and Parmenides and Melissus. He writes, quote, "For that by which we communicate is is logos, but logos is not the objects, the things that are." This was a clear separation of language and reality, which seemed to use the distinction to undermine reality rather than just plainly pointing out the limitations of words. Alfred North Whitehead made the claim that all Western philosophy was a footnote to Plato. We cannot help but find this statement rather presumptuous and find it to be expressed with grave ineptitude of knowledge, which represents the foundations of thought that were available before Plato. The rather minuscule thoughts of Plato have been bolstered because of their use in justifying church doctrine, while comparable views in Chinese, Indian, Persian, Arabian, and African heritage have been pushed aside. They seem foundational in defining the views that led to Plato himself. Also, the great debt paid to the pre-Socratic thinkers is curiously ignored. The Milesian monists of Asia Minor, like Thales and Anaximander, as well as Eleatic monism. From modern day Italy, of those like Parmenides and Zeno played a pivotal role in development of philosophical thought in Athens. Indeed, most of the thoughts of the atomists were a reaction to these previous views. Perhaps a question can be posed why such views of Plato and Aristotle led to the period of decadence through Hellenization and eventual decline. There's also the fact that these views do not reflect Western learning in the least bit. What can perhaps be said is that the rejection of transcendental knowledge for the experience of purposeful observation and the shift from cosmology and metaphysics to the brute facts of scientific inquiry were most importantly reflected, in the teaching of Aristotle in his, quote, Science and the Modern World, unquote. Whitehead extolled the virtues of Aristotle and dubbed him, quote, the greatest metaphysician, unquote. The greatest metaphysician. Some new people in the chat. What's going on? Lizard Tree. Greetings. Newton's second law of motion. Huh. Jack. Oh yeah, Jack Talcott was here, wasn't he? Greetings. How you doing, sir? You tell me. Blessings. Softer than a soft serve. Sloth Bear, what's going on? Teddy Bear bath tub easy. Are they talking to this? Speak easy. I don't know. Aeropostale was a geocentrist. Oh shit. Rethink. What's going on? Anyways. Where was that? Martha Nussbaum has pointed out that Aristotle never meant to classify metaphysics as a subject apart from physics, but only invented the term to connote his writing that came after the book called, quote unquote, Physics. Okay, so he did not create a new subject called metaphysics. Okay, he just meant to say this is the book after physics. Okay. But contrary to many people's beliefs, Aristotle did create many subjects. Okay, like science, biology, technology was a word created by him, right? Science was a word created by him. Energy was a word created by him, right? As we talked about earlier. Okay, these have original Greek, okay, words attached to them, right? Also, the term epistemology, okay, both epistemology and metaphysics as subcategories of philosophy, and also logic as a subcategory of philosophy, come from Aristotle, right? And as we discussed earlier, there was no such thing as science. Okay, before it was called alchemy, and when it was being practiced in the time of Newton and Thomas Jefferson and stuff, they just called it natural philosophy. Okay. Okay, the terminology behind science and the reclamation of this word science really came from 1800s onward, right? Okay, it's technology that develops the growth of the concept of science, right? They invent telescopes and boats, and they do exploration and all this type of stuff, right? That's how they develop science, right? Okay, is by the use of technology. Technology rules over science, right? Okay. Got two turntables and a microphone. Exactly.
Where it's at.
Exactly. And I'm about to be playing some of that shit I made with the two turntables. I mean, some crazy stuff, man. Honestly. Whitehead makes the determined claim about the so-called dispassionate stance of Aristotle. Although one cannot be readily assumed, Aristotle openly attacked his predecessor in order to advance his own opinions. One cannot seriously make a claim either way about Aristotle's psychological disposition. Finally, Whitehead calls Aristotle a quote-unquote European metaphysician. This illuminates the facts that early 1900s, even the most educated of British citizens that wrongfully equated ancient Athens and modern Europe, possibly due to the view that Mediterraneans and Europeans share a similar cultural heritage. Okay. So this is a constant tendency within the British thought, right? They constantly connected themselves with manifest destiny in the church, right? So they basically connected themselves with Israel and the Jews, right? They also connected themselves with ancient Greece, right? Because they saw themselves as heirs of the classical tradition, right? Through people like St. Thomas Aquinas, right? He was the Archbishop of Canterbury, right? Anyways, which is, by the way, pretty badass title, right? Archbishop of Canterbury. I mean, but yeah. You gotta love those long titles like that. But yeah, anyways. Aristotle did not consider himself European, right? He dismissed Europeans as stupid barbarians fit for slavery in Greece in Book 7 of his Politics. Okay? Aristotle was clearly not a European, right? Aristotle was not exactly a patron of Greece either. While Plato, he's not exactly a, what do you call it? He's not exactly a patriot there, right? Right? While Plato ventured far to bring foreign concepts to the aid of the Greek people, Aristotle betrayed the Greeks and went to work for its conquerors. Money lenders from the Middle East funded Macedonia under Philip II and Greece as well. Mainly in order to destroy Persia, Aristotle was always allied with the victors. Like Plato, Aristotle believed in eugenics. He condemned the promotion. Wait. He recommended the promotion of pederasty. Okay, that's right. Aristotle recommended pederasty. Okay, and why? In Politics 2, 127. Okay, 127a, lines 22 to 24. Okay, he recommended it as a measure to reduce the population control. So eugenics and pederasty together. Can you think of something more horrifying than that? That sounds like something that they're trying to do today, right?
Yeah, right. Ruh-roh.
That sounds almost like a modern.
Ain't nothing new under the sun, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Okay. This practice was seen as immoral by Plato and his laws. Both had the pretense that human reason could encompass the knowledge of all things. In a way, they reflected the sentiment of Protagoras that, quote, man is the measure of all things, unquote, while rejecting personal truth. What followed the schools of Plato and Aristotle were various factions and divisions that were collectively referred to as Hellenization. This included various thought schisms like the Cynics, Ascetics, Epicurean hedonists, Stoic fatalists, and the return of Sophists. Neoplatonism grew out of this web of chaos and Hellenization following the period of Aristotle. A few centuries later, the main center of Hellenization were places like Alexandria, right? The Jews, Hellenized Jews, right? Like Philo of Alexandria, right? They took over the tradition of Hellenization. Okay. So you could see that in the first to second century, right? The views of Aristotle, they fell to the Jews and the alchemists, right? While the church followed Plato, right? Then later in the 11th century, they came back, right? And they led to the occult teachings, right? And also the development of science, right? The Hermetic Reformation that happened around the same time as the Protestant Reformation, right? Okay, it really goes Rosicrucianism, then Protestantism, then the Enlightenment, the scientific Enlightenment, right? And Kant and Spinoza, right? They were both inundated with friends and colleagues who studied with the Rosicrucians, okay, like Van Helmont and others, okay? You guys could look into this, right? Okay. And, Kant was a Swedenborg, right? By that time, the occult was extremely widespread, right? And so was Protestantism, right? The church had fell away, okay? So there's all sorts of new developments within society in the 16th century. Okay, the Moravian Brethren were responsible for the founding of the Protestant Reformation, right? These were occultists, like Jan Comenius. Okay, they were influenced by Hermeticists and Rosicrucians. Okay, these are historical facts. So were the Enlightenment philosophers. Almost all of them were practitioners of some sort of occult philosophy, right? Including Hegel. Okay. So it goes with philosophy, right? Anyways, that just about goes to that whole idea there. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and move to something different here. In terms of, we're going to go back to the 16th century and look at what the changes brought up in the 16th century signify to us about both moral philosophy, okay, metaphysics, and the understandings of science and technology and the view of the mechanistic world. Okay, first we're going to take a little musical intermission, and I'll play a little song for you guys, a little remix that I made. I already showed this to Reddington. It's a remix of Angels and Demons by Immortal Technique. And yeah, it's kind of spooky, but it is what it is. You know what I mean?
I was spooked.
But yeah, Almost Human remix. You know what I mean? America's Nightmare. Anyways, we try to keep the art on a different level. I'm trying to create cyberpunk, biopunk, something different. You know, there's a lot of whack shit out there, a lot of whack music. You know, most of the music I see people listening to, hear people listening to, is just trash, straight up trash. You know, I like shit that sounds ugly. You know, I'd rather listen to ugly shit that's real than listen to beautiful trash. I mean, for real. But yeah, anyways.
America's Nightmare. Young, black, and just don't give a fuck. Run up in the courtroom and wet them up. Got nothing to lose but my handcuffs. Every man must choose to lay down or stand up. It's wartime. Everything is fair, no fear. When they said the homie murdered the judge, I don't care. Fuck him. He deserved it. Long as the homie get away and don't get caught for the crime, I encourage it. We rooting for the villain in black. Throwing out absolute salute. Niggas are shooting back. The self-defense, we bang pistol like Larry Davis or Brian Nichols. Every pig, every public official, the boomerang is coming back to eat you. You reap what you sow, did you? The system you created a monster. And now you're scared because it's coming back to haunt you. I'ma rep my name and get my aim right. Let's have an overthrow and after party in the same night. Same height as Huey, same muscle built as Malcolm, with the same circumstances in the hood. You know the outcome and read it in the news about the sergeant and your captain. Don't take this as a warning, just enough a nigga rapping. Fuck the way we organize and fuck the training and the grappling. And fuck them Uncle Tom who call police because we smack them. And fuck you sympathizers with your middle class reactions. Up we banging on the system, G'd up, fuck the factions. And if you didn't know, the G was for George Jackson. A long list is warrior spirit packing the magnum. Watching over the soldiers, know what niggas be lacking when we really need to be disciplined in our ways and actions. When we get some freedom, you niggas can start bragging. Till then, inside the blood in my eye. Like the birth of baby Muhammad, the movement I started to spar with the hardest, the martyr, regarded as Spartacus hearted. It doesn't matter whose missiles can shoot the farthest when you're a target in an Afghan to the birth forest. Close quarters combat over corrupted elections. Bilderberg is like cancer, it grows an infection. Nepotism is the gold in the conductor's connection, and ignorance is the prison that the people are kept in. The military ain't there for the people's protection, they're just there to protect an investment. That's why people get arrested, electrocuted, molested, connected. Streets are invested with those tired of protesting. Traumatized children thrown to guerrilla garrisons. 9/11 generations pale in comparison. And you will learn a lesson repeated through history, that no matter what you think, occupation is not victory. Smith. Palace.
Yeah, peace to Lizard Tree and Leopard Print. Thank you for being here. And also Base Oracle. Thanks for being here. Just breaking down some weed. I got another one for you guys. And let me take this off the screen real quick. And we will be opening up the panel in like an hour here. We sent the link to some notable people, but only me and Reddington showed up. It is what it is.
So far.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that I put in hours on these other people's shows, putting hours for these other people. So, I don't even know. And that's no criticism to anyone, but you know what I mean? Other than Mikey, Mikey doesn't have a channel, but yeah, everyone else, if I haven't done that, I really plan to do it, for the people that are here for me, definitely. Anytime you guys call me, I will be here for you as well. But yeah, blessings. Still daylight where you're at, huh?
Gotta be on the West Coast.
Yeah, I'm trying to break down this weed. It's one of those situations where I put too much weed in the grinder. Yeah, pop out the other end. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Here's another remix song that I made. In terms of oh man, what is this one? It is Cage, the rapper. I don't know if you guys know about Cage. He had a famous conflict with Eminem. He made the album Movies for the Blind with Necro. A great artist. But yeah, anyways, here's a video.
9mm in the back of taxi. While I thought music prevented GOB servants in a cycle of brainwash, entertainment's the detergent. Get this to the DJ, then trash the. I was misled, but once I found the way, I convinced the group of 19 that they should drown today. How I flipped it, clipped it after madness, then the dead came back and haunted the wrong address. Cause they some stupid dead motherfuckers, just like all your bitches all weatherman fluffers. And I get my shoes polished by the best open mic MCs paying Timberland's homage. In this day and age, if your deck ain't playing cage, you probably disgruntled, you miss funnel mayonnaise. Or I ain't get the right pub. My whole career been an upstream kayak through blood. My tools love seeing the face of opponents seconds before they skull and wig savor the moment. Light up a J, cast silence over bobbing head. Stuck on the ground, shit, I might as well rob the dead. Get this to the DJ and trash the club. Lick the cover of my CD and see what acid does. Don't just stand there looking like some average stubs. If there's a chick standing next to you, then grab a jug. And if you ain't grabbing the door when they ask for love, then you come back to the crib wearing a mask and gloves. Then you go back to the club thinking of ass and blood. Yoke some kid up in his pockets and snatch the drugs. I took a backwards education, studied some shit with broken navigation. All this anti-cage demonstrating, I don't pray to Satan. I pray on agents making shapeable minds, capable of firing traceable nines. But not at any pigs that make they snout sing. I don't know what I wrote till I spit in my mouth bleeds. Look, more patterns to market. Not even naming, I'm staying in the Walter Target where shoppers at look at me awkward. Granted, I got a cannon in my freaking mouth leaking, cause my crew put more dust in the air than housekeeping. If you sleeping, you getting woke the fuck up. Like your parents while you bump this and smoke the fuck up. With so much drama in the NYC, I carry 9mm in the back of taxi. While I thought music prevented GOV servants in a cycle of brainwash, entertainment's the detergent. Get this to the DJ to trash the club. Lick the cover of my CD and see what acid does. Don't just stand there looking like some average dog. If there's a chick standing next to you, then grab a jug. And if you ain't grabbing the door when they ask for love, then you come back to the crib wearing a mask and gloves. Then you go back to the club stinking of ass and blood. Yoke some kid up, dig his pockets and snatch the drug. If my thought patterns brought patterns to warped atoms that spit violence and death, then kids start gathering bloody ear canal. Hold it down with a towel, cause by the time the verse hatch, your stomach's hanging out. We got a verse on the loose, let's get these mouths zipping. Buy chicks drinks at night, then wake up and wear them as house slippers. I'm just fucking with you, bitch, don't get offended. This ain't your average anti-pop record with a happy ending. Go ask your block, school body, a bastard pops. How the fuck you get your hands on acid drops? Music, television, repellent for kids with extreme views. Start torching labs to light your team's fuse. Forgotten, plotting, rotten student been truant. I keep my hands in it with no tangible influence. Whether a clockwork orange or a murderous night, a book on what my pops did to Tony Burgess's wife. So get this to the DJ to trash the club. Lick the cover of my CD and see what acid does. Just stand there looking like some average stars. If there's a chick standing next to you, then grab a jug. And if you ain't grabbing the dough when they ask for love, then you come back to the crib wearing a mask and gloves. Then you come back to the club stinking of ass and blood. Yoke some kid up, dig his pockets and snatch the drugs.
There you guys go. And it won't be the only music that's here on the show. I procured lots of interesting music for the show, but it will be the only music that I've created, especially through my own editing of different songs and ideas and shit. But yeah. And now we continue to Skolmowski. As I was saying, it's dialectic between Kant and Spinoza. Spinoza declared nature is God. He rejected the transcendental. Now, Kant seems to have merged nature's laws and a priori understanding, the intuitive framework of space and time, and also the moral framework into a transcendental and intuitive framework, right? Separating it from nature. Okay, so he commenced in a new understanding of things, right? Now let's move to that ideas there, right? Of Kant and Spinoza, right? From the 16th century, the Roman Church is on the defensive and I explained why that is, right? And also, we had the Freemasonry of Giuseppe Mazzini and the nationalist movement, along with the mob. They formed the movement of the Counter-Reformation. They infiltrated the Protestant movement, right? And part of the emergence of sex from the Protestant churches, right, has to do with the ideas of the Counter-Reformation, right? And yeah, it's very interesting, right? So, and also Giuseppe Mazzini was also responsible for the Risorgimento, right, and the unification of Italy, right? But yeah, that was one of the key places where the Italian Renaissance was there, right? Obviously in Florentine, Italy, right? But yeah, there you had those families like the Medicis, right, who took control of the church. The Renaissance painters discovered the glory of nature. They challenged the old medieval idiom, which attempted to convey the otherworldliness of human life. Instead, the Renaissance painters attempted to express the loveliness of the world. The loveliness of the world. The palpable beauty of natural forms and of human forms conveyed by them is so overwhelming that it borders on magic. Never before and never after was the painting able to convey the depth and gloriousness of the natural world with so much intensity and conviction, right? A dramatic shift occurred in people's minds concerning the meaning of human person. Man is the measure of all things, quote unquote, declared boldly both Renaissance thinkers and artists alike. Okay, this is humanism. Okay, man is the measure of all things. This is back to Protagoras and the ideas of the sophists. This is what I was trying to say when I gave my little pragmatism and sophism lecture, right? Okay, where I compared those two concepts, right? Okay, man is the measure of all things, declared boldly the Renaissance thinkers and artists alike. This was not an original idea. The Greek philosopher Protagoras, who was a contemporary of Socrates, was the first to announce it. But the idea was very refreshing and bold, considering the previous subjugation of man into the dictates of the church. Protagoras was not the only inspiration. The Renaissance quite deliberately, purposefully returned to the ideas of Greek antiquity. As it saw in the Greek ethos, an inspiration to live fully and creatively and freely. The Renaissance lived in its creed. Okay, hold on. The Renaissance lived its creed most significantly in the arts. Sorry. The freedom of human imagination as expressed in the great art of the Renaissance equaled the best of the Greek art and the golden period. After it was introduced by the Renaissance, the idea of centrality of man never left the scene of Western civilization. In fact, the chief banner which humanism of the Renaissance upheld was the nobility and dignity of man. Okay. Now, this has a lot of other shit too. Okay, we talked about this with the idea of nature, people with divinities, man taking the divine out of nature, placing it into the transcendental, and then man moving out, but casting away the transcendental altogether and putting himself into the place of God in the temple. Right? Right? Okay, so first, nature is divine, right? Then God is in the temple, then man is in the temple, right? Sitting on the throne he made for God, right? Okay? And the man sitting on the throne of Solomon, right? The idol placed on the throne of Solomon, that is the Antichrist. right? Sad trombone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, boy.
That's another sad trombone moment. But yeah. Um Okay, as mechanistic philosophy gains momentum in the 17th and 18th century, the influence of science increases and the influence of religion decreases. Okay. These two circumstances bring forth a new system of ethics. The two most important ones are those of Benedict Spinoza, 1632 to 1677, and Immanuel Kant, 1720 to 1804. Each wrote an important ethical treatise which became a milestone in the history of ethics. The title of Spinoza's work is Ethics, arranged in a geometric order. Okay. Tried to write it in the form of Euclidean proofs. Okay. In the form of Euclidean proofs. Okay. The second part of the title is significant. Spinoza wrote in a post-Cartesian time. Okay. He totally rejected Descartes. Okay. And his dualism. Totally rejected Descartes' dualism. 100%. Right. As I said, he rejected the transcendental world. Right. By saying God is nature. He was a pantheist. Okay. That's why he was casted out of the Jewish community of Amsterdam. They kicked him out of they exiled him, right? He had to live getting his making his way as a glass blower and making glass. And by inhaling the glass, eventually he died at a very young age. Okay, Spinoza lived a life in exile, hated, okay, a workman, never taken seriously for his philosophy until his death, where they realized that he was probably one of the greatest philosophers who ever lived, right? Because he was able to produce a work that only few can understand, which is the ethics, right? Anyways, he was cast aside. Why? Because the transcendental realm had to be assumed because God was immaterial for both the Jews and the Protestants. And in the Amsterdam Jewish community, they couldn't believe that nature is God. The statement was a blasphemy to God, right? To conflate nature with God, right? They felt it was blasphemy. Therefore, he was exiled, right? He was similar to Socrates, as who was blamed for rejecting the gods of Athens, right? That was the charge that came upon him, right? Right? Because as I said, at that time, that was a serious charge, right? They took the religion seriously, right? It was part of the stately order, right? Of things. Anyways, we have to move on quickly here. Actually, we have a bit of time. It's an hour and 31. I usually don't open my panel until 2 hours in. So yeah, we have a bit of time here to read this. And I have a bit of time to talk to you guys as well. Thank you guys for being here. The second part of the title is significant. Spinoza wrote in post-Cartesian time when science and scientific thinking were already shaping the consciousness of most advanced men. Science at this time is not to be ignored, but to be emulated. Therefore, Spinoza set for himself an unusual task. He decided to prove his ethical convictions as if they were theorems of geometry. See, this goes back to Plato. Right. See, he's constantly drawing the dialectic on the same terms, right? That the philosophy of nature, the philosophy of beauty, the philosophy of God, the philosophy of religion. Okay, it seems to align more with Plato than with Aristotle, right? Anyways, obviously I don't believe that, but this is what Skolmowski's dialectic amounts to, right? Okay, which he makes a pretty convincing argument here. In his World Ethics. This writing is called World Ethics by Henrik Skolmowski. The previous one was original writing by myself, right? Anyways, therefore, Spinoza and some of the ideas in between have been ideas in which I'm contextualizing the presentation. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us. Therefore, Spinoza set for himself an unusual task. Anyways, after setting a thesis theorem, he goes on to prove it in a rigorous way as possible, pretending that ethics is to be treated in the same way as geometry. Spinoza's system was that of pantheism, God as nature and nature as God. Many of his views came close to what is most characteristic for Eastern tradition, a cosmic view of man as made of the stuff of the gods. Okay? Okay? And conceiving of nature as divine itself. That goes back to the pre-Socratics as well, right? As Thales said, he said, all is full of gods, right? Because he believed that moisture or water exists in all things. That's so weird that Shadow and Light just typed Wawa just as I was saying that. But yeah, water. Yeah. You know, his archetypal principle was water, right? Oh yeah, peace to Rocky. Thank you for being here, sir. It's good to see you. You know, and also I think somebody else had entered the chat too. Jack's Law, wherever you are, my friend. Dean, Laurent, thank you. Jessica Jane, greetings. Sloth Bear, of course. Yeah, here's Jack's Law. Yeah, good to see you, sir. All right. And Joe Mills, the OG himself from Australia. Thank you. It's called World Ethics by Henryk Skolimowski, right? Right, that's the writing that I'm reading right now, right? Henryk Skolimowski is the author, right? He wrote books like Eco-Philosophy, The Participatory Mind. Those are some of his great titles. You know, if you guys are interested, I would go to those two books. Very notable titles by Henryk Skolimowski, you know. But yeah, anyways. Thank you for being here, guys. Okay, nature was divine for Spinoza. Spinoza's ethics is connected with his pantheism. Virtue is a reward in itself. Virtuous life should be pursued because it is beautiful and rewarding in itself. It leads to inner peace, freedom, and happiness. Spinoza's concept of the cosmic man, conceived as divine in the divine cosmos, is subtly connected with his idea of the virtuous man. The cosmic man knows the law, the cosmic laws, which inform him of virtuous life in harmony with the cosmic laws. Spinoza had no illusion that his ethics of virtuous man would be easy path to follow. He wrote at the end of his treatise, the excellent things are rare and difficult to attain, yet they are highly desirable precisely because they are excellent. The ethics is not religious or God-centered. Instead, it is man-centered. But Spinoza's man has cosmic dimensions. He is not a manipulator of nature, right? Right? He doesn't just manipulate the natural realm, right? 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 He's not a tool maker. Spinoza celebrates excuse me, the divinity of man. From his divinity, Spinoza derives the ethics of the virtuous man. It should be remembered that man's divinity and divinity of the world are not tied to the institutional, religious, or personal God, but follow from Spinoza's pantheistic scheme. Excuse me, pantheistic scheme. Institutional religion or a personal God, but follow from Spinoza's pantheistic scheme. Sorry. Okay. Now, I kind of set these guys up. Okay, Kant and Spinoza. Okay. And I've set them up dozens of times on the show, right? Not a fan. Okay, not a fan of either, right? Okay. And we'll get more into the philosophy of Kant, right? Okay, a little bit next time. And delve more into the transitions between Kant and Hegel, right? And the scientific age, right? All right. So we'll be getting into that. All right. Okay, so Kant, right? Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of Western civilization, he believed in the ideals of the French Enlightenment. Science in the 18th century becomes such a dominant deity that its emanating force overpowers even the greatest minds. Okay, one of them was Kant. He accepted the laws of nature as proclaimed by science, Newtonian mechanics especially, because at the time it was inconceivable to question science. Yet Kant was too great a mind not to be alarmed by the continuous expansion of science. In 1747, a French thinker, Lamettrie, wrote a treatise, L'Homme Machine, Man the Machine, in which he argued that man is nothing but a machine. The pronouncement and similar ones were not to Kant's liking. He considered the whole mechanistic expansion of the universe as cheapening the phenomena of man. He therefore worked out his own transcendental philosophy, which accepted the validity of science, yet postulated the realm of phenomena which are beyond the reach of science. He also devised his new system of ethics, published in this small treatise under the title The Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals. Okay. Now, Kant makes an interesting understanding. All right. Okay, he takes science, right, and draws a bifurcation between science and ethics. Okay, he places science as the study of mechanistic principles, and he puts morals in the intuitive framework that is sort of pre-scientific, a priori, in other words, right? Okay. Now, this has some interesting consequences, right? Yeah. 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 Heat is life. Science has failed. Time kills, to quote Chris Burden, right? Okay. Of course, science has failed. You know, there's going to be a mode to come after science, right? Did you guys see the debate yesterday? Before the debate, they had Elon Musk give a speech. Very strange. Nobody else gave a speech, right, that I'm aware of. Right, but Elon Musk gave a speech about science and technology, how it's so important to preserve the progress of science and technology. We have to put science and technology in the bounds of ethics and environmentalism, because science and technology have to be preserved at all costs. Okay, he said that technological growth and progress have to be preserved at all costs. Okay, and then he flashed up a sign of this Bitcoin or whatever, and he said, contribute to this, you know, this new movement, right? Where we're moving to digital currency, right? Right before the debate, he did this, right? Trump gave this not Trump, Elon Musk gave this huge speech, right? Before the debate, right? And I don't see anybody talking about it, right? Just more debate reviews, right? I can't even find the damn thing online, right? Of this fucking Elon Musk speech. Let me know if anybody can find it. Right? But yeah. Kant's ethics to begin with is based on a radical separation of the natural world from the autonomous human world. This was pronounced in Kant's famous dictum, the starry heaven above you and the moral law within you. See this dualism, right? This meant that physics rules over stars and other physical objects. The moral laws are in the sovereignty of the individual. We individually are responsible for our moral conduct because we possess the moral conscience, because we are sovereign over our moral universe. This means that science cannot dictate to us morality and how we should behave. The proper sphere of science is to deal with physical objects. The realm of ethics is to deal with the jurisdiction of our moral conscience. Okay. Kant's main moral imperative, the categorical imperative, was proclaimed as follows, quote, behave in such a way that you would wish to make the norm of your behavior the law for all of humanity. Okay. Now, okay, there's many different understandings of this. If I hear Made by Jubob say fucking the word duty one more time, I think I'm gonna fucking, I think my head's gonna explode. You know, right? But yeah, they're definitely going fast and loose with this Kantian bullpucky, right? Which is not a very Christian solution, by the way, right? To put physics and science totally in a realm, apart from the moral framework, right? Okay. And such hollow exchange for the transcendental. Obviously, after all, Kant was a Swedenborg, right? Right. Okay. But he believed in the laws of Newton. Anyways, moral conscience and your moral conscience and your moral universe are similar. This presupposes equality, right? The equality-based ethos, right? Okay. This was a high road, and ethics in the image of the transcendent man who may no longer believe in a personal God or adhere to any religion, but who firmly believes in the greatness of the universe and in the utter uniqueness of the human who is conceived as noble and sacred. This was also the underlying tenor of Spinoza's ethics. His and Kant's system are desperate efforts to salvage the human world increasingly threatened by the Moloch of the machine. Okay, I disagree with that statement, right? I think Spinoza and Kant were in line, okay, in line with the philosophy that led to the ethics of the machine, right? Why? Right? Because Kant led to the young Hegelians, right? And the young Hegelians led to the Marxists, right? And there's a line there, right? Okay, of thought that cannot be ignored, right? And letting science have free reign, right? And also this idea of the individual, the idea of individualism, right? I think these are all destructive concepts, right? But nonetheless, I understand what Skolomowski is saying. I understand how he took it there, right? Of course, he's working within a Western understanding, right? This was also the underlying tenor of Spinoza. Okay. So the Moloch of the machine, you got to love that phrase, Moloch of the machine, which seemed to be devouring what was the highest in human culture and human values. Intelligent people accepted the reasons behind arguments of Spinoza and Kant, yet the die was cast, and it was cast in the favor of the brave new world, relentlessly rolling on the wheels of technology and progress, and over the subtle tissue of human souls, as well as over the great ideals of high ethics. As time goes on, new kinds of ethics are being introduced. Okay. We'll get more to some other thinkers in a minute. Okay, looks like we have our friend here. Hey, what's going on?
Hello. I
Hey,
didn't see a new speech from Elon Musk, but I saw that there's a TED Talk, and Elon Musk tends to repeat himself. So he probably said everything back 7 years ago when he was on TED anyways. Which I did link in the chat.
yeah, he gave lots of pro-tech speeches, but the one before the presidential debate yesterday was notable because it didn't discuss any political issues. It was just about the how great the progress of technology is going to be. We're all going to be living in a new world. It's going to be Bitcoin. It's going to be digital currency. We have to support this revolution, evolution of technology and progress. It was wild stuff, that he gave this huge speech, just yesterday.
I didn't watch the presidential debate either. Total waste of my time. But yeah, Thunderfoot has proven over and over again that Elon Musk is a scammer. If he gave that speech, he doesn't believe it himself. So. And Elon Musk is in trouble for, I guess, electioneering because of his campaign contribution to Trump via that Twitter interview, that Twitter panel. So, I don't know.
Didn't he back out of that though? The donations? I forget.
But just giving Trump a platform on Twitter, it was a direct. He couldn't do it via super PAC, so he has to resolve that somehow.
Right.
Because that involves coordination, and super PACs can't coordinate with campaigns. PACs can, but not super PACs.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. I hope you guys enjoyed some of those presentations about the architectonic fusion of ideas that most seem to allege brought us to the present mode of thought, right? And we are going to be exploring that more when we start the next time. I put the link in the chat if anybody wants to hop up here and talk about anything, recent events or anything. But yeah, blessings. I'm gonna be doing a little music break in a minute here. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I was lurking. Contrary to what Illuminati Tommy says, I don't really care about panel time. I was just training, so I was lurking. I pretty much watched most of your presentation today, anyways.
Nice.
Everything is connected on this playing field, one way or another.
But yeah, any decent science always has a limit. Otherwise, it's probably just religion disguised as science. So.
Well, yeah, the limit is man and to somewhat of a degree nature, but they've placed themselves beyond nature, both within the Kantian and, definitely not in the Spinozistic. I don't know why Skolomowski put them sort of side by side there. I thought he was going to be going with Spinoza versus Kant, but he kind of said they're both a remedy because they both actually provide a moral framework that isn't just purely utilitarian. So he then looks at next at utilitarianism and says, well, utilitarianism is really, just shit. It's literally the ethics of the machine. You know.
Yeah, no comment on that right now.
And he also discusses game theory, as a sort of, he says utilitarianism sort of led to the ethics of the machine and letting technology run society, which leads to just people being engineered like products, like in the age of consumerism and in the age of industrialism, right? And then basically the end result is that people become, part of this chaos math, where it's competitiveness, efficiency, and all of these complex system dynamics that are just determining people's lives. Right.
Yeah, but game theory is reductionism. It doesn't really apply to the universe. There's a lot of holes in it. It's a way to mathematically guess what's gonna happen next, but it doesn't apply to many situations. I guess would be a limit of the system in play at least. Find walls.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Many things are beyond measurement. Just such as the shoreline. Over Mandelbot. The shoreline cannot be measured. Welcome.
And I saw a video that Super Mario Brothers was possibly NP hard. So pretty much just like Godel said, we can't. Once the system's complicated enough, we can't prove its consistency or can't prove its completeness. So.
Probably can't measure spooky action at a distance either.
Well, that's a meme. So we can't measure it if it doesn't exist.
That's right. Well, it looks like we got a similar squad here. Thank you guys for being here. Blessings.
Thank you for having us.
Of course, my friend. Essentially, what I'm gonna get into here, we may look at some material for the 9/11 anniversary or something like that, and then we'll move into maybe some debates and some other concepts and ideas that I've been looking at, and maybe then we might have a more fruitful engagement on the panel, or maybe not. Either way, I'm definitely not going to do a 11-hour stream today or 12-hour stream. It'll probably just be like 9 hours long. But yeah, if you guys want more stuff, just watch the old stream that I did, like 2 days ago, if you haven't seen it. But yeah, I did a little extra streaming earlier this week.
Yes, and you did extra streaming last week, including that debate I had with Jared Busk.
Oh yeah, we put tons of extra material out there.
Yeah, and so far, no one's been able to even criticize my argument because there's no holes in it.
Yeah, we also had the second part of the response with rant, and so we did lots of different coverage of different things. And we had Traditional Culture Preservation Society on last time. We totally uh took apart inspiring philosophy, his whole idea, his conception of the Enlightenment thought, complete dog shit. You know, complete dog shit.
That was a trip.
Yes, we also learned that Christians need to be validated by Muslims to know that they're real Christians.
Because that's the old Islam spread by the sword bit.
That's one way to spin it.
Islam is the mother lode of bad ideas.
Yeah, that's why I always dual wield religions just in case someone destroys one of mine. I always have a spare to use.
Replace the word Islam with religion, and I'd probably agree with you more.
Yeah, it's funny that Sam Harris didn't say religion. He just said Islam. You know, so that's interesting.
Yeah,
You know,
well, he's faking gay anyway.
yeah, many people have asked what's the deal with that, and it's probably because he's a Jew. You know?
Yeah, he was really triggered by 9/11. He was pretty much using 9/11 as a way to make more atheists. So he's running against Muslims, running against Islam.
Just making a name for himself.
Yeah.
I wonder if anyone like checked if there were tunnels under those buildings.
Well,
that's actually a good point.
Well, engineers did because they had to build the tunnels in the first place.
Wait, tunnels under which buildings?
Any buildings like of noted importance through media, like the guys walking through the sewers with tunnels to get to buildings and stuff. Like I could see that happening, having tunnels underneath those towers.
Do you have a tunnel under your house,
I'm assuming, but like also like it'd be like
I'm betting Brown's boy has a tunnel under his house.
You're kind of coming in and out, Lanza. Your audio.
He's in his tunnel right now.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
That's better.
Nobody can see underground.
I mean, to be fair, it is New York, so it's a long history of construction and whatnot. So who knows what the hell's under there?
Like no human being on Earth can see underground, no matter who they are, where they are.
Yeah, that's probably where they hide the extra space they sell when they shave off the size of the buildings when they advertise. That's why the extra space is tunnel space. So your shop's small because we put the rest of the room in the tunnel.
I mean, Paris has like miles and miles of tunnels underground.
Like I'm just thinking of like, because like the buildings are built with stories, you know, just like whatever, like narratives are even built with stories. But on that day, all the stories came crashing down.
Oh, so you're using a geometry argument?
Oh no, I'm just saying that like the buildings have stories and they came down.
Collapsing the narrative.
And I don't even know where they went.
The
they were huge buildings, but there was not like they were everywhere. 75% of it was dust.
Yeah, the gray pile. That's where the building went. The big gray pile, where the buildings used to stood and the road by the buildings
Is
stood.
that where?
Yeah, that's where it went. The
Because they said there was an underground parking lot. Like, are you talking about
it's
that?
funny. It's funny you say that, Hank, because there actually was no pile. It was just dust. So it's interesting.
I mean,
Like,
there
I was
was
curious.
a little bit of a pile, but it was like mainly dust that went
I
everywhere.
remember, and I might have seen the face of Hitler in a picture when the Twin Towers dropped.
I thought it was a demon, but okay.
But like, those support beams in the parking garage underneath, which somehow didn't have any rubble on them because it was dust, were cut at a 45-degree angle. Like, did God do that? Do you think? Do you think God cut that and turned the dust into building in a dust?
I'm not going to entertain conspirators today.
What is conspirator about all the facts that I've said?
Well, I guess we know how to get Hank off the panel.
Good. Agent number 1 down.
We got Cambridge Analytica, Michael Chertoff, that was, responsible for the report. And he's a dual American and Israeli citizen. Michael Chertoff.
Yep.
Michael Chertoff. And Cambridge Analytica, they might have actually rigged the election soon.
Which ones?
The shit that was with the Russia shit with Clinton versus Trump.
Oh.
Hank was like, I was there. I inspected those cuts that there's photos of. They weren't there. You're a conspirator, and I'm gone.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Hank literally joined for like 10 minutes. What the fuck, Hank?
Hank was like, that building weighed 2,000 million pounds before it collapsed, and when we weighed it, when it was collapsed, it weighed 1/100th of the entire weight. You guys are conspirators? Okay. Cool, bro.
Seems very strange for Hank to leave so abruptly. It's like his rage quit or something.
Yeah, it's like he was like, ooh, these questions might get me in trouble if I try to answer them.
Oh,
No, I'm a hokey
he's back.
pokey master, and I just want to let Brown Boy feed words into my mouth. I like having him do that. So I never said any of those things. You made that crap up, Brown Boy.
What did I make up? All I heard is hokey pokey.
You made claims about me saying I was there and I inspected the building. How much the building weighed, which I don't know. I didn't research that yet.
Right.
Yeah.
So
why'd you put words in my mouth? I didn't make either of those claims. I just didn't want to entertain conspirators today.
Okay, hold on. Let me say it one more time. I apologize. I know that I understand it, but I forgot how to explain it.
Yes, you said I was there. You said I said how heavy the buildings were. I never made those claims. You can just roll back the tape.
I guess you could say that if those were claims that I made, they could have been made in jest.
All right, they could have been made in jest.
Because I know you weren't there weighing them, but your argument technically weighed on.
I didn't make an argument though. I just said
You did. You said that there was
I,
a big pile. You said there was a huge pile and stuff. And so I configured that to equaling weight. Piles of concrete.
Okay. I'll look. I'll get you a picture of the damn rubble. You said that no rubble existed. That's bullshit. Because firefighters are there cleaning up rubble and burying people.
Well, you're a math guy. I just figured you would have the best chance of figuring it out. Like all those other
I didn't want to take conspiracy cards today that deny little facts just right in front of me because they could string a couple words together.
Okay, well, you know how you always direct people to the 25-minute dark matter video? Go watch Architects Against Architects for 9/11 Truth. There you go. Problem solved.
No, problem's just beginning.
How is it beginning?
I'm about to show you a fucking pile.
We just gave each other solutions.
There's architects and engineers, if I remember right.
Oh.
But I saw that video, yeah.
Yeah, and they explain how exactly every thing that I can't explain for Hank, but he wants to point to videos, so I'm using that as a way of medium because I also like to point out videos that make my point as well. If his 25-minute dark minute video that he points out, he finds value in and people should see it, and he tells people that I'm saying the same thing to you. What's the difference? Conspiratard what? That's the difference. You just made something up. You're saying
Hey, the machine master, to share this image of the 9/11 rescue effort.
We've all seen the images, Hank.
Yeah, there's your freaking pile, Browns boy.
Yeah. It's a. Okay.
You said it wouldn't be there.
But see, the thing about that pile is that that's a very small pile for two big ass towers.
Well, yeah, the people are there.
It's just the dust.
Those people there look like they could pick it up.
You said it was just dust. It's a big pile of destroyed building.
Big is a relative term, I think.
Okay, so how about this? Were the buildings made out of dust?
Look at the people that are standing next to it. That's literally like 3 or 4 people stacked on top of each other.
Bro, there's like 30 people that are like, we can clean this up with machines in like 7 to 8 weeks.
They certainly got it out of there quick, I can tell you that.
There's reports of whatever it's called. Oh yeah, the building. Oh yeah, that pile survived. But so did the passports of all the. It goes.
Well, Browns boy, you said there was no pile. The machine lies. You said we just dust.
Okay, and so what did you say?
I said that I was just going to show you a picture of the pile.
Right.
And I did.
Okay. In relativity to the material involved prior to the pile that we're looking at now, how much is there in comparison to the fucking... I don't know how many stories collapsing at free fall speed, which I've already referred you to. You will be corrected when you watch the video. Architects and engineers for 9/11 truth. This is like 2000. This is like year 2009 or 2010.
Dude,
you are 15. You are literally 15 years behind it.
Before we move on,
No, this is 2007.
let me finish. Before
Oh
we
my
move
God,
on,
dude, you are 20 plus years in the past right now in your beliefs.
before we move on, will you concede that
If you
there
want to
was,
move
in
on,
fact,
all you
a
can do is move
pile?
on.
Okay, you won't let me finish the goddamn sentence.
You see a pile.
A huge one.
Okay, compared to what?
Compared to it not existing, like you claimed.
I don't think I said a pile never existed. The claim was that you said there was a pile.
You said there wasn't one.
I don't think that's impossible that there's no pile. I don't think I would have said that there was no pile. I was walking through blood and bones trying to find my brother that day. But he was in northern Canada.
Well, everyone else can see what you said since you can't predict what you said in the past.
Okay, if I said
On
that
this
there
show
was
today.
no pile at all, then I guess I said that, but that would have been a retard. That would have been something that would make me sound retarded, and I don't think I'd say that.
Okay. Well, I could drop the issue from here.
Oh no, I got some video stuff for you guys.
So, Hank, what do you think it was besides a pile? That was a great description of 9/11. There's a pile, by the way. Never went any further. I talked
got a
about the
video.
cut beams, and then you said conspirators and ran away, and then
Yeah, I
said,
got a
"Here's a
video
picture
to
of a
challenge.
pile."
Yeah, I got a video to challenge the pile narrative.
Okay, play it.
Run the tape.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna run this tape, but first I'm gonna take a little musical break, and
That too.
yeah, and then we'll be right back with Hank Oflamio to challenge the pile narrative. The piles. Thank you guys.
Does this video go into how there was an insurance attack? There's an
Oh, you're
insurance
talking about
policy.
Lucky Larry. Lucky Larry
Insurance
Silverstein.
policy taken out like 2 months before this happened, just by accident, and how the third
Lucky
building
Larry.
fell with no fucking less than like building 7 went down for no reason. What the fuck? Like, what's the argument? You want to sit here and argue about piles? Okay, fine.
Yeah, that's why I didn't feel like
Yeah, you don't want to get to the root of
entertaining
the
conspiracy
issue.
cards. I
You
didn't
don't want to
feel
get
like
to the
doing
root
it.
of the issue. You want to argue about piles. And Machine
No, I
has
just
a
want to
video.
show piles to you when you said there wasn't any, and I did
Okay,
that.
well, Machine's gonna show piles. There we go.
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna challenge the pile. There was no pile for sure.
Pile logistics, son.
Pile logistics. What's a pile? What's the difference between a pile and a shitload? Shitload and a pile.
So, I'll elaborate.
We've implanted.
Yeah, I just said there's a bunch of destroyed building matter from when the building was destroyed. It wasn't a holographic building. It wasn't a fake attack. So there was wreckage and and not just dust everywhere. That's what I meant.
I don't think any of us were espousing any hologram buildings or whatever, or planes for that matter.
Well, I was pulling my flag there because I know someone's gonna say, "Well, it's just a cover for the hologram." And I know you people in the peanut gallery.
This ain't EBT nomics.
Yeah,
I could be wrong, but Hank, you're speaking as delaying your education.
Yeah, I'm going with ground explosives and directed energy weapons. You know, that's what it seems like brought them.
That old nanothermite or whatever, supposedly.
That old time rock and roll.
Yeah, and I guess that terrorists were fake Christians, not Muslims. The ones that hijacked the planes.
No, they were Zionists.
All I said is they
Or
never.
Jewish. Let's go Jewish. Let's
All
go
I said
Jewish
is-
this time.
Well, all I said is why didn't they look for the tunnels under the buildings? You know that they were there.
We're gonna go Jewish.
You know that they were there digging, bro.
Did you know Osama bin Laden was Jewish?
Osama?
Osama, yeah, he was Jewish, not Muslim.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That fool ain't no damn Muslim. Anyways,
oh my.
that fool ain't no damn Muslim, man.
Who sees what?
Shame on you, Hanko Flamio.
Choose the truth or what?
No, that guy's a CIA agent. You guys don't know? Anyways.
It's a Patsy Farian.
Yeah, exactly.
The chips, we've implanted the population under the guise of vaccinations. Allow us to watch the watchers. The chips, we've implanted the population under the guise of vaccinations. Allow us to watch the watchers. Now, how could anyone say the pact was a bad thing? Some have called our plans a Luciferian conspiracy, but they will not say such things after the coming of the new guard.
Spinning gramophones, grabbing microphones, laughing your lies, ready to fly hypersonic drones. Taking them Marys or oral light codes, magic mushrooms, allophones, overflowing flesh and bones. If you don't listen to the whispers, be forced to hear the screams. Buckets and snakes, bellies cut open, unseen, terrifying schemes. Why's the sky blue, why's your legs spewing gangrene? Nanotechnology swimming across your iris. Pain is necessary, inconvenience, born liars. Heterozygous, dividers, government virus, blackout rise. The more we rise, the more we breathe, the more you know, the more you believe. Sun cunts steal, sun cunts thieve. Samurai sword, proof more was a sleep. Fist of G, lights like a part of D. Some call it medicine, used to have fun. Others find it toxic, next kiss for the sun. Ride it sound, devour his own son. Swing chun, big pun, agenda 21. Bottles of red rum, fuck it, I'm done. Smoking shotgun like nuns in the run. Hills of light, hostage fells, 9 harpoons. My full die shines and sees right through. Rubbers drink gas, who after buzzers of glue. Beretta 92, Irish coffee, Glasgow Zoo, Caledonian you. I'm all commanders, more a crown, or least I'm out the triumph. Love guides as guidance, defiance, not compliance towards the systematic pseudoscience. Knowledge alive and tripping like old lines are pop. Warfare surveillance robots funded by DARPA. Why was King John forced to sack the Magna Carta? Why is the Holy Grail built in the city of Sparta? 7 mountains of influence come with a way of simple truth. Mean the goddess evolution and the fountain of youth. All fruits, mycelium, apple tree roots, skulls and domes in the winter time. Father forgive them for many lies and poison the phones in many minds. Why is everybody so fucking blind? Gold stories of a fuck kind. Trapped in machines, sing Christmas carols at Halloween. Lines of catiapine, bottle gasoline under light show. Dark shot of ketamine. Don't explain yourself, no one's a clue what you truly mean. Trippy matrix screens, digital that hack off fees. Needles infect your future seas. Gift of speech, candles lit for disease. Hear the whispers teach. There would be black and blue, there was a green floating ambergris. Rows of lifeless streets, eat your wish. Your bitch can speak after me. Sing cattle, dragon, spittle, lick, spittle, jelly, piece club. Scatty little bastards, rolling masters, gear, thought jaspers. 2-pound bed, dynamite, flat mount, razor, 5 of this. If you rapping heavy, smoke in the back, his finger stomping, classic shit. Joining the well, fast asleep in the manger. Helicopter, chimney bombs, 24 hours later. Vows of danger, so woven fabrics, crystallized like vapor. God passes by and high fives, a kind stranger. Sonic cut, smacking you down with the same razor. Angels move across the moon like scat trap for lasers. Souls of divine nature, street disciples of a stargazer. My heart's full of love, a temple of light, road, truth resides, heaven razor. Sonic cut, smacking you down with the same razor. Angels move across the moon like scat trap for lasers. Souls of divine nature, street disciples of a stargazer. My heart's full of love, a temple of light, road, truth resides, heaven razor. God passes by and high fives, a kind stranger.
They will hold their tongues, not because they have had a change of heart, but because they will already have rotted out from the inside.
Think she did any good? Not a bit of good. Not a bit. I stayed through her hand and garlic round her neck to make sure she never come back.
That's a pretty horrible thing to say when her funeral's going on right now.
Too bad.
two-headed dragon talking to the eagle. The two-headed snake illustrates a caution to the people. Electronic fog, alien Bibles, crop circles at the sand in Cairo like Kiss of 76, demanding pyro. Human history, 50% catastrophe. It's actually the arms race between the facts and anarchy. The secret to success is believing that you succeeded is more than an achievement. It's as important as you breathe, and sometimes it's one and the same. Who's running the game? All we ever say is they know it's fun to complain. Get shit to cause people to ride and flip. The way I think, I've been classified as violent and sick. I'm like a time bomb the CIA designed me to tick. Designed me to head over to Poppy to buy me a brick. These motherships hit our radars, disguising the blip. The entire sky is eclipsed, just like the size of my dick. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old. I leave the face of your society with $1.50 scars, sour diesel splits from weed jars and flip police cars. Pour holes the size of grapefruits through riot gear. Bloody footprints from Jordan 4s on your floor. We pioneers take fools to higher tiers. Elevate to a higher learning. To a talking bush on the mountain where fire's burning. Commandment to call the stove and lightning bolts the throne. And anger meant to spark the dome. Now frightening results unfold. Dragons, eagles, snakes, and aliens. Captured, we keep them caves and various constellations and areas. Coded through letters, numbers, and symbols to transmit pulses and whistles and activate hundreds of missiles. Hundreds of killers with multiple pistols. While these name brands reverse engineer spacecrafts and make trillions. They made the cure for AIDS and cease production. While the poor die infested in disease, corruption. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old.
Yeah, of course I've listened to Jedi Mind Tricks. I probably listened to everything they've ever made. But yeah. And we played them on the show all the time as well. But yeah, thank you.
And then the stream would go down.
Yeah, that's true. Baby Grand Records, you can't play that on the show. I play Vinnie Paz solo album, and I remix some of those songs as well. But yeah, this is for our friend Hanko Flamio. Challenge this pile narrative.
Welcome to One Step Beyond with me, Theo Chalmers. If you have any questions for our guest, text them to 86686 with the word beyond, a space, then your message, and we'll try to pick up on the good ones. They're all charged at standard rate. Tonight's show is a first for One Step Beyond. It's 2 hours long. My guest is author of the truly astonishing new book on 9/11, Where Did the Towers Go? Her websites are wheredidthetowersgo.com and drjudywood.com. There's a clue. She is the only person to ever file a legal challenge to the official version of 9/11, well, particularly with regard to the buildings, and where the judge asked her if she has a death wish. She is a former professor of mechanical engineering, and whatever you think happened that day, she will challenge many beliefs. Taking one step beyond tonight is Dr. Judy Wood.
You hear that, Hank?
Yes, you got an academic skill trying to grift.
What? Is that how you took that one?
She's grifting, you're saying?
Probably.
I mean, she's got a book, right?
Well, a lot of people write a book, not anyone. But, I mean, it's her book against the hundreds of pictures of the actual event that happened, so.
What about William Binney? You ever see about William Binney?
I kind of like William Binney, yes. I've seen him I watched Alex Jones.
Yeah, you know, there's another case, you know. But yeah, anyways.
Would. Judy, welcome.
Hello, thank you.
You're very welcome. It's great to have you live on the show, all the way from South Carolina.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're
Amazing.
You're
Thanks.
here in the studio. That's fantastic. Now, let me show the camera your book. This is Where Did the Tower Go? It's an amazing book. I mean, it is so full of photographs and research and evidence. And it is literally breathtaking. I mean, it really is something special, and obviously a labor of love. And I know you've worked on this for many years. You also seem particularly well suited to have written this book because of your academic qualifications. Do you want to just give us a quick picture of those?
My bachelor's degree was in civil engineering, structural engineering specifically. Engineering mechanics was my master's degree, which is essentially applied physics. And my PhD is in materials engineering science, an interdisciplinary degree, bringing in material properties as well as engineering mechanics.
So basically, you understand what should happen to that building, or those two buildings in particular, and Building 7, but what should have happened if they were hit by planes?
Or collapse due to fires or whatnot. But in addition to that, my area of expertise is in image analysis and optical methods.
So you've got the whole spectrum, haven't you? If they were going to find somebody to do this job, to write this book, it would be you.
I suppose so. It's a very unique combination of things.
And you've kind of taken this upon yourself, haven't you? I mean, at the risk of your career and many other things.
Because what happened that day was so unbelievable to the average person. I could see it clearly, not necessarily every detail on day one, but that something extraordinary happened that needed to be studied.
And I mean, one of your main sort of theses, if you like, is the title of your book, Where Did the Towers Go? Because you say that
they went away.
They just they blew away, didn't they? They
gone with the wind.
They disappeared. Absolutely. Well, I tell you what we're going to do. I think the first thing we should look at is one of the films from the day. If we can have that first film, please. This is slow-mo film of the North Tower. So can you describe what's happening here?
This is slow motion of the building coming apart. I do not say collapse because it surely isn't collapsing. If you'll notice, as the building comes apart, you'll see pieces of steel and building parts falling down. But as they...
You seen this, Hank?
Yeah, I've seen it before. But I'm wondering, why are we using directed energy weapons to do demolition yet? If we had the technology 20 years ago.
Well, can you explain this type of a damage from a plane hitting a building?
I can't explain it for a directed energy weapon either, so I guess
well, I mean, it's gotta be.
Well,
I mean, it's gotta be something.
Besides the point.
Yeah, it's gotta be something way more than a plane hitting a building. I mean,
I can't explain it either. So buildings must be invincible.
This thing is This thing is collapsing into dust at fucking free fall speeds. There's never been anything like it. And you'll see there's absolutely nothing but dust left, which is completely like I could understand if a building made of steel beams, a plane hits it, that the top of it might have had a big ass hole in it.
All right, let's show my screen again. Show the dust left.
Like that's pretty much all I would have thought would have happened.
Show the dust left, and it's on my screen share.
Wait, what are you saying? You got another screen share?
Yeah. Show the dust left. In air quotes.
Here, hold on. Give me a second. Relax, Hank.
The dust left.
What?
There we go. So.
Do you have any time frame or source for this picture?
Yeah, we can get a source real quick. That's Fox
You
News.
see a crane in there.
Yeah, it's from Fox News.
Still
Damn
seems
it.
to be smoldering.
I got 404 from Fox News. I opened the image. But I'll switch to where I clicked first. Show this tab instead. So yeah, it was from Fox News, but didn't go back to an actual story when I got there. So that's suspect. Because when I clicked on
Yeah,
it, to get
nothing
the
in
story,
this picture is taller than that crane, so it's not a very good view if you want to
Yeah.
show a tall pile of things.
Something's gone wrong.
yeah, yeah. When I tried to dereference the picture
Well,
to an actual story, it went wrong. So,
shit. All right.
but still, I can't. I'm incredulous to say if a direct energy weapon or a plane can destroy a building. So I got until I can explain how the building got destroyed. I just have to assume all buildings are just indestructible.
Well, let's look a little more of the evidence.
We
here.
don't have to go that far, Hank. We just have to analyze and try to find out what best explains this phenomenon.
No, I will go that far. Buildings are indestructible until I can explain how they can be destroyed.
If you want.
They fall down, they're trailing dust.
And they seem to disappear. I noticed, I've seen this film a few times preparing for this show, and there's a section in the middle, right in the middle of the screen, where there's a white line going up. Falling onto that now is a piece,
right,
which then seems to disappear.
It's a long-shaped piece of material, and it falls down straight in front of that corner of the building.
And as it does, it disappears.
It dissolves into dust.
Which is quite extraordinary. And it looks like as much stuff is going up as is going down.
Or even sort of squirts up and arcs over before it comes down. But if you go to that intersection right below that, after the building goes away, there's some people that come out of their hiding places, and they're stopped. They look like they'd have their jaw hanging open. Just unbelievable. There's no, steel on the ground in front of them. There's just dust and paper.
And that's one of the sort of things of the day, isn't it? Is the huge amount of paper and powdered concrete, or powdered whatever it was.
Powdered building.
And
everything in it.
That was covering Manhattan.
Right.
So okay, I think we should look at it. We're going to hit the ground running, I think, today, because although we've got 2 hours, we've got a lot of stuff to cover, haven't we? So I think we need to go to picture 106, if we can see that one. Right, this is the arcade underneath. Will you tell us what that is?
This is actually the loading zone where they made the deliveries, the ramp, under buildings 4 and 5. And the foreground is purple. That means it's under building 5, and the green part is under building 4. And if you look down at the end of that hallway, you see a green wall where you have to make a right turn to pull out of the parking garage. This picture was taken after 9/11.
Check it out.
I guess we found Bronx Boy's underground tunnel that isn't under his house.
But yeah, look at this shit. How could this remain intact yet the building all came down?
Buildings can't be destroyed by direct energy weapons then. Still there.
No, this is under the building. Still intact. As the building collapsed on top of it.
Well, I never seen a building be destroyed by direct energy weapons. See, that's why I don't want to play conspirators, because we're not really getting anywhere academically yet.
Well, I guess it depends how far underground. I'm assuming, since this part of it is the loading area, that it wouldn't be that far underground.
You might maybe it's a little bit more dusty on the ground, but it's still intact. The lights are still on. And the interesting part of the end of that hall is that it's underneath.
But yeah, it sounds like an argument from ignorance, Hank.
Well, I'm just saying, I never seen a building be destroyed by direct energy weapons.
I know, but that again, that just if you don't
Well,
have
you
an
can
explanation,
just keep
you don't have
repeating yourself.
right.
So since you can't show a building being destroyed by a direct energy weapon, then it just can't happen. And this is why I don't like conspiratorialism.
No, it's just nobody claimed that. It's just a theory, but you don't have one.
I'll go with the official story. And the
Right,
story
right.
is it was hijacked planes. So
But
that means I do have a theory.
Right, but the official story, but the official story provides you no basis for the fact that there was like absolutely nothing left when the buildings collapsed, right?
Well, there was something left, so I don't need to prove there was nothing left at the buildings
Well, I
collapsed
just provided.
because there was something
Well, I
left.
provided 2 pieces of evidence that say otherwise. But yeah, let's
And I
go.
provide 3 pieces of evidence that said that there was something left. And
No,
we can go over the news stories.
No, you showed 2 pictures of a very small pile of things.
You said there was no pile, just dust. And she's saying that too? It was just dust left? If she is, then she's factually incorrect.
Well, there's more to this. Let's go on. We're only about 6 minutes into this. Let's check it out.
Where building 4 used to be, but there's no building there above it.
There's no building. Well, let's look at a 102. This is the site of World Trade Center 1 north and south walls. So this is after a 110-story building.
Went away.
Okay, I know you don't like to say collapse.
Went away.
Here you are, went away. Okay, and I've read some statistics that they.
So that looks like the type of pictures that you were showing us.
Yes. So yeah, I would use that picture to show you that there was a big pile of stuff left.
That's your proof. Your best proof of a 110-story building collapsing is this picture.
Well, it's proof that's not just dust.
Okay.
It's kind of interesting that van there is more or less intact with all that metal that fell on it, supposedly.
Well, what about those other things that aren't intact next to the van? Because metal fell on it.
You think the van would have been squished a little, perhaps?
Well, if the metal didn't hit it, then of course not. But those other things next to the van, well, we can't even see what they were because metal squished it.
Yeah, well, this seems very convenient.
You really can't drive right now because there's a pile of stuff in the way. So it doesn't seem all that convenient.
I wasn't talking about his driving capabilities, Hank. But of course.
Officer Snaps! Welcome.
You gay black jabbed witch. Shut the fuck up.
Copy that.
Should be.
I'm here for.
If you collapse a building, there should be at least 12% of the
know
original
what's
height
so
on
funny
the
is you
ground.
guys
And
are-
110
you guys are
stories would
sitting
make
here-
what 15 stories.
Oh shit!
And what's funny
Wait,
is
are
you
you
guys
ta-
are sitting here talking about optics like this when this shit's on the $20 bill. All right, the Pentagon on fire. This, and don't forget Building 7. Right? Let's forget the Illuminati card game as well. Even the video game Back to the Future, the movie Back to the Future, portrayed the towers falling. If you've looked at the subliminal messaging with Back to the Future, so I mean,
facts.
do what?
But, no, I was saying, yeah, facts. They had a lot of predictive programming in the media with that shit.
Yeah, I mean, so like this shit is like, I mean, and again, you know what? We shouldn't even be worried. Like this happened. What my worry is what's happening on the $100 bill. Okay, so like the Twin Towers, the Pentagon, the COVID mask is all on the $20 bill. So this event portrayed on the $20 bill, video games, you name it. The one that we're waiting for is what's on the $100 bill. Hank, you're a gay black jabbed witch. I don't give a fuck about your shit.
I was just throwing the Illuminati card game because I bought
Yeah,
one
you're a
from
gay black
Walmart.
jabbed witch. I still don't give a shit.
Copy that, Officer Snaps.
You're the reason our nation is fucking fallen. Gay faggots like you.
Yes, I'm using my secret direct engine
So,
weapons
hey,
to
zebra behind
destroy
bars.
buildings.
Explain that. Hey, explain the zebra behind bars, faggot.
Oh, that's where you need to be.
Why do I need to be behind bars? I'm not the one promoting population control. I'm not the one hanging out with pedophiles like you.
I went on your show like a couple times.
Rubble.
No. Tell me why
All right, y'all.
I need to be
All
behind
right, y'all.
bars.
Well, let's see a little bit of this video here because this shit gets a little interesting with this.
Well, okay, I'm gonna go, but I wanted to just remind you all that this 20. Okay, don't forget Building 7, obviously. Okay,
Yeah.
and then of course the Twin Towers. But the messaging has all been there. What's interesting is what's on the $100 bill. Okay, to come. And that's what y'all should be wondering, because everything on this 9/11, the Pentagon on fire, American Airlines, United Airlines, the whole fold, the COVID it's all there on the $20 bill. It's all there in the cartoons. It's all there in subliminal messaging. But what we're
Yeah,
seeing on
for
the $100
sure.
bill, which is missile hitting ocean, and then ocean taking over some city, whether it's California or New York. Most think New York. That shit has
Oceania.
not come to.
It's
Huh?
motherfucking Oceania.
Yeah, Oceania, yeah. So I just,
Depends
you know what?
on how it's folded.
Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah. A $20 bill, like you fold it, they'll show
The
both the
$100
towers
one,
on
the
fire.
$100 one. I mean,
Oh, well, yeah. When you fold the $100 one, what's crazy is you have to use black lights and stuff, and whoever painted it to where when you hit that light on it, the pixels were painted to come at you. So like the fold shows a missile on one side hitting the ocean, and then you flip it over, it shows water overtaking a city, just like the scene Day After Tomorrow or Independence Day or whatever, where the water takes over the city. Absolutely is in the $100 bill. And that's what's scary, is because the $20 bill has already come to fruition. Everything. COVID mask, 9/11. And then remember, Building 7, everyone talks about 9/11, all this shit. We always seem to forget about Building 7. But I'm just telling you
pull
guys,
it. Pull it.
we're about to hit more. And I think tectonic warfare, I think certain optics in play, and the $100 bill shows that. So just interesting. And maybe I'll get that Back to the Future video for you, TML, right now. Have you seen that Back to the
I
Future?
can't see
with
the water
9/11?
in it. Where's the water and where's the missile?
You gotta look for it. You fold it. It's out there if you Google and search it.
Oh, yeah, forward it to find the missile. Yeah, it's origami
And then
project.
you have to use certain lighting on the $100 bill to show the subliminals. The $20 bill, you didn't have to change the lighting. The $100 bill, you do.
Okay.
But again, this stuff, just like the
Yeah,
Illuminati card game.
Yeah, Hank's doubting that this is a fucking small ass pile. This ain't shit for a 100-story building to collapse and just have just this. This ain't shit.
Well,
Hank, this ain't
everything's
shit.
went to dust. And honestly, I think smart dust. I mean, like I got photos of the night, especially with the people falling out of the building and stuff. Like you could see implosion out, not only demolition fall, but you could see sparks before it fell. You could see the implosion out, debris flying outwards.
Yeah, those little puffs of smoke and stuff.
Yeah. And again, the smart dust type shit. We witnessed it with the bridge recently too, with the boats. Remember, just like the movie that Obama produced that showed all the boats losing control, and then all of a sudden we had our boat optics and bridge optics and
The Scott Key Bridge, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. What it is these are ritualistic optics in play for that 9/11 with the Back to the Future movie. I should get it to you, TML, because it's so amazing of how many years before and how tied into 9/11. Let me try and find it for you, TML, real quick. It's truly mind-blowing.
For sure.
Well, there's a lot of predictive programming everywhere for this.
Yeah, shit's wild. Yeah, let's look at some more of this shit. And yeah, she's gonna show more pictures here of the shit after it happened. But yeah, this is just one of them. But yeah, this one, I mean, there's a lot of things that we pointed out that don't really make sense in this picture here. But yeah,
Look to me like there's 15 stories of rubble there.
You see an ambulance parked there at ground level, so you know where ground level is.
Yeah, there's the ambulance, right? Absolutely. So
also, this was a steel frame structure, and in the foreground of this picture, do you see any steel?
No,
Yeah.
you don't.
Do you see a few
Yeah, we
pieces
go
of aluminum
again.
cladding?
That's all steel.
It is quite extraordinary, isn't it? Okay, let's go to 103.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're
TML.
right. It's all steel.
This is 103 is a map.
It's a satellite image.
Satellite image. This is after 9/11, on the very shortly after 9/11.
Hey, TML.
Do you know how?
I think it was either the 23rd or the 27th
oh shit, hold on.
Okay.
of September 2001.
Okay, so no chance.
Hey, what are you saying?
Do you have that in your backstage? Just making sure you have it.
Oh, here, hold on. Yeah, but yeah, look at this, Hank. This is the second picture if you want to see. There's absolutely nothing there from the sky level. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go back and see what they said.
Did they clean it up before the picture? Why is there nothing there from sky level? What's all that gray stuff?
Let me go back here and show you again.
Was Building 3 that hotel? Because I don't remember there being a hotel there.
No.
We
It's
go
aluminum
again.
cladding.
It is quite
The outline of
extraordinary,
it
isn't it?
looks
Okay, let's
kinda
go to
like it.
103. This is
Well-
103 is a map.
It's a satellite image.
Satellite image. This is after 9/11, on the very shortly after 9/11. How do you know how long?
I think it was either the 23rd or the 27th
Okay.
of September 2001.
Okay, so no chance really to have cleared it all up.
No.
So, and what you can see there is, well, the towers are completely gone.
Okay, one more time.
This is 103 is a map.
It's a satellite image.
Satellite image. This is after 9/11, on the very shortly after 9/11. How do you know how long?
I think it was either the 23rd or the 27th
Okay.
of September 2001.
Okay, so no chance really to have cleared it all up.
No.
So.
Okay, there's a picture again. I'll let you take a look at this. I mean, do you think that that's 110 stories and they just cleaned it all up? They just swept it all up.
What's that gray stuff though? It's the fact that gray stuff.
Gray stuff. Yeah, gray stuff. That's all that's left.
Yeah, it's
I
very
was
bumpy.
actually there. I was in ground zero with cleanup and rescue crew back when this happened. I flew out there with a couple other people, and like, I mean, the devastation was beyond like what you guys like. These pictures don't really show what was out there, you know. Like, let's just be real.
It looks like they didn't take away the debris from Building 7 yet in this picture.
And there was a lot of you got to realize there was a lot of sensitive information in Building 7 and other things that were about to get exposed at that time, just like the Oklahoma City bombing, just like certain other optics that we see. But like I said, I put this video of the Back to the Future. All you guys know Back to the Future, 9/11. This was pre-planned. This was ritualistic. And when you have the mass world paying attention to certain rituals, like the Super Bowl, like Oklahoma City bombing, like 9/11, these are rituals in play of our ushering of a controlled state police power. But I'm going to go, but you do have that. I recommend you guys will find it very interesting, TML. After you talk about this, the Back to the Future link to 9/11, it'll blow your minds away. If you haven't, if you don't know the optics
Thanks for that, homie. Yeah, blessings. Yeah,
for sure, guys. All right, take care. And Hank, you're a gay black jabbed witch. Fuck off.
Okay.
Yeah, the Snafu versus Hank bit.
Snafu, ladies and gentlemen.
Snafu versus Hank has been going on for a long time, ever since Hank started going on the Paul and Slave panel. And now Snafu is actually on an arc against Paul Enslaved and several other people too. Jack Talcott and Paul Enslaved seem to have teamed up. There's all of these crazy ideas around. Today I think.
Yeah, what's funny is I'm neutral on Paul Enslaved at the moment, and Snafu boosted my argument on the powers not being just a power of dust. So that's weird.
just by giving his support to us.
Well, he said he was there and said it was a whole bunch of stuff, not just a little power of dust. So
yeah, I guess Snafu's got some opinions about Hank. Hank has some opinions about Snafu. Snafu thinks that Hank is a traitor. That's his words, traitor. And then because Snafu goes with the Patriot, he's part of the Patriot movement, as far as I could tell. And then Hank says Snafu is basically, uncredible. So yeah, there's all this back and forth exchange between them for a while. But yeah.
yes, and I was also part of the Patriot movement, but I just pretty much after just Donald didn't make America great again, I had to question my assumptions and just reconsider my positions. So,
Well, I would say Patriot movement is kind of a generic term. I mean, it's got multiple different iterations over the years.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've clashed with several of these characters as well, but just, I try to keep the peace eventually. I try to reach out a olive branch. But yeah, it is what it is. But anyways, let's go to some more of this and see. But yeah, this looks like very short time. There's almost nothing there but one gaping hole. But yeah, that's very odd.
almost nothing. You see that stuff in the middle? It looks compare the stuff in the middle to the next thing building over. It looks like it's like half the height.
Yeah, it's dust. It's less than 2 weeks later, and it's just dust there.
It's half the height of the next building over. It's not. It's a huge clump of dust.
How can you say half the height? This is an eagle eye view. How can you?
Perspective.
Where's the depth perception there?
It's definitely not half the height.
Well, we won't be able to resolve it with this image. Let's keep playing.
For sure.
And what you can see there is, the towers are completely gone. WTC 6 on the top right-hand corner
has that big void in it where about 50% of the building's mass is just gone.
But the rest of it is still there. And some of the other buildings are gone. Of course, WTC 7 has gone as well.
And the bottom left-hand corner, that building was building 4. And just the north wing, which north is to the right, just the north wing remains. And the rest was gone, basically down to ground level. Gone. You just sweep it up.
So how can half a building disappear and the other half still be standing?
It looked like it was sliced off with an X-Acto knife.
We don't know what X-Acto knives are in the UK, I'm afraid, Judy.
Razor blade.
A razor blade, okay. And of course, with this hole in the World Trade Center 6, it's a kind of similar thing, isn't it? It's being sort of gouged out with something.
It's a void, empty. Some people say, well, stuff must have fallen in it. Well, if debris fell in it and collapsed it down, you look in the bottom of the hole, you should see something.
Okay, we're going to whiz through some more pictures, I think. Let's look at number 104. Right, this is...
It's an elevation map of what was left. And I've drawn in a sort of a ghost outline.
You seen this?
I haven't seen that one before. Reddington, have you seen that one before?
No.
But yeah, that's the height of the buildings, and that's what was left. So definitely not half the size.
And the quote is pretty interesting as well.
Line of what should have been there, or what had been there. Two tall buildings, a 22-story building, and the other buildings, which are 8 and 9 stories tall.
I don't see World Trade Center 7 on this.
It's off to the right.
So it's just out of frame. 'Cause
Yes.
that was a 47-story building, wasn't it?
Right, right.
Which in most U.S. states would have been the tallest building.
Or most cities, and as well as the 22-story building 3.
Yeah.
That one went away, and very few people talk about that.
22 stories, yeah, that's significant. I mean, if that was in London, for instance, that would be perhaps our 3rd or 4th tallest building.
But it's gone.
It's gone. And there's a quote there, isn't there, from a firefighter. I'll read this out. I looked and said, guys, there used to be 106 floors above us, and now I'm seeing sunshine. There's nothing above us. That big building doesn't exist. These are the biggest office buildings in the world, and I didn't see one desk or one chair or one phone, nothing.
They're in the bottom of Tower 1.
They were in Tower 1.
They were in Tower 1, between the 3rd and 4th floor and stairwell B.
Yeah.
And they assumed when the building, they thought, collapsed, they assumed they were buried under such debris that they'd be dead by the time anyone found them.
Well, I mean, just look at the earthquake that's happened in Turkey yesterday and today, that they're talking about today. And there are piles of rubble where the buildings have collapsed. I mean, layer upon layer, floor layer upon floor layer of rubble, which they're struggling to get people out of. They haven't disappeared, have they, those buildings?
In my book, I put a picture of a pancaked building from an earthquake in Pakistan. And there, right after it happened, another striking difference is the clear air, not filled with dust.
And yeah, it was very dusty, wasn't it? Okay, let's have a look at number 105, please. Right, now where is this?
That's under the first layer, right underneath building 4.
This is under building 4 again.
And you can look and see what stores. This is the mall. You can see it was Innovation Luggage is on the left. Next one down is Hallmark Cards. At the end, it's a little bit punched in, and that's the missing part of building 4. They're right under building 4.
Oh, where it was sliced in half.
Exactly. They're right above that parking garage. So this was a little bit damaged at the end. They're still walking upright.
Yeah.
But the parking garage was below them, and it didn't go that far down.
That is extraordinary. Okay, let's go to 106.
The parking garage? That's the loading docks right below where the mall was. That's so when they unload the goods, they know where they are.
And this is under which building?
Buildings 5 and 4.
5 and 4.
The purple.
Yeah, it looks like we're not very far into this video, but yeah, some interesting pictures from the event so far, you know, that we've been looking at. And we had a conspiracy aficionado of sorts, Snafu Snaps, talking about the predictive programming in movies. We have Hanko Flamio challenging the narrative, you know, and we certainly don't endorse the language used by Snafu in terms of the F words and certain things. You know, we don't support hatred of any type of people, but we do consider the gayness and sort of faggotry in the society to be a residue of a greater social narrative and attempt to make men more docile, make women more aggressive, you know, the type of stuff. But yeah, you know, of course, there's all sorts of programming going on. I mean, on many different levels. And this whole programming is also, yeah, thank you, Orange. Yeah, blessings. Yeah. I wonder who Orange is. For real. All right, but yeah. Mysterious cat for sure. Maybe they'll come on panel one day. Yeah, the vid for sure. Yeah, I'll definitely look at it. But yeah, definitely see if I could play it because it has parts of the movie in there. So I definitely want to take a look at it, but I can't watch videos while I'm doing the show. But yeah, definitely we'll take a look at it and see what we think. Me and Reddington might play that later and see what it is. Thank you, Snafu. And thank you, Hanko Flamio, for challenging the narrative. Of course, we don't come down on any side. We're just looking at some ideas. We could be wrong. Just some theories and concepts. And of course, Hank has different ideas about it. And yeah.
I do want to see more of those direct energy weapons in action. I'm gonna look to see if there's any just public, just white book demonstrations to see if there's anything somewhat in the same order of magnitude that's comparable from direct energy weapons. Of course, they could keep the technology secret, but they're really bad keeping secrets anyway. So
yeah, and of course, I could send you some materials off the show for sure. But yeah, let's see.
Is under 5 and the green is under 4, and the green at the end of the hall is under about the middle of underneath the missing part of building 4.
Okay.
That main body.
Okay, let's go above ground now and go to 107.
We're looking west through the complex, and there's stairwell B, that little stub left. You can see right a little bit to the right of the center of the picture.
Is this where that J. Jonas was?
Yes.
He was in that stairwell.
There's 14 of them that survived there.
And there was a 110-story building, at least 106 floors of which were above their head.
Yes. And they were calling out on their handy-talkies to their buddies, to come rescue them. And we're in stairwell B, Tower 1. Where are you? Tower 1, stairwell B. Where are you? Stairwell B, Tower 1. They said, where's Tower 1?
Yeah.
If you looked at that, would you see a building?
Can we see that again? Can we just pop back to that 107 again, please? I mean, that just is... Well, it's disappeared, hasn't it?
Yeah,
Apart from stairwell B, something, survived, but...
You see the north wall, the north corner facade, and there's only about 8 stories of corner facade that were there.
Everything else?
Gone. Down to ground level.
Okay, we're gonna have the last picture, and then we're gonna talk some more about this. This is 108. This is another view of Building 6, isn't it? With the hole in it.
Yes, a closer view. And in the foreground, you see that dome from the World Financial Center, Building 2.
This is not the World Trade Center. This is the World Financial Center.
It's right across the street.
Yeah.
Do you notice how clean that top is? No damage. It's right across the street.
It hasn't been hit by anything, has it?
No. And what's that void across the street from it, where Tower 1 was, you can see the north wall is about 8 stories left because Building 6 was 8 stories. Where are the other 102 stories?
Well, yeah, that's a very good question. So, Judy, you've looked at the evidence.
I mean, that last pick is kind of like the best pick for Hank's point, I think. There's a lot of stuff in that one.
Yeah, I think that was a really good pick.
But is it the whole... It had a number there at the top, like 1.25 million tons of debris. Where is it?
On the ground.
Yeah, and the fact that they pointed out that building that's just clean, the roof, it's like nothing fell on it.
Not even the dust, apparently. Must have been upwind or something.
And then there's
or that building's made out of secret government indestructible technology and it can't be destroyed.
Well, shit. Well, we'll get more to some of these other views and opinions in a minute. And we'll look at this for about an hour more after we get back from some music and stuff, and then we'll actually look at something else in terms of material, maybe some theological ideas and stuff, and then we'll move to Kaczynski, and after that I will conclude the show, hopefully. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us so far. And I appreciate the 37 people watching. It's about 10:46 here, p.m. East Coast, Detroit. But yeah, thanks to all the people watching. Square Peg, Rabbit Hole, I appreciate you. You're from a long time. Or one of the original watchers of the stream here. But yeah, blessings.
But very good, so I'd like to fight him. No need. We've no quarrel with him, and nor has he with us. So leave him be, and let him pass. And if he does give trouble, others can deal with him.
With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. With every breath, I defy death. The natural. With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. Inspired to write, a shed light.
Subliminal perception, stimuli, explore your soul and then begin to vivify. Primarily the moral science, choosing who to vilify, nobilify, and look within to also slay your incubi. The immaterial domain in your pineal known as inner eye. The wave function of a hydrogen atom, that raising the energy levels of quantum mechanics. A function of rapping, I went on a tip with the tongue of the devil, but now I'ma flip it. You best to shut your mouth up now to zip it. The non-relativistic, the multiplication of verbal linguistics, the people sadistic. External influences taint your energy. Potential wells of finite death, the oceans of your memories. Magnetic resonance and imaging, the people pillaging. The model unitary matrix, everyone is living alternative silicon. Computer the superconductor, my spirit is spitted the verse, no spitted the curse, spitted the truth, and spitted the thirst. The people immersed, the beast of the first and deadlier than never growing better with age. Now faith to white from cannabis, smoke smolder in the shell with sage.
With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. With every breath, I defy death. The natural. With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. Inspired to write, a shed light.
The path was laden with 1,000 skulls, flaming chariots, puff gas to douse the bulls. I am the eternal one, involuntary shrouds are pulled and eyes are wide. Run for cover, make sure you don't die inside. Ripping you apart to pieces like a vicious lion's pride and fable spread. Resisting, then we rise like I was baking bread. Cosmic repertoire, we are the gods, but now we slaves instead. You made your bed. Consequences, ladies with their babies fled. The ones they caught were chopped to pieces. Dogs with mangy rabies fed. The river stunk, chasing them, they grabbing you to take a dunk. They will make you eat and sleep the same place that you take a dump. Protect, provide, and learn to blend your camouflage, the best survive. I am blessed and guaranteed to always make it out alive. But you and I, now keep your voice down before you go and blow the spot. The jails are full and built to hold yourselves. There's always open spots. You'll sit and rot, no longer see the sun at all or run it down. Just locked away forever as the planet's spinning round and round. They got you.
New swordsman there. They say his kung fu strange, but very good. So I'd like to fight him. No need. We've no quarrel with him, and nor has he with us. So leave him be.
Welcome to the worst nightmare of all.
Grab a motherfucker fucking whale by the tail fin. Throw it through the sky, hit a jet, make it tail spin. Spit straight lava, my mouth is a volcano. Crush solid rock in my palm like soft Play-Doh. Travel on tours on the back of a torpedo. Inside of a tornado, you better inform NATO. Gold chains, gold crown, hoes who love to go down. Turn your city block to a ghost town, real spooky. Full of crack addicts with no goals. Well, I'm the Grim Reaper pulling souls through nose holes. Y'all are feminine, his phone's at a rose gold. Your flow's old, already expired and grows mold. I'm so cold like a freeze boiling water. Boil your water, deploy your heart attack. Cause I destroy this off of rappers where they travel but never ever seen coke. That's why you catch a contact just walking through weed smoke. Fire starter, pyrotechnical technician. You better listen or they'll find you with your head missing. Certified pharaoh, fine making Fahrenheit's hot enough to disinfect the mic from all your parasites. One verses, hot as the sun's surface, hot as a gun burst is burning your epidermis. In my high school superlative said I'm the most murderous, converting this verse into a furnace and start burning this.
Visions of bodies being visions of bodies being burned. Visions of bodies being burned. But I ain't going out. But I ain't going out without a fight. But I ain't going out without a fight.
I'm gonna have to kill you. One switch in the corner. It's amazing exactly what a person will do. Whether night or in the clear blue. Body turning pale, looking more like mildew. A bit of more than you can chew. When I'm done, I leave no clues. Just corpses found under some leaves by eyewitness news. They say it's a work of a local crew. Just me and my blade and Mountain Dew. With St. Louis that might as well be classified as a new corona flu. Planning hits in a Ritz-Carlton with Nucky Thompson. If that bitch runs, I bet I catch her ass backwards like Fist Carlton. It's caused by the Great Depression. So I added gunpowder to my wounds like the Revenant. Wolves howling in the distance, suffering to death. Screaming fuck the world down to my last breath. Then I take another whiff of this crystal meth. Violent battles in my mind can never subside. I see demons with claws and hoofs running ripple like cattle. And they have snake tails that rattle. Up in the sky, I see hawks like Seattle. My words can risk chaos upon ancient spells and seance that never stop. Terminate and stay on. Keep going, stay on. To the target, decimated that I prayed on. Rhymes so simple, I can spit these verses written by crayons. Rhymes so simple, I can spit these verses written by crayons.
Visions of bodies being visions of bodies
For how many years have you been doing this? Nearly 10 years? 10 years you've been looking at this evidence, and you've pinned it down and you've pinned it down, and where'd it go?
Dust. Gone with the wind. Blown away, most of it.
So, but this isn't Kansas, Tonto, is it?
No, it's...
Actually, that was the wrong film, wasn't it? I do apologize.
But I've just looked at the evidence. I believe in looking at the evidence because the evidence will tell you what happened, exactly what happened.
Just looking at the evidence.
Just looking at the evidence.
Not making any assumptions, not saying it was this, it was that.
And as soon as you start making assumptions, you're fixing to mess up.
Well, it does seem to me, and I've studied this myself, as you know, from the outside, if you like, for very many years, and there are a lot of people out there who've made, well, they have an opinion about what happened on that day, and they say that the buildings were not destroyed in the way, according to the official report, the 9/11 Commission report, but they were destroyed by other methods like thermite or thermate or nanothermite or super thermite or mini nuclear weapons or other methods. Do you reject all of those?
I begin by looking at the evidence, and you rule out the impossible, and what remains has got to be among what is possible. And one of the things, the biggest things I discovered in looking at this evidence, the three main things: the buildings didn't burn up or slam to the ground, but turned into dust in midair. And I know that because if they slammed to the ground, you'd see a pile of debris there. Didn't happen.
There was a lot of debris all over Manhattan, though, wasn't there?
But not 2 buildings worth of each 500,000 tons, plus a 230,000 ton building across the street.
Building 7.
Right. A lot of mass is missing.
Yeah, the weird thing, because those 2 towers were built, if I can sort of précis the way that they were built, because I have looked at this, and they had something like 47 columns in the middle of each tower, sort of slightly offset, but more or less in the center of each tower. And then they had steel beams connecting to what you call wheat checks on the outside, but we would call like shreddies, because wheat checks is breakfast cereal, right? And so like a kind of cross-section of steel clad with aluminium with the windows set in, and that actually had a structural purpose as well.
Oh, very much. They were a tube within a tube type design. There was an outer structure.
So the outer structure was a tube.
Well, no, yeah, around the whole building, kind of like a tube. And then the inner columns were like another.
And they were much more solid, weren't they? The inner columns were massively thick steel.
I've looked at biomimicry, mimicking nature.
Like a tree or something.
Right, with engineering designs for strength, because trees are very strong. And that is biologically inspired. The design is like a tree can bend a lot, and it has this tube within a tube structure. Not just one tube, but the tube within a tube. So the building was built with the outer columns. I think it was 59 on each side of the 4. And then with these 47 inner columns, and the floors were connected between the inner and outer columns. And they're meant to move with the breeze.
Yeah, and they did, didn't they?
Yeah.
It was known that they did in a strong wind. Yeah. I was actually in New York in 1985 in a hurricane. Hurricane Gloria.
Wow.
And they closed downtown, and the World Trade Center area was closed, the Wall Street area was closed, and it was really scary. Bits were falling off buildings. I was in Times Square, and it was quite a scary experience, actually. But look it up, it's online. Hurricane Gloria, 1985, 24 years ago. So, but they made a big deal of it. We'll get to that later, because there was a hurricane, wasn't there, on that day, and they didn't make a big deal of it, which is very interesting. So the buildings disappeared.
Also, if they'd slammed to the ground, they would have destroyed the bathtub.
Yes.
The bathtub is sort of like a dike built around the base of them, because the towers are built on bedrock 70 feet below the water table.
Yeah.
They're built in the Hudson River with this dike around them. And there are subways that came from New Jersey under the river that connected there, as well as connecting
This is the Underground Railway.
Yes, the PATH trains.
Yeah.
And there were subways all around Manhattan that intersected there.
Again, this is railways. Subways is railways in New York.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize you didn't have the same terms. And if 2 500,000-ton buildings had crashed down on that bathtub, it certainly would have ruptured the bathtub, would have flooded the bathtub, flooded lower Manhattan.
And flooded the railway lines.
Yes, that didn't happen.
Okay, and that didn't happen either. So, and also there's seismic evidence as well, isn't it, that there was no big thud.
If they crashed to the ground, the seismic signal would have reflected that, and it didn't. Matter of fact, the ground only shook for 8 seconds when the North Tower went away. It takes 9.5 seconds to throw a bowling ball off the roof and have it hit the pavement.
So there was 8 seconds of vibration.
Yes.
But even then, it wasn't sufficient to have caused any damage to the structure. And you can see in those other images we showed of those underground parking and all, they're just, and the mall.
Below the ground seemed to, for the most part, remain undamaged. It's, small amounts of damage here and there, but nothing like what you would get if you dropped 1 million tons of building crashing down on it.
So collectively, it was 1 million tons, was it?
For the 2 buildings.
The 2 towers.
Yeah.
What, leaving out buildings?
Right, building 3 and 4 and 6 and 7.
So just the 2 towers, the 110-story towers.
About 500,000 tons each.
I mean, that is a huge, and of course they fell at not quite free fall speeds, didn't they?
They didn't fall.
No.
Yeah. I mean, interesting stuff there. That many tons of material, steel, there's almost no damage there.
When you say almost no, what's the context? Like most of New York's still there. I agree. That buildings are not still there. So,
Yeah, but I mean on the ground level, like how could they free fall speed collapse into dust that many tons of material, right?
you know, they can't, and they didn't. So,
Well, I mean, what do you mean they didn't?
we just from the picture she's showing, there's a pile of rubble. It's not just dust. There's a whole bunch of remnants of building. It's obviously there used to be a building there.
Right, but not thousands of tons worth of stuff.
Well, I didn't put on a scale, so I can't verify it's thousands of tons or not for certain. But it's not just dust, and that's from her pictures.
How much is in 1 ton?
2,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Okay, so then what number can we use that to understand the full number? What'd you say? How much all the weight came down? How much? What was her total?
Let me go back and get the exact number.
I think she said about 500 each.
The images we showed of those underground parking and all, they're just, and the mall.
Below the ground seem to, for the most part, remain undamaged. It's, you know, small amounts of damage here and there, but nothing like what you would get if you dropped 1 million tons of building crashing down on it.
So collectively,
Yeah.
it was 1 million tons, was it?
For the two buildings.
2.5 billion
Yeah.
billion pounds.
Right, building 3
2.5
and 4
billion
and
pounds?
6 and
And
7.
Yeah.
So that would be like,
Seem to,
oh
for the
wow.
most part, remain undamaged. It's, you know, small amounts of damage here and there, but nothing like what you would get if you dropped 1 million tons of
Nothing.
building crashing down.
1 million tons.
Dude, that's steel.
The
That steel
picture
beam.
definitely said 1.25, so she's just rounding down, I guess.
That's a huge amount. There's no way there was 1 million tons of damage on the ground level.
Yeah, 2.5 billion pounds.
They must have hallucinated those buildings while they were still up.
Is that that picture that was shown prior to this? That's what 2.5 million pounds looks like on the ground?
That's what Hank is saying.
Right. I'm
I
not
didn't go.
saying he's wrong, but
Well, I didn't have time to go there with a scale and measure it because I was still like 10.
anything I say, you push back. So just never mind. It was you were becoming less brainwashed before I started talking.
I was saying I couldn't go there because 10. I couldn't go there for scale.
Down on
So
it.
collectively,
Yeah.
it was 1 million tons, was it?
For the two buildings.
The two towers.
Yeah.
What, leaving out
Right, building 3 and 4 and 6 and 7.
So just the two towers, the 110-story towers.
About 500,000 tons each.
I mean, that is a huge, and of course they fell at not quite free fall speeds, didn't they?
They didn't fall.
No.
So I'll keep with you on
I know
that.
you keep picking me up on this. Okay.
But the ground only shook for 8 seconds. That's getting rid of the building faster than it would free fall.
There was some falling, though, wasn't there? In that where the section of the first tower that fell tips.
But then it turned to dust. It didn't fall to the ground.
But what I'm saying is, from the first moment of movement of each building, before it disappeared, was almost but not quite the time it would have taken if everything that supported it was removed at the same time and it simply fell?
If it had fallen, it would have taken longer. That's clear. If
But
even if the roof,
it is theoretically possible that the Twin Towers could have fallen if every structural supporting mechanism had been removed as it fell by some process. Like, for instance, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, Judy.
if you removed all of the supports,
If somebody put some nanothermite on it, you know, and that all went off, because that is what people are saying, isn't it? People dispute your version of events.
if people use nanothermite or whatever they use to cut the columns, you still have 500,000 tons of debris that would slam to the ground. All you're doing is cutting it down, and it would slam to the ground.
So you don't think that's...
And it can't cut it like that. Takes a
Can anybody, real
thermite
quick,
works through heat transfer, and it takes a certain amount of time for heat to transfer through.
just like, you know how people jumped out of the windows and stuff that day? You know? And like, so that's a free fall speed. I think the building beat them down, like technically, in speed. From, I could be wrong, but if it's the equivalent as falling as a human, the speed at which it collapsed, that is something to not be overlooked.
The real conspiracy is that people think buildings need support to stay up. That's the real conspiracy.
The real conspiracy is what now?
People think buildings need support to stay up.
So why would that be funny?
Oh, because it's an absurd statement. Obviously, buildings need support to stay up. Otherwise, they wouldn't pay for it because companies are cheap.
And that explains what?
It's pretty much alluding to what conspiracy theorists say themselves. There are also absurd statements that make no sense. So me saying buildings don't need support, that's a conspiracy, is funny because of other similar statements made seriously.
Okay, so just curious what you're like. Did you just like make this up real quick? Like yes or no?
Absolutely.
In your head? Okay.
Yes.
Well, what isn't made up is in front of your face. And what isn't made up is what happened in real life.
Yeah,
you know, to like people died,
yes,
you know, and like and people stole money, you know, and people hit records, and you know, so you can pretend in your literal, you just admitted it, you living in your own like falsity, you just admitted it. I just want you to be aware. That's it.
The power that does that I said would be there was right in front of me, like I predicted would be in the video. I guess it's just there.
There's no guessing.
Hank, you cannot create an angle that you cannot be corrected from.
Yeah, I can. There we go. So no, I thought Kamala
Right
Harris
now
was a
you can
boomer.
because I'm eating, but if I wasn't eating right now, I'd correct you on every single moment you spoke.
So here's the thing.
Because
I've been corrected
85% of it's incorrect.
I've been corrected before. I thought Kamala Harris was X-Gen. Denson pointed out that she was indeed a boomer.
Yeah,
so
but you're just making like all these like stupid, like I don't know, like you're like I can't believe I can't believe a human mind would hold on to. Are you like not taking in this information? Are you taking in this information? How are you taking in this information so far?
What do you want me to explain? The neurological process I'm using to evaluate the information? What do you want me to explain? I'm not. Your question's not specific enough.
I want you to explain what doesn't make sense to you.
I'll explain again. I think the machine lies, and you claim there wasn't. You said there was just. Let me start again. The machine lies says it was just dust, and you said there was nothing after the building
Right.
crashed. And even this video says there was a pile of stuff left behind.
Right. They were talking about the unnaturalities of those piles, and they were also saying that essentially, like, in weight, we did the math. We sat here and did the math. Like, everyone was here present. I don't know why we have to do this again. What was it, like 2.5 million pounds?
Billion with a B.
Yeah.
Billion?
Yep.
Oh, 2.5 billion pounds. That's what you agreed to, Hank. It was 2.5 billion pounds. Looks like that on the ground. I'm not saying you are incapable of seeing what's in front of your face. That's what's in front of your face, and you don't agree?
I guess I should have went to New York when I was 10 and measured the whole building's
So what are
weight
you
with a
saying
Fisher-Price
by
scale.
what are you ultimately saying?
I'm saying that the claim that was nothing left from the building after it got destroyed was false. There was a pile of rubble.
Okay. Well, there are more. Would you agree that there are more important points being made now?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. It's a context dependent thing.
Right now.
What's important depending on what you want to focus on.
The last 50, like the current information that you've been told and shown with these people and this whole interaction, taking that into consideration.
Okay, my answer is no.
Okay.
Lulz.
Through large, thick pieces of steel. It doesn't happen instantly.
We are all familiar with thermite, actually, because sparklers that we use
Yes.
on Guy Fawkes Night are effectively thermite.
Yes.
Aren't they? When you light a sparkler, which is you're lighting metal, aren't you? Which is quite hard to light. Once you light, they're very hot and they're very intense.
That's another thing. There wasn't hot heat.
Well, some say that there was. There were molten iron in the ground for days, and some say there wasn't.
I've not seen any evidence of it.
Well, this is a contentious point. Okay, look, we are going to go for a break now. So if you'd like to text in your questions or comments for Dr. Judy Wood, please do so now to 86686 with the word beyond. See you back here soon. Welcome back to our One Step Beyond with me, Theo Chalmers, and my special guest, Dr. Judy Wood. I'm going to read out a couple of texts now. Linda says, are any other scientists looking at this theory and how has it been received? You have obviously worked hard on this. Any other scientists supporting you in this?
Yes, there are quite a few scientists who are quietly supporting me. They're sitting quietly wondering when they want to stick their neck out, because look what's happened to me.
Well, you have been attacked, haven't you? You've been vilified and so on by quite a few people, and you've taken a risk. I'm trying to find another text here, but I'm having a bit of trouble scrolling up the screen.
But there's isn't it interesting how much energy is spent in the vilification?
Yeah, well, a lot of energy is. Somebody here, this is Jan, who says, I think Judy's version of what happened to the towers is the most realistic yet. It is terrifying what is going on. Judy is so brave, admire her so much. So there is support out there. Let me just scroll down the bottom again. See what, because they're coming in thick and fast now. 86686, the word beyond. And don't forget to put that word in or we won't get them. Yeah, this is interesting because we were talking about whether it was hot or not before the break. Carl in Wirral says, firefighters interviewed said it was like a foundry with molten rivers of metal. And I've seen those films, and I'm sure you have, where they say that. So how do you match that up with it being not hot? How can they think that there were molten rivers of steel?
Because people often see things that are glowing and assume it's hot. Hot things do glow, but not everything that glows is hot.
So you're kind of making special pleading here, aren't you? You're saying that...
No, it's not special pleading. I'm looking at evidence. And if you see something that's glowing, that's sitting on a piece of paper, and the paper's not burning, can that be glowing because it's hot? If it's going to glow because it's hot, it has to be at least 1100 degrees centigrade to be this like white hot glow. And if it's sitting on a piece of paper, how can you have something 1100 degrees centigrade sitting on a piece of paper without the paper burning?
Okay, well, that's interesting. Okay, well, I'm going to read one more, well, then we're going to go back with some more images and so on. This is a chap in Tyneside who says, I'm a radio ham in Tyneside. He gives out his call sign, but I won't read it out. Was there any major comms disruption on 9/11 that could be caused by a huge energy EMP? What is that? Electromechanical?
Electromagnetic pulse.
Wasn't
it? Not that I know of directly. And I've seen no evidence of it. I've looked at physical evidence. I've tried to stay away from the hearsay type evidence because, let's face it, 9/11 was a psychological operation. And in a psychological operation, no matter how honest people are, they have been led to conclude different things than what happened. But if you physically look at things with logic and with what you know and figure out what you know that you know and separate that from what you know that you don't know and try not to confuse the two because you tend to bias your observations that way.
Okay, all right. I think we need to go to another film. We've got one called Dustification. So if we can run that second film.
Okay, so I don't know about that. Like that seems like she had a really shitty explanation for that one. Where she's like, "Oh yeah, it's burning, so it's not everything that's glowing is hot." I mean, it's possible that they just used the other types of explosives in conjunction. People certainly heard explosives on the ground level. I don't know, New Main Order. Where is she?
That's a good question.
Bro, this turned people's brains to dust.
Yeah, but her other thing about it being a psychological operation, yeah. So here's more dustifications. Let's check this one out.
You know what's weird? She didn't write any more books that she published under her name, Judy Wood, on Amazon. Not another book she wrote as was published under her name.
That is interesting, Hank. That is shady for sure, to say the least.
But does that explain 2.5 billion pounds of rubble looking like a parking lot with some sticks in it?
The pavement is made out of rubble, so sure. I'm gonna check Google
Yeah,
Scholar.
do you see the photo in front of you right now? This looks like a literal bomb went off, bro. Do you not see that? Like, you think that's how a building collapses? From a plane.
It's how that building
From jet
collapsed.
fuel that doesn't even melt steel. What are you on?
I was just talking about the dust that was there.
Yeah, but like,
the
are you
dust
paid?
and rubble.
Like, dude, are you paid to not see evidence or something?
I'll just listen to believe whatever you and Officer Snaps tells me to believe. Brownsville.
Why would you say that instead of asserting your position as a man?
I guess that's to confuse you. I'm not a real man, so there you go.
I'm not confused by your confusion. When I ask you how can you not see, I'm not asking for my benefit.
I'll just listen to believe you and Officer Snaps, who actually have contradictory opinions today, from now on. How about that?
Well, you already admitted you do live in a narrative fantasy land earlier. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot. I'll stay quiet.
Truth, yo.
Justified. Here we go. This is several clips of as I like to say, the collapses.
Repeat. You can see that piece falling in front of that corner that dissolves. Okay.
It is extraordinary.
Bro, Legos wouldn't even justify that much.
There's a spike of the central column.
That may indeed be right above stairwell B.
And that just seems to, there it goes, it just seems to turn into...
It's like still half up in the air.
Dust.
And here's more images. I mean, the speed is unbelievable, isn't it? The speed of this activity, whatever it is.
Dustification.
This dustification.
A new phenomenon needs a new word to describe it. And I don't think we've ever seen a building do this before.
Well,
and look who's filming it. It's ABC, the same people who filmed the presidential debate. Is that fucking out?
Yes, actually.
They're owned by Disney. It's the same corporation as Disney.
Yes, but it wasn't Disney at the time. Allegedly.
no steel frame buildings apart from those three on 9/11. However...
3? I think there were 7. Seven were destroyed that day.
Of course, that's true. We normally talk about the Twin Towers and Building 7,
right,
the tallest ones. But as you say, there were several others.
And that enormous dust cloud.
There's a sort of pyroclastic flow, isn't there?
But it wasn't hot. Wasn't hot.
It wasn't hot, was it? Or was it? I mean,
we can look at the evidence.
We can look at the evidence. We've got some more photographs. I think this is.
But honestly, ask yourself, when you look at that, does that look like a collapse? And what's trailing behind those pieces of steel? You see how that peels like a banana?
Spire again. Look at that.
But did you see how it peels like a banana around it?
Oh, yeah, that's.
You said it. I didn't say that.
That banana peel around the steel.
A tube within a tube.
Make it look like that shit is not real. I got rhymes like dimes. You know what I mean?
That's true. But look at the spire. This is fascinating. This spire in the middle here, as it just seems to turn into dust. It's taking its time.
Yeah, it drops down a little bit, and kind of just faints.
Oh, that's it. It's gone. That's one of the most compelling things that I've seen, actually. I think we need to look at some photographs of. Let's look at image 113 if we can, please. Okay, this is 113. What is this telling us?
This is a still image where you see these wheat checks, the prefab outer units.
Uh-huh.
They're 3 stories wide, 3 stories tall, 3 columns wide, prefab units the buildings are built out of, the outer columns. And you see
There's one
groups of
particularly
those.
on the left, isn't there? The extreme left there. There's one of those. These are
Right.
the outer steel sections
Columns,
that are
yeah.
performing a structural function.
Right.
Which is one of the reasons the windows were so small in the World Trade Center.
They're the distance between those columns.
Yeah,
the windows
because
were.
that was one of the reasons it was hard to let, because the windows were so small and people felt a bit constricted, apparently.
But this is steel falling. There, you can see some aluminum cladding which coated the steels or covered the steels floating around. But the basic thing you see falling is the steel. But what's trailing behind it? Is that from a dirty windowsill? All that dust?
Yeah, where does it come from?
Look, the steel dissolving into dust.
Yeah. Okay, let's look at 115 now, please. This is lots of different images of the same event.
Of those that spire is referred to.
Yeah.
And you can see how the tower peels away, kind of like a banana peeling away from those small group of columns that's referred to as the spire. Notice the spire extends above Building 7.
Yeah.
Building 7 is about 650 feet tall, I think. But the spire is about 700 feet tall.
This is massively solid 47 central steel columns.
They're just a group of them that just stay freestanding for a bit there.
Well, they would, wouldn't they? I mean,
they don't have
would.
anything loading on them.
Even if the official version, the pancaking, were to happen, it wouldn't take down the central columns.
Right.
They would still be standing there, surely. I mean, you're a structural engineer. You would be able to tell me that.
You're taking the load off of them, so they now have no reason to come down.
Yeah, and
They
they're
don't
not
have
going to
load
blow
on.
down, are they? They're not going to.
Well, if they blew down, they'd take out several blocks worth of buildings because they.
Hundreds of thousands of tons, tens of.
Well, you have 700 feet of this beating pole going down. It's going to do some damage to adjacent buildings.
Okay, let's look at 116 then. This is another image of this spire.
And the sequence at the bottom, this is what you need to pay attention to very, very carefully. That first image, notice how there's blue sky in the background. There's crisp edges of those columns.
Yeah.
The tower had just peeled away from it and exposed these columns. And then pretty soon you notice, like in the middle picture, it's no longer a crisp edge. And then it turns to dust. Now, some folks say that that's dust that settled on it.
And it's just blowing off.
Right, and it's so fine that it hangs in the air. If it's that fine and hangs...
Thoughts, Hank?
Oh, well, I did see she has other papers published. She didn't publish anything popular, but she has academic papers published since she published that book, I think.
Hey, greetings, Austin.
2005, 2008. The latest one she had, latest college she was with was Clemson University College of Engineering, Computing and Applied Sciences. So she has published academic stuff. What was the date of the book though?
Yeah, peace be with you, Holmes. It's good to see you.
No, well, that's
It's in the
before
air.
2010. Yeah. Yeah,
Wait, what did
she
you say?
published the book. Yeah, she published those papers before she published this book. Okay. I see if she published anything more recent than the book. Because she published a book in 2010. Her last academic paper I could find so far was in 2008. So let me do more research.
How come you didn't see it hanging in the air in that first image?
When it was sharp, you mean?
Right, when the building peeled away from
So
it,
this
left
is your
exposed.
scientific analysis.
If it was fine dust hanging in the air, first of all, how's it going to settle on a vertical column?
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this dust, whether it was hot then. And
Yeah, and if you're joining us, we're looking back at this, event here because it's the anniversary, but I didn't see anybody talking about the anniversary of 9/11 actually at all. And actually, most of the people were talking about the presidential debate. So yeah, it's been an interesting day. I think Hank's got something here for us. What is this, Hank?
That was just some academic papers I was
Oh,
looking
okay.
for, but they're all older than her book that she published, because she published that book in 2010, and the latest academic paper I could find so far was in 2008. So I'm trying to see if she published anything academic since she published a book, but it looks like maybe not. But she also didn't publish anything popular since she published a book, which is odd. So
It is interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely strange.
Before we do, let's look at this picture. 117, if you can. Right, these are the people covered in this dust.
The dust cloud rolled out, rolled over people. Didn't
What the hell? Is that the cop from Family Matters? Yo, he was in Die Hard and he was also at the Ground Zero. This is crazy. He's everywhere.
Kind of does.
And then you got this other guy that looks straight up
Like a statue.
He looks like Ashy Larry. And then the other guy looks like a fucking gargoyle. Yeah, he looks strange for real. Yep.
They
Burn
probably
them, just
died of
left them covered
cancer
with that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. They might have inhaled a lot of
Way
that.
too much dust.
Yeah, they might have inhaled some of that metal dust or whatever
Metal, nano,
whatever the
cancer
hell.
dust.
Yeah, whatever the shit is. Straight up.
Dust.
Okay. Somebody here has asked.
The dust wasn't hot. All right.
Man, it's not hot.
I haven't got a name here. What happened to the huge antenna on top of the North Tower?
I believe it, for the most part, landed on the ground, surprisingly.
So the antenna?
Parts of the antenna.
Survived?
Yeah.
That's interesting, isn't it? So things that were thrown out a long way seem to survive. Things that were kind of outside of the structure of the main building, like the antenna on the roof of the North Tower, seem to survive. Things that were outside the structure of the main building under the ground generally seem to survive. So it was kind of pretty much confined to the two twin towers themselves.
Got him.
And the other buildings to some extent.
Not necessarily. There's some other patterns that emerge from this. Up to half a mile away, there were toasted cars. I refer to them as toasted cars, as in they're toast. They're
We're going to
history.
get to the cars. We're going to get to the cars.
So that wasn't confined to just that area. It was.
Okay, let's look at the bathtub then, because underneath, as we described in the first part, the bathtub is underneath the buildings, and this protects that site from the Hudson River.
Right, because the towers are
on
built
the west of Manhattan.
Yeah, the towers are built in the Hudson River, and this was a sort of a dike.
So if we can look at 113, here we go. This is 113.
And this is after the cleanup.
I don't mean 113, do I? I mean
109.
109. I beg your pardon, 109. And this shows the bathtub, which is pretty much perfect.
Right. There was some damage to it here and there from the earth-moving equipment that was cleaned up, but it was not a catastrophic failure.
Okay. So that kind of shows what was there after the towers were cleaned away, what was left of the towers. And let's look at 110, can we? This is a photograph from inside the bathtub. Again, showing it to be pretty much perfect. And in fact, they're rebuilding on that side, aren't they? They have already rebuilt Building 7. Oh, Building 7 was just outside.
You're right, it was across the street. But this is where the footprint of Tower 1 was. You can sort of see the shiny ground in the foreground. That's the bedrock of Tower 1.
Okay, let's look at one more image then of the dust and so on, and the let's look at number 111.
Why wasn't there a large seismic impact?
Because it's all over the street. I guess as powder and lots of paper again. Okay, so the evidence does seem to be mounted.
So she's saying that there should be actual seismic impact on the ground from that much tons of steel falling on the ground. And all that's left is the bedrock of the building. Yeah, I mean, I heard that. Yeah, I mean, it was reinforced by steel beams. Right? That's what engineers have said, right? It was actually made like as an indestructible building. You know, the guy who actually designed it was Pakistani.
Oh shit, son.
Yeah, it's all interesting. Anyways.
So only that small building was made out of the real indestructible technology. And the other ones were fake.
I don't know. I just heard that it was that it was a unique sort of a design because it was actually reinforced by the steel beams, you know.
That those buildings did just turn to dust and then effectively blow away. What about evidence of them taking the steel to China? And
You saw the ground within a day or so.
Yeah, that's what Square Peg said, that they took the steel to China.
Of 9/11.
so there were
what
pieces
steel?
of steel. I know there are pieces of steel.
But 2 500,000 ton buildings worth. There's 100,000 tons of steel in each of the towers. You didn't see that on the ground. Did they take it away before noon on 9/11? It was gone pretty quickly.
Okay.
It was gone by the time the dust cloud cleared, enough so you could see the ground. And I've not seen any receipts of steel going to China. It's just a story.
They might decide not to show you. I mean, you know.
But how do you know they went to China?
Well, that's the story we've been told.
Right, right.
So okay, so you believe that all the buildings turned to dust. Something was
not
used.
all of them turned to dust, but a significant portion of them turned to dust.
The vast majority of them.
Yes, yeah.
Well, okay, so if it wasn't thermite, nanothermite, superthermate, small nuclear weapons, I don't know, lots of gnomes with pickaxes. What was it, Judy?
It's something that can turn material to dust. There's a whole lot of different aspects of this, and I don't know exactly what they use, but I know somebody who can replicate all of the effects of that. Several people actually can replicate all of those effects. And actually, there was a patent on this technology 100 years ago yesterday.
Yeah, you showed me the picture in your book, and you were speaking publicly, weren't you, yesterday?
Yes.
And you showed the picture, and you said this was exactly and this is a patent on a device that could levitate steel and
radiant energy.
Radiant energy. The question that I must ask is, if there is such a device that can disintegrate buildings, and it was in use on 9/11 10 years ago, why isn't it being used today in, say,
pause the video,
Libya, or in Iran, or in Afghanistan,
pause,
or
please,
in
pause.
other, Yemen, countries like that? If the powers that be have that weapon,
Well,
why don't we see it being used all the time? And then we could go, look, there it is.
What's the objective? You first need to figure out what the objective is before you know why it would or wouldn't be.
Yeah, where is Ezra when we need her? This would have been like the perfect time for her to be on stage. She likes this radiant energy stuff and etheric energy and all that stuff. I guess she's mourning, but this would have been a perfect time to have her here.
Well, there's tons of people, who could be here. Definitely. But yeah, Ezra, she spends a lot of time in the woods. So yeah, respect to Ezra. I don't know what she's up to, but yeah, blessings. I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to watch this back and have a lot of contributions to this, for sure. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you, Lonnie. Yeah, thanks for watching.
Used. You're assuming an objective.
Well, it seems to me that it's something that's been weaponized.
Right.
And that, the mind of man is such that you give him an apple and he'll probably wonder how hard he can throw it at somebody. And so you couldn't get it out of the hands of the military if you had a toy like this.
But it depends on what your objective is. If your objective is to wreak havoc, this is too clean. You might not want to use it if that is what your objective is. It depends on the objective.
Well, it kills people as well, obviously, because the people who were in those towers disintegrated also, didn't they? The parts that they found of them. I've seen one image of one of the biggest parts they found, which isn't very nice. It was just a hand. And that was about it. There wasn't much to be found. So, if it is a weapon, it can be used for...
Okay, you're asking for a lot of speculation. Yeah, but if you want,
you like to stick to the facts.
But if you want to speculate, and if you wanted to destroy Manhattan, I don't think you would use this, would you? You could just, if you tipped over the building, you'd take out all Manhattan. Those were big buildings. This was a very careful removal of the buildings.
No,
minimum destruction.
I appreciate there are lots of advantages to making them disappear rather than knocking them over or even having them collapse into the bathtub and fracture and let the Hudson River in. I appreciate that. What I'm saying to you is, if this device, whatever it is, and I know you have a name for it, directed energy weapon.
It's under a general category. It's energy that's directed and used as a weapon.
Okay. So if some military somewhere had developed and had access to a weapon that could do what you claim was done on 9/11, why haven't we seen it in use elsewhere?
You'll have to ask them, but perhaps it's a different objective they have. Are there buildings they want to dustify?
Have we seen anything like it anywhere? Is there hints of things?
Perhaps, but it helps to really study the evidence first to be able to identify it. I know what the process is, so I have a name for the process. It's, the general category is energy that's directed and used as a weapon. Now, Tesla had this.
In America, worked for Edison, didn't he? Thomas Edison.
Right, he immigrated to here.
That was strange.
Right. I've forgotten here. I've forgotten about that. But he's responsible for having outlets we can plug things into.
Yeah.
Alternating
current is his, that's right.
And a whole lot of things. He's pretty much responsible for our modern lifestyle.
And a lot of his patents are under lock and key for national security reasons.
He wanted to give free energy to the world, but was afraid it would be used for evil purposes. It was around 100 years ago.
Yeah. So, okay, so you're not only claiming then that these directed energy weapons were developed by whoever, we don't know, and used by whoever, we don't know, for whatever purpose. And lots of people have asked the question, Key Bono, who benefited from the falling of the towers?
You first have to establish what happened.
Okay, well, I understand that. But what you're suggesting now is not only were these weapons developed and used, but that they use free energy. Am I correct in that?
This is evidence of free energy technology. And what I mean by free energy is non-conventional energy that is not metered, has not been metered.
So, okay, but just because it's not metered, you can cheat the socket.
Well, it's not conventional either.
It's not conventional. It's what is 0-point energy, or
I don't give it that
perpetual
name.
motion energy, or
Actually, if I were to give it a name, the name I would give it is magnetic electrogravitic nuclear reactions.
Which kind of covers everything, doesn't it? What doesn't it cover?
Yeah, electrogravitic nuclear reactions describes low energy nuclear reactions, which the slang term for it is cold fusion.
Oh, this is the Pons and Fleischmann,
Right,
isn't it?
right.
The cold fusion thing that was.
You could tell this guy's getting more and more ambivalent as the conversation goes on.
Yeah, she went down the nerd route, so she won't. So she's become annoying. So just like I usually do.
Yeah, because he was at least trying to go with well, it could have been. I think he was trying to slide in the thermite. He seemed to go down that route 2 or 3 times, and then he mentioned them shipping the steel off to China, and and then now that she's talking about Tesla technology, and then he's kind of he's asking her to describe the source of any of this. He seems like he's getting more and more skeptical. Definitely, he seems to be taking a hard left at a lot of the things she's saying now. But yeah, the conversation's definitely taking an interesting turn. And if you're joining us now, it's only about 13 minutes left till the end of 9/11.
Yes.
And yeah, we're watching a little thing on this for 5 or 6 more minutes, and then we'll take a little musical break and go to something else. But yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, and I got in before the machine lies exposes Thomas Edison. I know that's coming eventually.
Discredited. In fact, discredited, I think, partly by one of the main proponents of the nanothermite.
Mm-hmm. You see a trend here? And you know who coined the term cold fusion to discredit it?
Stephen Jones?
Yes.
Oh, well. Okay, so you're saying that not only are you saying that these weapons exist, they've been developed, they're using 0-point energy or some kind of free energy source, but you're also saying now, if I'm correct, and I'm trying to work through this logically, that
if you have trouble,
hold on, let me get to the point.
Okay.
Many proponents of, if you like, the truth movement are dissembling deliberately to avoid revealing this big set of secrets.
It doesn't take many people. Folks within an organization tend to follow the leader of the organization. And there's undoubtedly a lot of well-meaning people following that.
I'm sure you're right. I'm sure, a lot of people in the truth movement who accept the theories of nanothermite, if you like, are well-meaning, good people who look at the obvious fallacies in the official version of events.
If you think about it, the official story was a psychological operation. It was very well planned. Do you think they just forgot to plan a cover-up?
So this is their limited hangout, is it? The limited hangout is, okay, it wasn't the planes didn't do it, and nothing hit building 7.
There are going to be people who come along who realize that, so you need someplace else for them to go.
So the limited hangout is that it is that, you know, okay, if you don't accept version 1, we'll give you version 2.
Yeah.
Because we want to protect.
And if you don't like version 2, we'll give you version 1. If you have a false choice.
Is there a version 3? Is there a limited hangout?
Well, there seems to be some backups for that. But if you, instead of following some sort of scenario that someone else is giving you, what I prefer to do, and what the aim of my book has been, is to empower the reader to understand for themselves instead of having to follow anybody. This is just evidence. If you look at the evidence will tell you exactly what happened. The buildings turned to dust.
So I mean, that's the safest place to be, isn't it? Just looking at the evidence. Not, I mean, you've made some certain conclusions, and I know, and it's kind of, it puts you in a vulnerable position. It means you can easily be attacked by those who have a mind to do that.
But no one has refuted what is in my book.
And it's a massive, massive, massive book of...
And none of it has been refuted.
Not a single thing.
Not a single thing.
No one said, but this is wrong.
Correct.
You hadn't had to make any revision or say, no, it's a little bit...
Well, it's not like anybody who's ever written a book has ever claimed that before, right?
Yep.
You know, it's a common claim made by people who write books. You know, but yeah. Interesting stuff there. But yeah, we don't have that much time to look into all of that. Just stuff that I was showing for my friend Hank. Talk about it a little bit and go over some of the things. We also had our friend Brown's Boy. We had Snafu Snaps join for a little bit. You know, and yeah, I think the panel link is pinned. If anybody wants to join, we're taking another musical interlude, and then we'll go ahead and look at some other material. You know, and yeah, thank you guys for joining us here. And yeah, before we move into Dr. Kaczynski, we're gonna move into some other material. And then I will play a little video that I have of a time I spent on a panel talking about the philosopher Kierkegaard, one of my favorite philosophers. You know, I don't usually like a lot of philosophy, a lot of philosophers, but I do appreciate the philosophy of Kierkegaard. You know, he's one of my favorite ones. You know, for sure. You know. And yeah, he's got some notable thoughts, some notable critiques of Hegel, you know, of Hegel's thought. So yeah, we appreciate Kierkegaard. And I'll tell you why I appreciate Kierkegaard in a little bit of time I spent on a panel talking with Jack Talcott and NPC the Game. Some of my friends there. You know, we got a couple people there that are actually, you know, interested in talking about some of the material that we cover here on the show. So we're thankful to have some of the friends, you know, some of our friends. Thank you. Lonnie, blessings. Yeah, of course, everybody's welcome to join and talk about whatever they want. You know? And yeah. Anyways, here is a musical break. And yeah, we'll talk to you guys in a little bit.
Yo, we do this for the sun. We do this for the moon. We do this for the sky, the stars, and our metaphysical cocoons. We do this cause we can. We do this night and day. For child, woman, and man, to show y'all the way. Yo, how the hell is this my life? Have you ever been so pissed you couldn't breathe? It's just the intricacies of the tangled webs that people weave. I wore my honor on my sleeve, preceded goodness of my heart. And if I had another chance to take it all back from the start, I wouldn't change a thing. Welcoming the thrilling jolt that danger brings. I must admit my mind is always wandering to stranger things. My thoughts are dark, extract the bullets out the flesh and bite the bark. Despite the sharks that leave their biting marks of flame to light the spark. And now I see that all along they didn't want me to be me. Unwounded knee, it's simple, took a 3 and double to be free was just a flea, another grain of sand, a simple speck. When I discovered that through music I can earn people's respect, I was catching wreck on any tape they threw up in the deck to snap their neck and philosophically take people on a trek. My life was whole, my songs became direct connections to my soul. Yo, now the goal's to seal the holes and leave these rats out in the cold. Getting old, but to be honest, I don't even feel my age. And ever since my teacher KRS broke me up out that cage, I'm page for page and line for line, the sickest mind up in the game. And the tone and frequency I spit does something to your brain. You will never be the same after exposure to my skill. You will start to realize your favorite rappers lesser ill. I do more than keep it real, I do more than spit the truth. As I reiterate the Akashic record files up in the booth, I'm like directly tapped to consciousness as database, a knowledge pool, a higher overstanding of realities. What I've made cool, a simple tool, a microscopic cell from out the total mass. Incredibly my vocal cords is vibrating distinctly fast to kick your ass and shatter your extremely weakened jaws of glass and tag your cast. My song shall everlast and slash your lash for last. The master's fast, I'm masterfully interlace my rhymes to teach my tentacles. I spread across the planet face, my global reach is used for good, cause every single country has their slum and hood. My music speak to people there who suffer and misunderstood. Before I die, I'll teach them all my personal technique to scry. Instead of buy, my spirit moves your Ouija board, planchette the high. I'll never go, my apparition glows with tatted clothes. The flow is simply allegorical. My symbols left for those that know and those that do refuse to walk a mile up in another shoes. You look confused, your whole entire life, my brother, you've been used. A world of slaves, I'd rather walk into the woods and pick a cave than have to pay a tax because the street is theirs and road is paved. My name's engraved, I sit upon my throne and chisel stones and stone is popping, blown and compromised by optic systems in a drone. I won't condone activities that feed into malicious lies. I symbolize my purpose on this planet to resist the rise and show you guys in life there's much to gain but much to lose too. And never trust the soul because you never know when who's who.
From the intro, the God opens your ears and then yo, mind it and jacks the government for info. Documents, song ghetto occupants, I've been rocking since back in the days. Check the phrase lyrically, my mind creates a maze. Once it get locked in, you're missing for days. And then come back pro-black, so scrap with knowledge yourself. You won't chase material wealth, the spirit your stealth bomber to ever cruise the airwaves. When I drop, the earth crack. Niggas want their frankincense and myrrh back. You made a track, yo, I heard that. It didn't sound tight. You put it on the internet, I'm in your sound bite. Glitch, change the pitch, then switch shit with mine. On time, lyrical contact through digital rhyme. Physical sign on your frame is the bruise. You might ooze, you fuck with the guard, you're bound to lose. Everything is calm until I see you at the next show. Electro. My mic technique unorthodox, it's sorta shock, stocks. Niggas at night, I write something hype. Try to bite, I try to snipe your face with the bass. This is just a taste of lyrical dominance from the mentally prominent man that thinks and sinks deep in the thought, only to emerge and surge with words that use forces to knock white men off of horses when trying to add to black horses. My code Morses, putting all people on positive courses, but of course it's only natural for somebody to try to fuck it up, and that's factual. So I use the same flow to put niggas under in the serpent in the rainbow. Go back to Beat Street and resurrect Rainbow. Knock the shit out of spit, verbal eclipse. No light when I write, try to turn it on. I turn and bomb your whole damn set. Veteran to cadet, go to the store, buy buy the cassette, press play and I just may jump out your radio and video with lyrical spray. What? But with the cops, let me slide, no way. Usual suspect like Kaiser Soze, creeping out the front gritty your Bose. Took you out in your man Jose. DT showed up and said no way. Okay, blanket the whole proximity, looking specifically for liftedly. Yet my whereabouts remain a mystery. You'll never find, cause I'll forever blind anybody who's trying to bind mine. You're checking the time, Armageddon soon come. You're checking the rhyme, whack MC soon done. Run for cover, hide and there what I let go. Electro. Try to jump over my rap synapses soon after your left lung collapses. Look at your watch, no time elapses. Perhaps it's the actual fact that you's the actual whack nigga that lost contact with the real boom bap from way back. But I'ma bring it right to your chest unless you can dodge dismissal. Homing, following wherever you're roaming. Back up everyone, the God zoning. There's no way to keep track of all the spots I'm blowing. Can't plan to come test, but ain't showing. I'm knowing secret facts about present day and past presidents, using them as rhyme elements, brought forth with eloquence, uplifting every nigga whether in Jeep, jail or residence, speaking in past, future or present tense. What I invent will then implement, then advance and enhance my stance. B-boy back arch, arms crossed, legs spread. I'm the dread, feds looking for me, but I'm kind of fed. I know your next move, your mind's red, your bumper clot dead. What I said will just shock the spot, rock the spot, remind you of the days when you popped and locked on ghetto blocks on a cardboard box. But now you dodge straight shots and crooked cops, but never fear, cause what I pump into the air will rapidly increase our strength from year to year, and our progress will leave every wicked mind petrol. Electro.
Yeah. Anyways, you've seen us explain tons of theological, speculations on different subjects, different religions, right? Different ideas within the philosophy of religion. Anyways, and we often have our guest Benjamin on the panel who lives in Israel. This is another guy who lives in Israel. But he's talking to Adam Green about the definition of anti-Semitism. Which I thought some of this discussion was interesting. And then we'll look at another video that I seen that asks the question, is Islam anti-Semitic? So I'm interested to see what the content of these videos really is. Now, obviously, one of the places which some people cite as predictive programming for the 9/11 event is the book, The War on Terror, How the West Can Win, by Benjamin Netanyahu, in which he says that the main way in which to get the Western countries involved within the war on terror, which is a fundamental war which Russia and Israel and other countries were already fighting, right, against some of those Arab countries and some of the other countries, right, where they noted the threat of Islam, right. They said that the West has to have a sort of Pearl Harbor size event in order to get them involved, right? So there's a total concept there about the Western support, right, Now, the whole idea by Adam Green is that this support is just to so that the West can be used as a dummy, propped up, a lamb led to slaughter, fattened up, and being led to slaughter, right? So, and of course, there's a criticism of that view that it's totally anti-Semitic, right? So, yeah. All right, let me play some of this. I seen this video the other day. It's pretty funny.
Lose all my sponsors by tomorrow. So
yeah,
not sure I could do that.
They'll send me a delivery that sabotages my my talk.
Exactly. So look, whoever's joining us for the first time, good to have you here. Let's try to keep the chat respectful. Let's try to not engage in personal attacks. Let's engage with people on the merit of their ideas. This community we're fostering here is really all about respect. So, Adam, many Jews would consider you to be anti-Semitic. When we initially spoke, you told me that you do not consider yourself to be anti-Semitic, but you did agree that we could put it on the YouTube title because we knew that people would be attracted to such a title. You do, however, have some concerns with Jews. So I just want you to share with the audience what your concerns are and why you think that doesn't make you anti-Semitic.
Sure. Yeah. The title already created a bit of a stir online when you posted the talk, and it is true. I strongly reject the anti-Semitism label, and there's been a big battle about what the definition of anti-Semitism is with Pompeo and Trump and some of the Zionists in America. They've been pushing this narrative. I'm sure you've all heard it. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. I think that anti-Zionist is a label that much more accurately would fit the description of what I do. I've been focusing on Zionism, making videos for going on 7 years online now. And the reason that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, in my view, is because, number one, not all Jews are Zionists. And number two, not all there's Zionists that aren't Jews, like Christian Zionists. So, and the term anti-Semitism to me means that you almost like in an irrational way hate all Jews. And that's definitely not what I believe or how I feel. I've always made it very clear that I don't hate all Jews. I judge everybody as individuals by the content of their character. I do have problems with Zionism and, by extension, all the Abrahamic religions. I think that they're dangerous. I think that they're false. I am very critical of the...
That's a true fact. We asked Adam Green this when we talked to him on the show, that, about his views about the differences between the different so-called Abrahamic religions. Obviously, the three main religions have a radically different view of who Abraham was as well, right? But also there's a whole concept, and I'm sorry if my whole StreamYard situation freezes up here because it is acting funny here. But yeah, the whole idea about the what is a somebody who practices the religion of Judaism, as opposed to somebody who has a racial inheritance, right? Which is Semitic, the Semitic people, right? Going back to, I guess Abraham, right? It includes the Arabs and the Jews, right? So Semitic refers to both types of people, right? So as an ethnic or a racial designation, the term is rather imprecise, right? So it's interesting that he's reframing it as, well, it's really Zionism. And he relates Zionism to the religious origins. So by extension, that includes Christians and Muslims. So far, I don't detect how any of that is specifically directed towards, right, a hatred or towards a race or something like that, right? Because Semitic sounds like to that you would hate Arabs and Jews and people from the Middle East, right?
Yeah,
Anyway.
since Zionism is just a political theory, in theory, a Buddhist or a Hindu could be a Zionist. So
Well, he connects it to the religion. He connects
Yeah.
Zionism to the religion. So he thinks that basically the Old Testament is a book of religious supremacy, and it says that the Jews should dominate the world, and basically Judaism is a religion, and so by extension Christians and Muslims, they want to help Jews dominate the world, essentially, because they reinforce that the Old Testament is basically true, right? So that's his big sort of theory in a nutshell. You know what I mean? But yeah. And then, of course, this gentleman is saying that any linking of Judaism to general understanding of supremacy then turns hatred towards Jewish people in general. So that's his argument there. But yeah.
The supremacist aspects of God's chosen people and the end times, Armageddon, end of the world type of views. And I've dug deep, done a lot of videos in how they use the anti-Semitism term as a weapon to silence their opposition, and the whole dynamics of almost how it's the religion of Jewish people, in my view, to be persecuted. You can get into the story of the patriarch with Jacob and Esau, how they believe that Esau hates Jacob. So I've dug into that, and then the views of the Israelites versus Amalek. That's another dynamic as well. But just to summarize, yes, I do strongly reject the anti-Semitism view, and quite frankly, I've spoken with many Jews. I'm on friendly terms with Jews. I respect Jews that are willing to have a dialogue and to debate these issues and treat me with respect. And so, yeah, that term definitely does not apply to me. And it does. I'm not saying that there is people out there, and I'm critical of the people that are true anti-Semites. And really, they ultimately benefit the Jewish people because they've always used anti-Semitism going back to Herzl and even before. Anti-Semitism is actually their greatest weapon of playing the victim card, which is a very powerful.
That's interesting. If that's just a normal tactic, could I be handling officer snaps to bring hate on me if I could pretend to be a victim too? Who knows?
Yeah, that's a common tactic. Controlled opposition. You know, so yeah, that's just a general. I mean, there's nothing almost new about that.
Yeah, is Officer Snaps and Brown's Boy on my payroll?
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, at least that doesn't seem like a novel assessment. You know, let's just put it that way. You know, because controlled opposition. Yeah, that's the thing. Lots of people create their opposition, so to speak. You know, by then create a virtue signaling upon themselves as creating a false humility or a false blame upon somebody else, to play the victim card. So that's a common tactic. And Herzl did say that. We've read that on the show. Herzl actually did say that. He said, "Hey, he said that it strengthens the character and the uniformity. It strengthens the solidarity of the Zionist cause. That people actually attack, individual groups or random groups of Jewish people, that it's actually going to strengthen the cause of Zionism, because they're all actually going to say, well, we need our own homeland. We need to congregate, and we need to strengthen our military aspect, So he said that, yeah, actually, it's an important thing to use. So not everybody agreed with Herzl. Lots of rabbis and different people who are different aspects of the movement actually disagreed fervently with the views of Herzl. But this man himself, the man who's interviewing Adam Green, actually says later, he says, well, yeah, it's true. It's true that, that that Adam Green's work actually strengthens solidarity for the cause of people who want to support Zionism, right? So he's saying all you're doing is creating supporters for Zionism, right? So so the whole thing is interesting, but yeah, the whole idea also in the Quran, they say, well, the Quran tells you to, basically kill Christians and Jews. Is that true? Is it hatred of Christians, Jews, and pagans, or is it a very interesting conflict that was going on, historically speaking, right? That cannot be enumerated in modern society, where all these different groups basically live together, right, under the guise of democratic society and liberal principles, right, and secular ethics. Anyways.
Powerful position to play.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, so this conversation runs smoothly. When you say you're anti-Zionist, but how do you define Zionism? Because most Jews would consider Zionism to just be the right to Jewish self-determination on our ancestral homeland. And I'm in the minority opinion amongst Jews that doesn't think that anti-Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic. I think they're often intertwined, but I think you can be anti-Zionist and have no issue with Jews. But it seems like the majority of your body of work doesn't really focus on Jewish self-determination in Israel. It's more about Jewish power, Jewish control, and like what you view to be an attempt to annihilate the Gentiles.
And the religion, yes. My view of Zionism is definitely more of a religious view. Like I just did a post the other day on Twitter saying all Christians are Zionist, even the Christians that are anti-Semitic, quote unquote, Christian anti-Semitism, which I concede that they are. To view that Jews are the synagogue of Satan, or their father is the devil, or accuse them of deicide, that they killed God, which is an absurd thing, and I think it's a completely a fable. But yes, my criticism isn't so much of the secular, which is interesting that I'm talking to you. You're the first secular Israeli that I've spoken with. My criticisms are much more on the religious basis. So I view my definition of Zionism is anybody that believes in Zion as a prophet, like with prophetic significance, that the biblical concept of Zion is like a real thing. So, which includes, there's actually many more Zionists that are Christians in America than Jewish.
Okay, so for you, Zionism is not about Jewish self-determination. It's about like fulfilling a prophecy of, and what is the prophecy?
To return to the homeland, to rebuild the temple, to fulfill the prophecies.
Yeah, self-determination is the liberal term that they use to say that, oh, it was a revolutionary movement against Western colonialism, against Britain, and it was the first of its kind to fight British expansion. So yeah, they restyled themselves as a freedom fighter movement. Obviously, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, right? History proves that, right?
Yes.
As laid out by the prophets in the Torah of basically.
Yeah, Hank, you want to comment on that?
No, I just want to affirm that one man's terrorist as another man's freedom fighter. So.
Yeah. Yeah, if you look at Robespierre, justification of the use of terror, and also you know, George Washington, you know, his guerrilla warfare tactics, right? You know, there's different instances there. You know, and there's different instances in you know, the ideas of the Likud and Menachem Begin in the King David Hotel. You know, when they wanted the British to leave, you know, Palestine.
Sort of having like a chosen race, nation of priests that is to, in effect, rule the world with their Moshiach in the Messianic age.
And you think that the very small amount of Jews that actually believe that, and it is a fraction of a percent that actually think that the Messiah will come and annihilate the Goyim or whatever exactly there is. You think those Jews actually have power in the world to carry this out?
I do know they're not the only ones with the power, but they definitely do have power. And really, anybody that believes in Judaism this is the foundation of Judaism, to rebuild the temple, that the prophecies will be fulfilled. There's no detaching them, in my view.
Okay, so I guess I kind of want to just back up a little bit, and because my first time really doing a deep dive into anti-Semitism was once we scheduled this thing. And I watched some of your videos, and I looked at other people who share these stories about the Jews who have an attempt to destroy the world, and even at moments I even can hear the story being at moments compelling, right? But I want us to keep in mind that a story being compelling doesn't speak to its truth. Like, humans believing in stories is inherent to us being humans, and the best way to really look at this is there's thousands of different religions and different political and ideological beliefs, and many of them are contradictory. We know that the majority of these belief systems aren't true, but they're compelling. They're so compelling that people believe them with every fiber of their being. And I think this is an important point to make clear, because I think everybody needs to dedicate themselves to questioning their beliefs with the goal of having a broader worldview, having a better understanding of the world, and just personal growth in general. So I want us to understand that a story sounding convincing doesn't say much to its actual truth. And if we want to see if something's true, then real investigation is needed. And I know you've done a lot of research, but I'm not convinced that you've done the research that's needed to really reach these conclusions and with the amount of confidence you have. And that's kind of what I'd like to get into with you. But so we have different beliefs, and then there's like a subgenre of these beliefs that simplify the world with like a scapegoat. They could explain all the world's problems as being attributed to one group. And there's different variations of this. Like, a racist might view the subhumans as the reason why we have issues. Capitalist will blame the socialist. The socialist might blame the capitalist. The xenophobes will blame foreigners, and anti-Semites will blame the Jew. Oh, and the woke may blame the white man, right? So we see similar versions of this story. It's attributing all the world's problems to one group. In reality, the world's far too complex to really understand in those terms, but it's easy for us to comprehend, right? It makes the world simple enough for us to understand. I want to try to put forth like what I think one of the biggest problems we face as a species is, and I think a lot of these like different political ideologies and are trying to get to. I think what we have is like a huge misalignment of incentives between those who hold the power and everybody else. So, for example, you have like corporations. They're sitting around. They're not asking themselves, how can we elevate human well-being? They're asking, how can we make profit? And then you have politicians sitting around not saying, how can we best serve our constituents? They're saying, how can we remain in power? And the media will say.
So he's going with the almost the woke liberal narrative and saying, well, we should just find the mean of all ideas and concepts, amalgamate all ideas into a sort of multiculturalism, and what he just said which slips my mind. Let me go back a little bit.
Ideologies and are trying to get to.
Oh yeah, he blamed colonialism and he blamed capitalism, right?
Asking themselves, how can we elevate human well-being? They're asking, how can we make profit?
Yeah. He said corporations are putting profit over public interest.
You have politicians sitting around not saying how can we best serve our constituents. They're saying how can we remain in power. And the media will say, how can we increase ratings, not how can we best inform our viewers. So this misalignment of interest between those who hold the power and those who don't hold the power causes much of the problems we see. And Adam, I imagine we'd probably be in agreement here. The thing is, this is really like a systemic issue that is not dependent on any group of people. So Jews are overrepresented in positions of power, right? There's no denying that. But if you were to take all Jews out of power, the system wouldn't change. You would still have people in power looking out for themselves and their close circles. And we know this to be true because, if we look at countries that don't have many Jews, they have the same problems the United States has, much of the same problems. So again, the whole thing about like Jews running things and causing all these problems, like it doesn't seem like a reasonable and intellectually sound worldview. And I'm happy to explore this with you with an open mind. And I guess one last point, because I respect the fact that you say that you treat everybody as individuals. I'm very big on individualism, like collective hate, collective blame. It's so disgusting. So many of the problems we've seen in the world come down to viewing people as a collective rather than an individual. But when you speak about Jews, and this is from the few videos I've seen, I haven't seen you make the distinction between not all Jews. You talk about a very fringe group of Jews, and it really is a minuscule percent of Jews that hold the beliefs that you talk about. But you talk about them like these are the Jews, and you talk about them with almost like disgust. And again, in your minds, you might make a distinction that you're talking about only a certain sect of Jews, but like your followers, I don't think make that distinction. And like we saw it even on the Twitter post you retweeted yesterday, and even in the comments now, like a lot of your followers have like a deep hate for all Jews. Like, do they know anything about me as an individual? No, but I'm being attacked. So I think this is like the result of your advocacy seems to be spreading hate towards Jews. And I think that's where people confidently like come with the claim that you're anti-Semitic. Like, can you understand like why people take issue with that?
I gotta disagree because number one, you're mischaracterizing me. I'm always giving disclaimers that I'm not saying all Jews. In fact, I very often say that many, even the majority of the Jews may not know about some of these Kabbalistic, supremacist, genocidal beliefs. And I do think you're downplaying and minimizing the influence that groups like Chabad Lubavitch or the ultra-Orthodox or the Kabbalists, the extremists that I criticize, and I do focus, I find their beliefs contemptible. And I think when I expose their hateful, anti-Gentile, contemptible beliefs, some people will get angry, but you can't smear me with what my quote followers or people in my audience are saying or believing, because very often the people that watch my videos also are constantly hating on me. I don't know if you can do a search online for my name and you will find at least 50 videos online claiming that I'm a secret Jew, that I'm a Mossad agent, that
I saw something like that.
Yeah, that I've had a nose job, that I dye my hair, that I'm all of these crazy things. And so I've
nose
experienced
job,
myself the anti-Semitism that Jews go through with, and I see how it's disgusting. And most often, it's coming from anti-Jewish Christians, and that's why I've done in the last 6 months to a year, I've probably done 20 videos showing that the problems with anti-Christian Zionists. And I see, you said that there's thousands of religions, but I think you would agree that the last 2,000 years has been completely dominated by one religion in essence, and that is the Abrahamic faiths, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. And really, this is three different groups that all want to be chosen. They all want to have the special covenant with God. They all believe that their path of Abrahamic belief is the true one. And really, they've got some irreconcilable differences, and they're incompatible, and there's been many wars and many deaths and much suffering. And I think it'd be much better if the Christians, instead of believing that the Jewish people are a chosen people and that you're cursed if you curse them and blessed if you bless them, they should just tell them, you were never chosen, that's a delusion, and stop enabling them. And instead, it's almost like the ring in Lord of the Rings. Everybody wants to have that chosen ring of power. It's so alluring to feel that you're a special people and God has a special covenant with you. And I think that's just inherently dangerous. And Also, one other thing, you mentioned that corporations are for profit. They're not purely for profit. They're also doing social engineering. They do advertising campaigns that hurt their sales. YouTube bans tons of people and loses I think it was $70 million on their bottom line. And they go, that's worth it because we're censoring all these views that we don't like. And I think we just need to tell the Christians that you don't have a covenant. You're not the new Israel. And that you're not satanic, because the Kabbalists, if you've seen my videos, they believe that the non-Jewish world comes from the other side. Their souls are impure. They come from the darkness. They're the shattered vessels in the Kabbalah story. That and that our guardian angel is Samael, or Satan, and that we are Esau and Edom, which is destined to be destroyed. That's not true. Just like the Christians view that Jews are their father is the devil, that they're the synagogue of Satan. People need to drop these delusions that the other people are satanic. It's incredibly dangerous.
Hey, Adam, God will bring them peace when he feels like it. Praise God.
Well, it's interesting. Each religion has a different eschatology, right? It's interesting how Christian Zionism exists despite the fact that Christianity and Judaism seem to cancel each other out, right? Because at the very least, if Jesus is going to come back, he's going to convert the Jews. So there won't be any more Jews because they'll basically believe in Jesus. And then notably in Islam, right? Although Christianity and Judaism end up being false in their eschatology, Islam still comes to dominate the world. So hidden underneath all of these is a plot for world domination, he seems to be saying. Right? So there's a hidden danger within all of them. Right? But then it's interesting how you get to Christian Zionism, right? Because, the support between Christianity and Judaism goes back to the understanding of the Old and New Testament, where the Old and New Testament are taken in conjunction, as a single document, right? But you don't have a similar case within Islam, and then Islam is on a different cultural side of the world where it shares a cultural inheritance with Africa and Asia and the Middle East. Right. But anyways. And I may give a little brief history of these three religions in a little bit.
And I think the world would be a much better place if we didn't have the dogmatic, fanatical beliefs in this Abrahamic faiths.
So you take more issue with Abrahamic faiths in general, but with like a primary focus on Jews, from at least what I've seen on your channel.
Well, I mean, maybe you've just been watching certain videos, but I've always been highly critical of the Christian Zionist as well in America. In fact, sometimes I find the Christian Zionists almost more contemptible than the Jews in the country, because they are, number one, they're being duped, and they're the ones that end up being the gatekeepers. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just like, I guess one area where we're similar is that when it comes to religion, we're both agnostic or atheists, right? So that's an area where I think we see things similarly, but I actually don't have issue with people being religious, because I recognize that people derive immense meaning from their religious beliefs. So I have no intention to tell people what to believe unless that belief is actually harmful, right? So what you're pointing to is belief that you genuinely think is harmful. But you talk about like Samael and all these like religious things, and I myself.
Well, that goes both ways, doesn't it? Right? Because a religious person could claim that your belief in the mythification of religious belief is quite dangerous, right? Because you're not taking that people actually believe these things seriously, right? Because you're saying it gives people immense meaning, right? But the conclusion of a lot of these religious beliefs is actually quite total in its explanation of most world events, even most metaphysical events, according to their saints and teachers, right?
Yeah, but the totality isn't as much. It's not a big deal to me because their their I guess their narratives just leave out too many details about stuff that happens in just other narratives. So pretty much they really can't enclose everything. They can't. They have very low explanatory power overall.
Yeah, but it just seems like he's not seeing the totality of religious views and concepts, and then B, he's not seeing the totality of secular views and concepts because they have a totality and a finality to them as well. So he's thinking, well, these beliefs leave things open, but no, a lot of them are dead ends.
Yeah, like peekaboo atheism is a dead end because it just denies anything that you can call a god. It just if it called a god, it just proves out of existence in their framework. So it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and his eyebrows make him look like he's not impressed at all.
I've never heard of it. Most of my family is actually religious. When you actually look at the numbers, right? Look at the United States. The Jewish population in the United States is more secular than pretty much any other group, far more secular than Christians and more secular than Muslims in the United States. The Jews that hold the power, right? Jews hold disproportionate power in many industries. They're secular Jews, even many of them are atheists. The Jews who you're talking about, who believe certain Jewish supremacist ideas, or who think that there's some prophecy that the Gentiles will be annihilated and the Messiah will come. Actually, the first time I've ever heard that is from you. It's such a minuscule fringe group of Jews that actually believe that. They don't hold power. They're not influencing much. So it seems like this entire belief system requires connecting dots that need not be connected and some level of confirmation bias. Because if we're actually going to investigate who has influence in the country, it's not people who believe that Gentiles will be annihilated. These people are, I'm telling you, a fraction of a percent of Jewish belief.
Well, I've never claimed that they are the majority, but they certainly exist. And if this ideology is out here and this is the orthodox fundamental.
Just found my actual dream bag on eBay. This super rare stunner from a seller in Philly. Sports car driving in stilettos kind of babe. And it came expertly authenticated, like legit, real. So now, on to making my dreams a reality. Yeah, eBay.
Why do they find so many, like, white black girls? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. But that's Hollywood says white is pretty, so our black girls are just modifying their bodies to look more white.
Mental reading of the text.
All right, I'll be back in a second. Give me a second, guys.
As long as he isn't crashing. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, it's just like that window crashed, so I don't know what to make of that. But yeah. It's got to like refresh the page.
Then I think that the source text in the holy books are what I'm criticizing. I'm not saying necessarily that there is, all the Jewish people that hold power in the world, that they're all working together to annihilate, fulfill the prophecies. They might not have that in their head, but although it is true, some secular Jewish people, they still do harbor some of the anti-Gentile sentiments that has been so common throughout history and the Jewish people. And I do think that the Abrahamic religions are harmful. I think they've been harmful to the Jewish people. I think they've been harmful to the non-Jewish world. And I think just you're almost in a sense like just kind of being an apologist saying, oh, they don't have that much influence. Well, quite frankly, Chabad Lubavitch does have a lot of influence in the Jewish world, and growing influences. Even in Israel, I've seen demographic projections that they're going to be as much as 25 or 30% of Israel in the next few decades. And they definitely have influence over the politics over there. The Rebbe and Chabad Lubavitch has been huge proponents with Netanyahu and Likud and expansion of the West Bank settlements. And
wait, but I want to stick to
peace.
American.
Yes.
I want to stick to issues in the United States, just so we're not all over the place. Israel has a demographic issue with very fast-growing ultra-Orthodox community. Most of them are not Chabad, though. They're not Lubavitch. There's many other sects. But it's not apologism to say it's a fringe group. It's similar to this. There is some amount of white people who are supremacists, right? Now, I could research the KKK and different white supremacists and cherry pick all sorts of quotes from white supremacists, and then point to the fact that white men are overrepresented in positions of power, and try to make the case that the white man is trying to, run the country and have everyone be subservient, and paint like a compelling picture. And there are people.
They do. We see that everywhere.
Right, exactly. But
and it's largely Jewish people that are the originators behind that, and I think it's ridiculous that people believe that anybody that believes in Judaism, that means
we could talk about like where critical theory comes from. I'm happy to get into that, but you being on the other side of that hate and seeing how people talk about white men today, and the dots they connect and confirmation bias they have, and the intellectual shallowness of how they reach conclusions. So me looking at it from an outside perspective, I agree with you. Our critique of wokeness is probably pretty much aligned, but I have the same critique of how you reach your opinions on Jews, because I think you're using a lot of the same methods. It involves confirmation bias and cherry picking. It's not like, in order to reach conclusions, we need to follow like an epistemological process. And I don't think you've gone through that. And when I look at the rhetoric of people who like speak about similar things as you do, again, they're doing the same thing that the woke do. Confirmation bias, group generalization, connecting dots that need not be connected. I don't like it. It doesn't give people a good understanding of the world and its issues.
Well, if you've watched only a few videos of mine.
So this is the similar critique that people have of, that basically the logical positivists had of theories like Jung or Freud or Marx, that seem to ascribe these overarching, ideas about human nature, right? Therefore, it could explain almost all social events, right? Like the psychosexual tendencies in Freud, right? The idea of archetypes, right? And the idea of racial memory within Jung, and the idea of dialectical materialism, right? That explains all historical changes, right? Within Marx, they basically classify all understandings of how every society on Earth has came to a conclusion, right? He was following Hegel's theories on history, right? Hegel had a theory about the spirit of history, the apotheosis of the state, so on and so forth. But anyways, Christ Conspiracy. What is that? Is that book by that Jewish lady? That's nonsense. That Jewish lady that became Buddhist? That's a hoax. Christ Conspiracy. That's the shit they used for the Zeitgeist movie. That was debunked. That's a total hoax.
And you're not proving any of this stuff, any of the documentation, any of the quotes from the Talmud and Kabbalah that I've shown, any of the clips, the many clips of the rabbis all over the internet saying, validating the points that I've been making. And I think it's ridiculous for any group of people that believes that they're chosen by God to be calling anybody else a supremacist. And quite frankly, when a small minority of Jewish people are overrepresented in the media, and they're constantly, we always hear white people are the greatest threat in America and white supremacy is growing everywhere. And they view this as a war on Amalek. And they want to, and this is a genocidal belief in Amalek, that in order to usher in the Messianic age, Amalek must be completely blotted out of history. and that even it says in the Bible, even the children will have their heads bashed on the rock, and even the animals must be killed. And you may say, oh, not everybody believes this, but as long as anybody believes this, and this is what the original texts say, I'm going to criticize it. I'm not saying every Jew believes this. You said that I'm generalizing, and I'm very adamant that I'm not generalizing. I don't think that you believe those things. And I think that instead of making excuses for the people that do, you should say, I agree, they do believe this, it's very dangerous, and I condemn it as well, instead of trying to say that I'm connecting dots that aren't there.
Well, I don't think those 2 points are contradictory. I do think that this belief system very much, depends on connecting dots that shouldn't be connected. But I have no issue saying that any form of supremacy is disgusting. Anybody who's working towards some kind of a world where other people need to be destroyed.
Well, no, it's more coming from for Square Peg here. It's more coming from the work of Christopher John Bjerknes, who actually says that the Kabbalistic tradition is a source of the occult tradition. Right, so he talks about the Sitra Atra, the other side, the Kalipat, Kabbalistic inversion, to talk about the cosmic dualism, and yeah, and the vessels, shattered vessels of light, and the light-bearing vessels. He compares that with Gnosticism and Orphic Pythagoreanism. Yeah. But, yeah.
I will condemn. Supremacy is disgusting. Group hate is disgusting. You'll never find me defend something like that. It's more an issue of focus. So there's a lot of people out there that have disgusting beliefs. There's a lot of white people that are supremacists, right? But to make the case that this is somehow, and again, you don't generalize, but wouldn't you acknowledge that even a lot of the people in chat right now, they have an issue with me because I'm Jewish. So we have.
Do any Jews have a problem with me because I'm a Gentile? Because there's definitely anti-Gentile sentiment inherent in Judaism.
Yeah, but
I don't have a religion that makes me hate you.
But Adam, that's wrong. Exactly. So being able to point to one person or one group that has some supremacist ideas doesn't justify another group doing the same thing. Jewish supremacy is bad. So is white supremacy. I agree. Right. But you've put a large focus of your work on trying to make it seem like there's something with a Jew in their control. Like you released a video, you said this is something along the lines of, this is the most important video I've ever done, and it explains how the Jews are trying to annihilate the Gentiles, right? And you didn't, in that video, it was 2 hours long, you never clarified who you're talking about. You go to Kabbalah and you read Kabbalah quotes, but you don't explain the amount of Jews that actually believe Kabbalah. Kabbalah is the mystic branch of Judaism.
You're wrong. I do always clarify.
Okay, so fine.
Not all Jews believe this. Or not only do I say they don't believe it, I say many Jews aren't even aware of this stuff.
Okay, fine. So
and it's a threat to you. You realize that these supremacists and these fundamentalist fanatics are a threat to you as well as a assimilating secular Jew. They see you as an enemy as well.
So I've seen 3 of your videos. I haven't heard you make that distinction. I'm not saying you don't. I just haven't seen it. So
I'm making it now, and I'm telling you that I always do.
Okay, cool. So that's good to hear. I don't view Kabbalah. So let's talk about Kabbalah. Kabbalah is the mystic branch of Judaism that a very few percentage of Jews actually study. And those who do study it, there's immense disagreement as to how to interpret the texts. And you talk about the importance of like base texts and what they say, but I don't even think that's an important focus. The majority of Christians view the Bible to be the word of God, but the majority of Christians don't support slavery, right? So in order for a religion to stand the test of time, people's belief systems have. They
use the Bible to justify slavery.
For sure. But this shows
actually the Talmudic interpretation of Noah and Ham is where that justification of enslaving dark people comes from.
So again, this is something I'm unaware of, but all this shows is that ideology can supersede a religion, right? Culture has a tendency to supersede certain religions. The texts don't change, but people's belief change. So being able to point to certain problematic texts, to me, I don't view that as a threat. I need to see that there's people who have horrible beliefs and they're actually on a mission to carry out something horrible. And if those people have power, then that's even worse. But so this is the proof I'm not seeing, right? I don't deny there's some Jews who have horrible views. But the ones that actually believe that the Gentiles will be annihilated, is a fraction of a percent. I have never met a Jew in my life, and I have family members who are ultra-Orthodox. I've never met a Jew in my life that thinks that the Gentiles need to be annihilated. It's a very fringe group. And if you look at the Jews who hold power, most of them are secular or atheists. So it seems like there's a paranoia here that isn't really grounded in evidence. Like I just don't see it. And
it is.
I'm not. So
ask them what they believe of Amalek. Ask them
who's they?
Judaism. Look at what the Torah and the Talmud and the Zohar says about Amalek and Esau and what's going to happen to Edom. And I'm sorry, but I have a zero tolerance for religions that involve the destruction of my country and of the non-Jewish world.
Wait, again, you have a zero tolerance on religions that, what was the last line?
Have genocidal beliefs and want destruction of America, which they believe is Edom.
Yeah, but so a fraction of a percent of Jews actually believe that. That's the thing. This is not a prevalent view amongst Jews. And again, the positions of power that I know is like a central part of this belief system, those Jews certainly don't believe that Gentiles need to be destroyed. A lot of them are more American than they are in anything else. They're going to celebrate Thanksgiving today, an American holiday. They have no intention to destroy the country. And I'm not going to accuse you of generalizing, because you told me that you make the distinction, but.
So, I mean, it's interesting. Does it say, is the Old Testament and the Kabbalah a document of, world domination and supremacy? Yes. Do most of the people who live in the secular world follow that ideology? No. Is it a main focus of Adam Green's work? Yes. Is he wrong for pointing it out? For that being the majority of his work? Or for saying that it's a issue that is worthy of, criticism, or one of the main issues? Should it become the main issue for pagans and atheists and other people who have religious backgrounds, to see and uproot this type of ideology, right, from their midst? So yeah. But definitely the wholesale approach of secular humanism, which is just to then combine and look at all of these, views and amalgamate all of these views, that seems, rather wanting of more, maybe, these discussions require a lot more depth than what they're putting in right now. But yeah.
It's obvious. So humans have a very innate urge to group generalize. That's why, you hear a certain stereotype and you start to view all people of that group. It's has some evolutionary cause that causes immense division amongst us.
See, there he is again. See, these secular humanists, they don't have what it takes. It's just some evolutionary cause, and that's it. Yeah, everything has an evolutionary explanation. As he's saying to the other guy that you have a one-size-fits-all explanation. Look at him. Everything's evolution. All human behavior is evolutionary. That about sums everything up. Right. So it seems like there's not a lot there within scientism, right, in order to classify the different views within human beings. Take a critical look at various ideologies, whether we agree with them or not.
So it's unfortunate that we're like this, but you need to think that people who are going to believe that Jews are dedicated to destroying them, a lot of them are actually going to start to have negative sentiment towards all Jews, as is testament to how, many Jews are cyberbullied on social media, how Jews are attacked in the street, even sometimes killed, with the Tree of Life synagogue, right? These are regular Jews who The people attacking them know absolutely nothing about them, and they're still attacking them. So the logical conclusion of this belief system for many people is to actually harm Jews. So I view it as like just like an intellectually shallow belief system that actually harms real people. Not only does it harm Jews, but it harms the people who believe in it, because it's like a deep paranoia that I sympathize with anybody who has these views. And I don't mean this as like in a condescending way at all, but if someone believes that there's like a small group of Jews that are
we actually have a resident supporter of Israel. The Freak, if you want to hop up here, I would love to talk to you here on this series of issues. Thank you. But yeah, if you're busy, I totally understand. But yeah,
actually working to destroy them, and they have all this power, like that sucks. That's a shitty worldview.
Well, I'm sorry, it is a terrible view to have, but from all of the research that I've done, which has been extensive, even the Jews that I've talked with have acknowledged that I'm correct about my my explanations on these things. It is there's nothing wrong with exposing hateful genocidal religions, and let's just say, for the sake of argument, just assume, we'll throw out a number, just say it really is just a fraction of a percentage that believes this. Is that fraction of a percentage still not worthy to be criticized? Like, we hear constantly all the time about how white people and white supremacy is the greatest threat in the world. I believe they're generalizing and they're exaggerating and they're blowing it out of proportion, and the media control is highlighting this and ignoring other things. Meanwhile, if I want to show a supremacist compilation of supremacist rabbis fantasizing about their destruction of Amalek and Edom, I get censored off the internet. So I think that's where people, find issues with all of this.
Yeah. So the question is, even if it is a very small fringe group, which it is it not okay to criticize them? I wouldn't say that's the case. I think you have the right to criticize views that you consider to be abhorrent. My approach to this, and again, this approach comes from the place that people have an innate need to group generalize. And I think group generalization is pretty bad. That
you keep going back to that, and I see the chat over and over again saying that he's generalizing. I mean, at this point, I'm just being straw man to death on the same issue. I'm not generalizing.
Yeah, I'm having trouble following chat, but yeah, again, you made it very clear. You're talking about a specific portion of Jews, like a very minuscule percent of Jews that take up a lot of your attention, a lot of your thought, a lot of hours of research.
Well, why would I waste my time focusing on Jews who believe things and doing things that I don't see as a problem at all? I
mean, I
you're
agree.
asking me just to ignore all the supremacist problems in the Abrahamic faith is what I see. And I see a lot of your supporters I was saying, "Oh, this blondie must have stormed the Capitol," No,
so look, you asked me how to criticize like a small group, and this is my approach that's really grounded.
Blondie.
and you see this tendency sometimes on the alt-right, that they'll victimize the hatred against white people, which is an interesting tactic, but I think it smacks of leftism, right? Because it's almost like Jordan Peterson running around crying about what kind of words he can't say, right? It's like, are you really that much concerned with them enforcing minor rules? Because what happens when they enforce, clean up your room? You know what I mean, right? Isn't that going to be coming with a lot more force? But apparently not, right? Apparently you need this society where nobody can get offended at anyone, in order to be a conservative. It doesn't make any sense, right?
In the idea that we group generalize. So when there is a belief that exists amongst people of a certain faith or ethnicity, and it's a minority, it's better to describe it not in terms that alienate the entire group. And I'll use Islam as an example. Some amount of Muslims want a holy jihad, and they think we need to fight a holy war with the rest of the world and turn everybody Muslim. Some amount of Muslims say that. But when I'm going to describe this problem in Islam, I'm going to try to refrain from even using the term Islam or Muslims in a word that's alienating or demeaning or demonizing, because I know the effect of that is to offend 100% of Muslims when I want to describe a few percent of Muslims. And I know that when I speak a certain way about Muslims, it gets other people to view all Muslims as bad. So whenever I try to talk about people in a group, and again, this is a personal preference for how I...
Sounds like a double standard. Sounds like he's saying, well, you could say Islam wants world domination only among a special group of them, which is exactly what Adam Green is saying about, you know, the small hats. And it just seems like he's saying, well, you can't say that because then it alludes to the fact that people want to hate any and everybody who's of that background. But he's saying, well, you can't, you know, if I want to say that, I'll just preface that with saying some of them, not all of them. Well, it's like, how's that different? You know, he already said like 2 or 3 times that he's not talking about all. Right? He's just talking about those ones that follow the supremacy to the T. So it just seems very interesting. All right. But yeah, look, you know, obviously, you know, they want to use the boogeyman, you know, of Osama bin Laden, Osama bin Laden, you know, related to Bandar Bush, you know, which is funny because that ties back to what we were talking about earlier, you know, where obviously the justification was seen in all of the movies, predictive programming, right? Palestinians hijacking school buses, planes, all types of things. You name it, you got it, right?
how I engage, I try to not talk in a way that is going to alienate 100% of the group. You're describing what seems to be less than 1% of the Jewish people, but you say it in a way that causes 100% of the Jewish people to be deeply offended.
It's always about how it's said.
Spreads rhetoric that ultimately ends up harming Jews.
With this guy.
I mean, I feel like you just keep repeating the same.
Yeah, that was so weird. Like, I don't even know, like, what was the difference in between those two statements that he just brought forward. He's like, it's different when you say it about the Jews, but when you say about Muslims, it's fine.
Yeah, and even Green just said there, he's like, yo, you're looping.
Yeah.
Basically.
I'm gonna actually go back and play that again because that was a fantastic display. You know, for sure.
You make it sound like this. You make it sound like that.
Yeah.
Don't see as a problem at all.
I mean, I
you're
agree.
asking me just to ignore all the supremacist problems in the Abrahamic faiths, is what I see. And I see a lot of your supporters in the chat saying, "Oh, this blondie must have stormed the Capitol." You know.
No. So look, you asked me how to criticize like a small group, and this is my approach that's really grounded in the idea that we group generalize. So when there is a belief that exists amongst people of a certain faith or ethnicity, and it's a minority, it's better to describe it not in terms that alienate the entire group. And I'll use Islam as an example. Some amount of Muslims want a holy jihad, and they think we need to fight a holy war with the rest of the world and turn everybody Muslim. Some amount of Muslims say that. But when I'm going to describe this problem in Islam, I'm going to try to refrain from even using the term Islam or Muslims in a word that's alienating or demeaning or demonizing, because I know the effect of that is to offend 100% of Muslims when I want to describe a few percent of Muslims. And I know that when I speak a certain way about Muslims, it gets other people to view all Muslims as bad. So whenever I try to talk about people in a group, and again, this is a personal preference for how I engage, I try to not talk in a way that is going to alienate 100% of the group. You're describing what seems to be less than 1% of the Jewish people, but you say it in a way that causes 100% of the Jewish people to be deeply offended, to think you hate them, and that spreads rhetoric that ultimately ends up harming Jews.
I mean, I feel like you just keep repeating the same argument over and over again. I'm not generalizing to all Jews.
This guy said he was secularist, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but
Atheist.
it just seems like a magic trick what he just did. It's interesting. But yeah. Some lawyers speak.
Jewish people. I know.
Again,
It's, I
no,
mean,
no,
it's clear and
I didn't
obvious
say
that
that.
not all Jewish people believe this. And
Adam,
another thing I
again,
wanted to mention, you use the argument that Jews are being scapegoated. Do you know where the scapegoat term comes from? Originates with? It comes from the Yom Kippur ritual, where the animal is scapegoated for the sins of the
okay.
Israelites, and it's actually they're scapegoating the sins onto the Gentiles by giving a bribe to Azazel. That's where it comes from. So I find it interesting that you guys always use the thing that you're being scapegoated when the scapegoat concept
Yeah, but
originated
you're
with.
just, I mean, that's just like a colloquial term of where the word came from. Like the idea of scapegoat has like an evolutionary basis. Like the reason there's a theory as to why humans scapegoat, and it's because instead of infighting, instead of like a tribe killing each other, which would be the end of the tribe, they find a common enemy and then they unify around that. It seems to be like a good survival mechanism. It's one theory, but that predates Judaism.
Hold on.
So
Yom Kippur
like,
is not a survival mechanism.
No,
Placing your sins on a goat and sacrificing it.
Adam, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking. You just explained where the term scapegoat came from. But when I say the word scapegoat, I'm not describing a Jewish ceremony. I'm describing blaming one group of people, which has an evolutionary basis. You're explaining the linguistic history, but I don't think that's. I mean, it's interesting, but I don't think it's important to the conversation.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not saying that. I was just giving some background on the term, and I see.
Okay, fine.
I'll leave the chat alone, but I just wanted to mention a little shout out to Joseph Cohen, Israel Advocacy Movement.
Is Joseph here?
Yeah, I think you and Duvid and Judas do a much better job at quelling true anti-Semitism than Joseph does with his duplicitous tactics, like trying to say that I'm Jewish on Twitter, making up that I have Miriams in my family. That's not very not very moral and ethical, if you ask me, there, Joseph.
Yeah, I don't want to make this about Joseph, but if you want, we could arrange a debate with Joseph as well.
That's like his toilet bowl or the character there. This is Joseph is like lying about him in the chat.
Lols.
It's hilarious.
Looks like the freak's having problems with his laptop.
Yeah, it's all good. No worries, dude. There's no hurries. But yeah, thanks for the attempt, for sure. But yeah, blessings.
I actually had a debate with Joseph myself about Israel and Zionism. If you're interested, it's on his channel.
I've been challenging him for a while. I'm open to discourse. I've spoken with, as he has as well. So I don't know why he's so reluctant to speak with me.
So let's get back. Let's get back to the Top Gun. I don't even remember exactly what point we're on, but I'm gonna again. You may not be generalizing, right? And again, this is from the few videos I've watched of you, but this is very common amongst many people who speak this doctrine of the Jew controlling the world or the Jew trying to annihilate the Gentiles. They speak about Jews with disgust. There's a disgust.
He's looping again.
They very rarely make the distinction. Not all Jews. And again, you say you do. I believe that you do.
Yep.
The problem is when you describe a fraction of a percent of Jews, and it's presented in a way like this is inherent to Judaism, because you say base texts, look at all these rabbis, but again, it's still a fraction of a percent. Then the logical conclusion for many people is to hate Jews, right? Again, I'm not speaking about.
I always say that's not what you want to do. That's why racial anti-Semitism is something that has always benefited Jewish people, because it separates criticizing them for their abhorrent beliefs of supremacy and that they're chosen, and then blames all people. That is always played into their hands. The writing of Herzl saying that they will use.
It's weird. Like I'm getting the vibes like it's like the Nick Cannon, where he had to talk to the rabbi. It's like some weird shit where it's like this guy just says over and over, like it's like, so do you hate Jews? So you're a Jew hater? And so are you promoting that? And
it's like Chinese water torture or something.
Yeah, he's like no, I don't say that. Like I actually qualify the statements. I say not all. Yeah, so interesting.
Utilize the anti-Semites. The famous interview.
And I'm sorry if I don't see DeFreak back here. I'm gonna keep this playing for a second and step outside. I'm gonna be listening here. But yeah, thank you for everyone who's listening.
view of the Knesset member on.
Well, Herzl's entire thing came from being oppressed, right? Like if Herzl wasn't an oppressed Jew, he wouldn't feel the need to have a homeland where they're in control. But so you say it's good to not generalize, but
whoa, hold on, I had to come back for a second. Herzl, the playwright from Switzerland, a liberal, who spoke to the Pope and others. Oh yeah, he's an oppressed Jew. That's news to me. It seems like Herzl was from the educated class of European society, from the elites. Right? I don't really think Herzl. I don't really think Herzl saw himself as like oppressed and like trying to like find his way back home. Actually, he did not propose Israel as the Jewish homeland. He said it could have been Argentina or Uganda. Okay, and the rabbis tore their clothes off. They said, no, that's not biblical. We want to go back to Jerusalem. So yeah, it's interesting. That Herzl didn't, he wasn't specific about Jerusalem, or the Middle East. He said, well, we could just make it Uganda. Okay, so he was not a religious fellow at all. He was essentially a secular humanist that believed in Enlightenment values and liberal values, and his form of Zionism was a form of liberal nationalism. So, I don't. Yeah, he definitely wasn't some oppressed poor guy from Russia that was like dreaming of going back to the homeland. All right, this is crazy talk.
This is a very strange video.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like they finally like let Adam Green on YouTube, and it's just
This is like Gnostic Informant with singer kind of video. Only less creepy.
Yeah, way less creepy. That one had a very, he called him Sweetie a couple times. Sweetie. He took him to Israel, called him Sweetie. Good Lord.
Very sus.
Yeah.
Narrative looping.
Yeah, that one was sus. Excuse me. But yeah. Sort of like chewing on food here.
What's up, the freak?
Buenos noches. It's been one of those conspiratorial kind of days out here, 9/11 and everything. I mean, it's been, even the airplane going into the second building is like it was a fake explosion or something. So, how about you guys?
I wouldn't know about that, but there's definitely been some rather inconsistent things that don't line up with the evidence from the official narrative. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, they were going all the way back to the frame by frame, airplane hitting, impacting or not the building itself, multi-floor coordinated explosion, no airplane kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think Rocky gave a link to something like that earlier.
So, what they do is they flood the event with every single fathomable scenario to muddy up the water so that eventually, like JFK, like 9/11, like whatever, any given thing that is, probably not on the up and up, to the point where it's diluted and dissolved into nobody knows what the hell happened, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But one thing I want to say right off the get is, Machine Life said, I'm a supporter of Israel. I wouldn't say I'm like a supporter of Israel or the Jews or any, you know, I don't snuggle up with them or anything. But what I don't try to do is fight the word of God. And, you know, it says what
Yep.
it says, and I'm not going to let my feeling, basically, the word of God gets my emotions out of the way in terms of how I feel about what is going on with Israel or the Jewish people. You know, so like when it says that they're going to repopulate Israel, they're going to bloom the desert like roses, and they're going to, you know, have success in their agriculture, and that there's going to be pools of water blooming from the desert, and all that kind of stuff, that they're going to dwell safely in the land. You know, what could you do but just believe God? Doesn't mean I like, you know, love Jews or anything. I don't hate them. I don't, you know, it just is what it is.
And Valley of Dry Bones.
Yeah. But even there, I mean, it says like, hey, I'm not doing this for your sake, you know, Israel. I'm doing it for my holy name's sake. So really, yeah, they might be the chosen people, but it's more of an obligation than it is like a love, if that makes sense.
Oh, it's all throughout the scripture. Exactly. Stiff-necked people and all that.
Mm-hmm. But he can't have the heathen around about saying that, oh, well, look at, you know, look at them, you know. Basically, he has to cover them and bring them along, or he would delegitimize himself, and he won't do that. Talking about God. The problem is, say, for like, you know, because you know, I was raised in a Muslim family. We didn't like Jewish people. I mean, we loved them and we hated them, you know, because of Israel and their arrogance, I guess you could say, or whatever. And you know, hey, I personally, I don't have any problems with them or whatever. But you know, sometimes at dinner or something, you know, it just, you know, I don't know. It's probably not that common, but maybe it's not that uncommon. And you know, there would be some, you know, things said, okay, but the thing I say to Muslims now is, if you're really that concerned about Israel as a Muslim, why the heck aren't you worried about the Uyghurs in China? You know, those are your brothers too, right? You know, because they like this whole brotherly thing. It's like, well, if that was true, you'd be, you know, worrying about them a little bit, but they don't. So it's all a farce.
Yep.
And like, you know, if I was to talk to the leader of Iran right now, I'd be like, what the hell do you care about Israel for? Like, literally, what, you know, what do you actually care about Israel? I bet you he could give one reason except old world hate and nothing else.
It certainly stemmed from that, I'm sure. I think TML might be outside
Hello,
on
can you
his
guys hear
phone.
me?
Yeah, it's a little low.
Can you guys hear me now?
It's better.
Yeah, so I guess what I'll say is what's your views on the debate from last night? Did you see it?
Yeah. I think Trump's is still undefeated as the Trump troll was rolling. He stumbled a couple times, but he had an answer for everything, and Kamala had was stumped a few times, and so she lost.
Oh, my mic was hot on that one. Sorry.
But she could have won because towards the end, when she was basically doing the prep rally president kind of a thing that Donald Trump always does, she was a sliver away from saying America first, and if she would have won. In my opinion.
I didn't see it, so I can't really comment.
I think she did
So
better
you
than
think the
Hillary.
people? So we had this conversation before, but just to clarify, you think the people in Israel today are the chosen people? That's mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. And I could pull up some scripture that would basically, validate that.
In what sense?
In the sense that they're settled there, that they're making it bloom like a rose, and that they're dwelling safely, and that the gathering has occurred. Those are all prophecies that have been fulfilled.
Well, some may say safely is a relative term there. After recent events.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but I mean, there's no one that could destroy them without them themselves being destroyed. If
It's a ghost.
Well, some might say that, bloom like a rose is also a relative term because they're using lots of technology supported by the beast system.
Oh, well, maybe they're inventing a lot of that technology. So I mean, it all kind of correlates, and when you have so many different prophecies converging from different, not just one prophet or two, but like many different prophecies coming, to pass or happening, it has to be. You have to think that it's God at some point. You can't just keep ignoring it. I mean, that's just the way I see it. And so whether or not those are the European Jews that are the fake Jews that are not the bloodline, none of that really matters because we're seeing what the word of God says. And so I don't have to nitpick the genes of the blue-eyed, blonde-haired newscaster lady that's a Jew and the dark-haired, a full mustache, hunching over, wailing on the wall Jew with the curly hair. It doesn't matter.
Well, that's somewhat what Paul says, that not all of Israel are Israel, but the remnant will be saved.
Yeah. So who do you think the remnant is? I mean, what prophecies do you cite?
The remnant. Let me think about that. The remnant. I think that dealt more with. Not sure where Paul talked about that, but like the remnant would be
Romans 9 through 11. I think chapter 11 is dealing more with the remnant, if memory serves.
All right, because I'll say before then, remnant usually would refer to during an exile period of Israel or the Jews from Israel. Like going away to Babylon or being taken away wherever, scattered around. There would still be like a couple hanging out in Jerusalem or whatever, just kind of hanging out, doing whatever, I don't know, and then those would be kind of called back. Let me look up this in Romans though, because I'm not recalling. Romans 9 or 11? Did you say?
Well,
11, I think.
Yeah. What about 11:25? Look at that one.
For I would not, brethren, that ye should be ignorant of this mystery, lest ye should be wise in your own conceits, that blindness in part is happened to Israel, until the fullness of the Gentiles be come in. This is it's a mystery because Christians don't understand why Jewish people hate Jesus so much. Okay, so when the fullness of the Gentiles come, that's the jealousy that God puts into the Jews of Christians. And that time has probably been fulfilled. I mean, they don't like us, for whatever reason. They're the quote unquote chosen people. They don't like anyone, I guess. They don't like Christians. They will not believe in Jesus. They have no logical reason to deny him like they do, but they just won't accept him. That's probably the big mystery. They, also referred to as a stumbling block. And that time has probably passed because we see them, cultivating the land of Israel, building it up, being a world power, being able to enforce their will with military on other nations. So, the Gentiles time has come in, is probably done already.
It's the actual word remnant comes up in both chapters 9 and 11. Chapter 11, verse 5. Even so, then, at this present time, also there is a remnant according to the election of grace.
Yeah, there will be some Jews that we call them Messianic Jews that will believe in Jesus Christ. That's probably what it's referring to. But that's not to say that the whole nation won't be blessed by God, because he has an obligation to them, not necessarily a love like you would have a born again Christian per se. I'm not saying we're special or anything, just saying that we accept Jesus and he loves Jesus, so he kind of loves us for accepting Jesus. And that would be the remnant that is like closer to him than the regular bloodline genetic ethnic Jews.
Because it's the faith.
I mean, I like to say it this way, God doesn't forsake Jesus Christ. And so if you do, he's not going to have the same affection for you as he could have.
Right, that's why it's the Israel that has faith that's saved.
Well, they could have faith in everything except Jesus and probably still get into heaven. That's what being chosen is all about, quote unquote. But it's an obligation. It's not necessarily a godly love, if that makes sense. I'm not saying that they're hated, but I'm just saying that God's will is for us to believe in Jesus Christ, okay? And if you're a Jew not doing that, you're not as, you don't have the same rank or light that you would in heaven if you actually did do that. So like when Christians or me like support Israel or defend them, or in some manner like say that they belong there, or whatever's happening is because of God's will. It's not because I support the nation or what they're doing or how they're doing it. I'm just not going to fight against God's word, and if that's what's going to happen, then it's going to happen. And it's also a nice, convenient way for me to get my emotions out of it and not really care. Because, like I said, my family, being kind of, we're Turkish, but Muslims don't like Jews generally, for whatever reason. Probably because of Israel. They feel like that land belongs to the Arabs or the whoever. And because people are tribalistic, they hate Jews for whatever reason. They'll do business with them, they'll be friends with them, but they'll hate them at the same time. It's very weird.
He might still be on his smoke break. I don't know.
No, I'm here.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I got another little thing about that, about the Islamic thing. Is Islam anti-Semitic? But yeah, I haven't seen that one yet. But yeah, we'll check it out in a minute.
I do want to. I'm not convinced that the way you speak of Jews doesn't actually have that effect with like how your followers view us. And again, I don't think you're responsible for everything your followers do, right? I probably have some followers that.
But you're
think
still
pretty
going to hold
shitty
them
things.
accountable, basically.
But like yesterday, when you retweeted my post, like people without even knowing me started hating on me for being Jewish, right? And Jews face this all the time. This is the result of speaking about a religion with disgust. And if only a tiny fraction of a percent of Jews believe this, I would say find a way to condemn them without making it about Judaism, because most Jews don't actually believe that, right? So like, don't let 1% determine how you feel, how you speak about an entire faith. And one last point, you have every right to criticize views you view as abhorrent, but I do question like why it's so important to you, because at least from the way I see it, the Jews who believe this have no influence over politics. They have no influence over finance.
Jared Kushner didn't have any influence over. Jared Kushner is Chabad Lubavitch. He didn't have any influence over our politics.
Wait, so you think Kushner thinks that the Goyim will be annihilated? Like, you think that he believes that?
If he is a sincere believer in Chabad Lubavitch doctrines, that's what the doctrines say. In my video, I go over the books written by the top rebbes in Chabad Lubavitch, and this is the type of stuff they say. Amalek cannot be rectified. It must be. The light must conquer the darkness and the shards and the end of times. All these analogies and metaphors.
I saw that video. I learned a lot about Kabbalah from your video, actually. But again, Kabbalah is. So you say he believes in Kabbalah, but Kabbalah is highly debated amongst those who believe it. There's not like some
even if it's debated, it still exists, and it's still out there to criticize.
Fine, but then this to me would be like every Christian that has a position of power saying, "Look, they believe in the Bible, and the Bible says you can have slaves." Right, but that to me is just a waste of emotional energy, because most Christians don't believe you could have slaves. So I'm not going to hold it against somebody who believes in the Bible.
I criticize Christians all.
I think the Amalekites were actually already wiped out. Like, so that doctrine has been fulfilled. If Kushner even believes in that or whatever, I don't know what he believes, but like that was King Saul's job at the time that he didn't obey, was to wipe the Amalekites out. So they're already gone. They were judged. So I don't know why he's saying Kushner's a Christian killing Jew, because he actually tried to broker a peace deal in the Middle East. That's not someone who hates people.
I think Green might be referring to the Amalek doctrine, but I'm not sure.
It doesn't have anything to do with the Amalekites or whatever, the people.
Of course, but the concept is still relevant to certain people, apparently.
Us versus them, basically.
Basically.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, the concept is expanded upon in the Zohar and in the Kabbalah, where it's given a prophetic, expansion. And
I wouldn't be familiar enough to actually speak on that. What I could say is
and then also in terms of Chabad Lubavitch, it's relevant because Kushner and Lubavitch, they seem to be particularly concerned with this aspect of things, right? This messianic doctrine. So his pleading ignorance on this issue, well, he doesn't know if Kushner will actually follow through on his messianic aspirations, based on the fact that he follows Chabad Lubavitch, he visits the grave of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, right? So, should this be alarming to regular people because he's in a high position of power? That he funds these illegal settlements and that he believes in this messianic doctrine. That's, that many Christians and Jews would argue is non-biblical, right?
Probably, I could see the connection there, but what I would say is first of all, Israel is as well as they are doing and is built up and is military wise, they could push their will on other nations around them and stuff. They still don't have what it takes to actually completely take over the region or anything. And so for them to try and do it now in a not a position to basically know that they could do it would be unwise, first of all. And second of all, Kushner brokered a deal for the Palestinians to actually have UN sovereignty, a real country, like $500 million worth of infrastructure and all kinds of stuff, all financed by the Saudi Arabians, and the Palestinians didn't even bother to show up for the discussion. So that's not someone who's like worrying about killing other people for Israel's sake. He was trying to do a peace deal. That's all I'll say about that.
Well, whether Kushner achieved peace, I think history will be the judge.
All the time. If you haven't noticed, the Christians
But for what?
despise me. It's the Christians that are mostly calling me Jew. For number one, for believing lies, for believing that number one, that they need to worship Israel as a chosen nation, and they're cursed if they curse them. I criticize both the Philo-Semitic Christians and the anti-Semitic Christians because they both ultimately benefit into the Judeo matrix.
What's the Judeo matrix?
Just all things Judeo, like Judeo-Christian Islam, the Abrahamic faiths.
But the different. I mean, trying to put like Muslims, Christians, and Jews in one pool because they derive from like the same set of beliefs. They're so vastly different. I mean, even amongst Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, there's mass debate and difference in opinion. Like this to me seems
there's a debate though doesn't make it's. I'm still right. I'm not wrong just because there's a debate over things. You can always debate anything all day. The fact that it's a debate at all is an issue.
But you would agree that most Christians don't support slavery, even though they believe in the Bible, right?
They don't now. There's been reforms. And the reforms make it not as bad, but even what's the term? Like moderate religious people, they're still like a breeding ground for the extremists, and they still kind of enable the extremists in a way.
Who are the like the extremists of certain religions?
All religions, yeah.
Right. So you acknowledge that there could be reform. So in saying that, you acknowledge that just because something is written in text doesn't mean that people actually believe that. And again,
well, the fundamentalists do.
Right. There's probably some Christians that support slavery, and there's probably some Jews that think the Gentiles will be annihilated. But
in 2022, Michigan voters fought for abortion rights, enshrining reproductive freedom in the state constitution. But around the country,
damn.
But again, saying Jared Kushner because he comes from Chabad somehow believes that the Gentiles will be destroyed. I think it's a leap of faith. Like if we want to do this in an epistemologically reasonable way, then what we need to do is look at Jared Kushner, try to understand what he actually believes from things he said, from certain policies he supported, not because he's part of a faith and that faith has certain texts, because we know very well that a faith having certain texts does not really say much about what people actually believe. And then let's talk about what Jared Kushner actually did to try to annihilate the Gentiles. I mean, was there anything on a policy level that you think Jared Kushner did or was trying to progress to annihilate the Gentiles?
Well, a lot of people are making the case that he did a terrible job at dealing with COVID. That could be argued. In fact, many leftists are arguing that. You can say that his. But he was. Listen, I'm not making the case. I don't know inside Jared Kushner's head. I don't know exactly what his views on all of Chabad's doctrines are. But the fact is that he is a proponent of Chabad Lubavitch, and Chabad Lubavitch's patriarchs and founding documents and modern day rabbis are all saying these things. And all I'm hearing is excuses. You keep saying, stop criticizing this small minority. You're not saying that I'm wrong about this small minority. You're just saying stop criticizing it. And who originated the in-group, out-group differentiation between Jews and non-Jews? Was it non-Jews, or was it Jews saying that they're chosen and the goyim are different?
Both. If we look at like the history of groups, of ethnic groups.
What was that?
Never mind.
Most of them view themselves as different from the others, right? This was before the world was globalized. So, and there's African tribes that have similar beliefs. They have themselves and everybody else. this, I mean, that is how the Jews framed themselves. They weren't the only ones who framed themselves that way. This has been common for thousands of years. Today, we live in a globalized world, and we should see ourselves as one people, one human race. I firmly believe that, and we need to work to unite people. But again, I'm not telling you you don't have the right to criticize people with abhorrent views. What I'm saying is I think you're attributing those views to way more people than actually believe them, and that you're focusing on people who don't have much power. So I'm not sure why you think it's important to criticize them. Like, there might be like some people who believe in like voodoo or some other weird stuff. No offense to our voodoo followers. I don't know much about it. I'm just looking for an example. I don't care about them. If they're not actually causing harm, let them believe whatever the hell they want. The second somebody's causing harm, then I'm going to speak out about it. Or the second they attempt to cause harm, right? So if there's a Jew that is actually attempting to harm Gentiles, I'll be the first one to speak. I'm not seeing that happen. So it's not me making excuses. It's I'm not seeing the concern that you have.
I think maybe being Jewish yourself gives you some sort of bias where you would be looking at it differently if you weren't Jewish. I think that, and just assume for the sake of argument, nobody takes all of these abhorrent doctrines and verses from the Jewish holy books literally anymore. The fact that they're still there is still dangerous, and they should still be criticized. And you can reform, and you could say, okay, well, we interpret this a little bit differently now, but who's to say that there couldn't be a renaissance of fundamentalism and people going back to the basics? People can be radicalized by these things, and if you believe that this is the word of God, I'm sorry, but people still believe it.
So about me being biased, everybody's biased. So yeah, I'm no different. But I do think I have the ability to view this issue critically and with an open mind. Where I'll say my bias probably is I feel the effects of people hating me for no reason, right? So yeah, in a sense,
this is why Christian anti-Semitism has always worked to keep. This is what the rabbis view: Christian anti-Semitism and the Gentile world, Esau hating the Jews, has kept them from assimilating. It helped keep them separate during exile. It helped, and it enabled them. What is that the word? But it kind of forced them to believe that they're chosen. Rabbis say, oh, if we're not chosen and the Torah is not real, then why are we so hated? It's almost like a self-sealing type of prison.
So you're essentially saying that, like, in Jews being attacked, it just strengthened. Right. So yeah. I view you as contributing to that as well. Like, I think that your rhetoric and how it's presented strengthens Jewish identity. Like, I think Jewish identity is stronger because of your work, and Zionism therefore is further. I disagree.
I think the type of anti-Semitism that attacks me and that I'm criticizing, that's what benefits you guys. There's groups out there, you've seen them, they get all the media attention, they hang up signs, they try to go light synagogues on fire or spray paint swastikas or whatever. That kind of attacked by the Christian anti-Semites.
Why are you attacked?
Because my type of criticism is actually helping the situation. And I think, I get accused of, they call me No More Jews. My channel name is No More News. They call me No More Jews because I platform, in other words, I have respectful dialogue with Jewish people. They say, you're normalizing. You see, the extremists on both sides don't like conversations like this happening. They don't like having us having respect for one another and discussing these things. They want extremism. They want extreme hatred. They want generalization. That's not what I'm doing. And that's why I'm always so viciously attacked. So in your view, again, I don't know much about the people who call you a Jew. Like you say, the real anti-Semites hate you. But so you think they hate you because you don't group generalize, and because you're not group generalizing? Because I don't hate all Jews, because I don't believe that there's the synagogue of Satan, because I have respect and I'm on friendly terms. I mean, it's possible. Yes.
It's interesting to see like a rift in a community of which most Jews would consider the same. They'd be like, those are the
they generalize us all together. Anybody that has criticizes Jews at all is a Nazi.
Let me actually elaborate on that, because there is different forms of anti-Semitism. There's right-wing anti-Semitism, there's left-wing anti-Semitism, and then there's like Islamic anti-Semitism. But most people would view you to be like of the right-wing anti-Semitism. They would generalize that as one group of people. And now you're talking about
some may do that. They have tried, but
Islamic
also Christian Zionists on the right call me a left-wing Antifa Jew hater. So every side calls you something different.
Right. I know. I'm both like a self-hating Jew and also a Zionist supremacist, depending on who you ask. Yeah, for sure. But I actually don't think, and again, this is from the few videos I've seen, I don't think that your rhetoric isn't actually causing more people to hate Jews in general. Because again, you might in your head have a distinction, and you say you you make the distinction on air. Not in the videos I've seen, but again, when you talk about a group with disgust, most people attribute that to the whole, right? So I'm not.
Maybe,
it's not for me to tell you what to talk about and what to focus on. But I will say to really ask yourself how much power these people you don't like have, and if it makes sense to alienate and demonize not an entire people, right? You're not talking about everybody, but entire religion, right? Talk about the religion with disgust. When people view that as like a personal attack to themselves, that ultimately does strengthen Jewish identity. It ultimately does get other people who watch your content to think all Jews are horrible. So
assumption.
How often do we hear about Nazis everywhere? Nazis are an insignificant, powerless, extremely fringe group, but yet we hear about it nonstop all the time. The greatest threat, homeland security. It's a similar thing. And again, I'm not generalizing. And yes, I think that everybody that watches my videos should find that the source documents in the Talmud and the Zohar and the Torah ultimately are contemptible. They're wrong. They're hateful. They're genocidal. They're dangerous. And I do want people, and I'm always saying it's not, I just want Jews to stop believing these insane things and having and harboring these anti-Gentile hostilities as they're from a religious basis. I think that's admirable. I'm not saying all Jews.
Nazis now.
Very clearly.
But would you acknowledge that it's like a tiny percentage of Jews that actually believe that?
I think it's a tiny, in general, Jews that actually like think in their head, oh, we're going to destroy all the Gentiles. That's a small minority, but many Jews, not every Jew knows all of this stuff. I've researched it a lot more than many people, but you go online and look at rabbis, even conservative or even some reform, they're talking about destroying Amalek. They're saying about the prophecies of Edom being destroyed, the idea of the negative views towards Esau and how that's attributed to Gentiles. Like, I mean, you know that there's anti-Gentile sentiments in Judaism.
That's all been fulfilled.
In the United States, right, the country in which you live, the country which you care about, there are more white supremacists than there are Jewish supremacists, right? Why are they a topic of, like?
I'm not sure about
you don't
that.
think so?
I'm not.
Well, he's not really observing the link between Zionism and white supremacy. There is a link in terms of British Israelism and the Christian identity movement that we've walked people through before. But yeah, let's go to this other video here. And I have not seen this video, and I don't agree with a lot of the things that this gentleman has to say. So I already know that it's going to be contentious, even from my view. It's a British Muslim that's more or less trying to combine Islam with secular values. And yeah, thank you to everyone who's joining you.
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick, going back to the debate last night, one thing that Kamala, I don't know if she's aware of it or not. She probably isn't. Her whole spiel is a big virtue signaling whining, but it's effective, I guess. So, but I don't see anything more than just virtue signaling, whine, and and then an accusation, and it's bunk, man. I mean, I'm afraid of her negotiating with anyone to get a good deal for America whatsoever. Like, she couldn't even sell fucking Girl Scout cookies at full price at this point, in my opinion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't see her winning the race. But yeah. Oh my God. Islam saved them, huh? Interesting. That's an interesting take.
Islam saved Jewry. These are the words of Professor David J. Wasserstein, who is an expert in Islamic and Jewish history at Vanderbilt University in the United States. In an article published in the Jewish Chronicle, which I'll link to below, entitled, "So, what did the Muslims do for the Jews?" he said, Islam saved Jewry. This is an unpopular, discomforting claim in the modern world, but it is a historical truth. The argument for it is double. First, in 570 CE, when the Prophet Muhammad was born, the Jews and Judaism were on the way to oblivion. And second, the coming of Islam saved them, providing a new context in which...
Well, contrary to a lot of people's belief, you know, I think what Benjamin said on the last show was a lot more accurate, that actually Judaism was not complete as of yet. You know, in the 500s and in the 700s, they were still composing the Talmud, and the Kabbalah and the Zohar would come much, much later. So I think the idea that the religion of Judaism was totally complete at this time, you know, I think that is sort of a misnomer, you know, to think that it was almost done in 500. Rather, it was actually just starting up in 500. So I don't understand what he's saying with that. You know, it actually doesn't make any sense, you know. And then when Islam started up, it obviously, well, they combined with some of the Christian groups, you know, at certain times, you know, but they definitely fought against the Jews and the Romans, right? So
that's how that would make sense. Is
yeah,
because you had at that time, I mean, that was right at the dawn of the ushering in of the Dark Ages, the Christian rule of a lot of the, you know, area of the earth in that world, part of the world. So saving them from annihilation was just a population of Christians starting to basically roam all over the place until Muhammad showed up.
Yeah, and this is also a contentious take. Are not some of the Jews considered white people, right? I mean, yeah, they're definitely a lot more in common with European culture than the Arabs, right? The Arabs are 80% Muslims, right? 20% of them are something else, right?
which they not only survived, but flourished, laying foundations for subsequent Jewish cultural prosperity, also in Christendom, through the medieval period into the modern world. By the 4th century, Christianity had become the dominant religion in the Roman Empire. One aspect of this success was opposition to rival faiths, including Judaism, along with massive conversion of members of such faiths, sometimes by force, to Christianity. Much of our testimony about Jewish existence in the Roman Empire from this time on consists of accounts of conversions. Great and permanent reductions in numbers through conversion between the 4th and 7th centuries brought with them a gradual but relentless whittling away of the status, rights, social and economic existence, and religious and cultural life of Jews all over the Roman Empire.
You can skip this video, but you can't skip the truth. Right now in North Gaza, children are going to bed hungry.
That's
Weird,
spicy.
see? Yeah, but that's so weird. On the last one, they had a abortion ad, you know, trying to save abortion, and on this one they have a Save Palestine, you know. So, you know, it's just funny that the commercials are targeted towards the material that you're watching.
A long series of enactments deprived Jewish people of their rights as citizens, prevented them from fulfilling their religious obligations, and excluded them from the society of their fellows. This went along with the centuries-long military and political struggle with Persia. As a tiny element in the Christian world, the Jews should not have been affected much by this broad political issue. Yet it affected them critically because the Persian Empire at this time included Babylon, now Iraq, of course, at the time home to the world's greatest concentration of Jews. Here also, the greatest centers of Jewish intellectual life existed. The most important single work of Jewish cultural creativity in over 3,000 years, apart from the Bible itself, the Talmud, came into being in Babylon. The struggle between Persia and Byzantium in our period led increasingly to a separation between Jews under Byzantine Christian rule and Jews under Persian rule. Beyond all this, the Jews who lived under Christian rule seem to have lost the knowledge of their own culturally specific languages, Hebrew and Aramaic, and to have taken on the use of Latin or Greek or other non-Jewish local languages. This in turn must have meant that they also lost access to the central literary works of Jewish culture, the Torah, Mishnah, poetry, Midrash, even the liturgy. The loss of the unifying force represented by language was a major step towards assimilation and disappearance. In these circumstances, with contact with the one place where Jewish cultural life continued to prosper, Babylon, cut off by conflict with Persia, Jewish life in the Christian world of late antiquity was not simply a pale shadow of what it had been 3 or 4 centuries earlier, it was doomed. Had Islam not come along, the conflict with Persia would have continued. The separation between Western Judaism, that of Christendom, and Babylonian Judaism, that of Mesopotamia, would have intensified. Jewry in the West would have declined to disappearance in many areas, and Jewry in the East would have become just another Oriental cult. But this was all prevented by the rise of Islam. The Islamic conquests of the 7th century changed the world and did so with dramatic, wide-ranging, and permanent effect for the Jews. Within a century of the death of the Prophet Muhammad in 632, Muslim armies had conquered almost the whole of the world where Jews lived, from Spain eastward across North Africa and the Middle East as far as the eastern frontier of Iran and beyond. Almost all the Jews in the world were now ruled by Islam.
And then is a great question is, where did the European Jews actually come from? Right? Because in 15th century, you have the Hasidic Jews and all of those, so where did they actually arise from? Right? Because if all of the, I think he's being a little bit too broad in his assessment that all of them lived under the Islamic Empire, because in Europe, certain of the Jewish groups were preserved in the ghettos, right? So you had Jews in Spain in the 1400s. You had, the conversos that, basically feigned conversion into Christianity. And so there's a lot of different instances of Jewish groups that survived, in Spain and in other areas, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. There's a couple other things. Were the Byzantines solely Christian, or were they Muslims too at the end? Or, like, was it a mixed, a hybrid kind of or were they just strictly Christian? I can't remember.
Well,
the other thing too is if Council of Nicaea already happened or whatever. And he said that they lost their literature. Well, they had the Bible, so they couldn't have been that far off in terms of totally losing culture because they did have the Bible. Unless, the Roman Catholic Church kept it from them, which they did. I mean, to everybody.
Well, I mean, the truth is that, certain groups, the Zoroastrians, Hindus, and others were, survived even though there was conquest. So despite the common narrative that they were all wiped out, how are they still here today if that was the case? So it's obvious that, Christians and Jews especially survived within Muslim lands for long periods of time. So that's of no surprise. But were they, basically the top of the heap? Obviously not. But certain of them did rise to prominence. For example, John of Damascus and Maimonides and certain other figures, they were, brought into, be physicians of the caliph and all of that type of stuff. So they're prominent figures in other fields, including medicine, as well as theology. But yeah, same thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually were part of, Persia, quote unquote, part of Persia, because they probably pushed all the way up to Afghanistan, and especially on the north side and the Europe side. And that's maybe where some of the European Jews, that kind of, are the familiar kind of ones that we know today, may have been, seeded from. Because what were the Persians doing anyway? I mean, eventually they became Muslim, but before then, what were they, just polytheists, doing whatever? Or were they, in other words, they weren't necessarily hostile to the Jews, in my opinion.
This new situation transformed Jewish existence. Their fortunes changed in legal, demographic, social, religious, political, geographical, economic, linguistic, and cultural terms, all for the better. First, things improved politically. Almost everywhere in Christendom where Jews had lived now formed part of the same political space as Babylon. Cordoba and Basra lay in the same political world. The old frontier between the rival center in Babylonia and the Jews of the Mediterranean basin was swept away forever. Political change was partnered by a change in the legal status of the Jewish population. Although it is not always clear what happened during the Muslim conquests, one thing is certain. The result of the conquest was, by and large, to make the Jews second-class citizens. Now, this should not be misunderstood. To be a second-class citizen was a far better thing than not to be a citizen at all. For most of these Jews, second-class citizenship represented a major advance. In Visigothic Spain, for example, shortly before the Muslim conquest in 711, this is under Christian rule in Spain, the Jews had seen their children removed from them and forcibly converted to Christianity and had themselves been enslaved.
I won't stop for nothing. Won't be wondering, but you didn't see this coming.
3, 2, 1.
Just
Wow, that is really annoying music for sure. And I have no idea what they're selling there, for sure.
Me either. The commercials are mostly propaganda now, anyway.
Yeah, give me a second. You hold it down for a second, DeFreak. I'm gonna come back in.
All right. Yeah, it's an interesting mix of like humans are interesting species, you know. Of course, at that time, there was a time after, I think it was around like after 7th century, say let's just say between the 7th and the 9th or the 11th century ish, like everyone was getting along somehow, and they had distinct cities, and they were like kind of like, you know, known education centers, and there was that, you know, advancement going on, and there was like, that was the time when, you know, a lot of the like math theories and a lot of the advancements of the basics of science were starting to happen. And then something happened, it all fell apart. But there was a good couple of centuries there where everyone was getting along just fine. So that's another kind of interesting thing. But, you know, that was after kind of the Roman Catholic, the church authority was more important than anything else at that time too, starting around, right around when Muhammad was, you know, getting going. You know, we're actually lucky in the United States. Like, we have to worry about like Mexicans, African Americans, and whites. You know, and all of North America. That part of the world. I mean, you cross the street and it's like you're fighting. You know, there's just a new group of people that you have to deal with. Like, it's got to be tense.
Yeah, I don't exactly know where we were at in this video, but I'm gonna go ahead and speed it up a little bit.
As Babylon, Cordoba, and Basra lay in the same political world. The old frontier between the rival center in Babylonia and the Jews of the Mediterranean basin was swept away forever. Political change was partnered by a change in the legal status of the Jewish population. Citizen was a far better thing than not to be a citizen. Children removed from them and forcibly represented a major advance. In Visigothic Spain, for example, shortly before the Muslim conquest in 711, this is under Christian rule in Spain, the Jews had seen their children removed from them and forcibly converted to Christianity and had themselves been enslaved. In the developing Islamic societies of the classical and medieval periods, being a Jew meant belonging to a category defined under law, enjoying certain rights and protections alongside various obligations. These rights and protections were not as extensive or as generous as those enjoyed by Muslims, and the obligations were greater, but for the first few centuries, the Muslims themselves were a minority, and the practical differences were not all that great. Along with near equality came social and economic equality. Jews were not confined to the ghettos, either literally or in terms of economic activity. The societies of Islam were, in effect, open societies. In religious terms, too, Jews enjoyed virtually full freedom. They might not build many new synagogues, in theory, and they might not make too public their profession of their faith, but there was no really significant restriction on the practice of their religion. Along with internal legal autonomy, they also enjoyed formal representation through leaders of their own before the authorities of the state. Imperfect and often not quite as rosy as this might sound, it was at least the broad norm. The political unity brought by the new Islamic world empire did not last.
Are you?
I'm done with that video.
There's way too many commercials.
Too many commercials in that fucking video. Yeah, let me see what else he says. So I don't know what he's saying.
Basically, it sounded like, you know, without the Muslims, the Jews would have been wiped out by the Christians, basically. There's probably a lot, there's probably some truth in that. It probably swings around full circle for every one of the groups. It's at any given point in time in history.
Yeah, but I've also heard that the Christians preserved Jews in their ghettos because they were chosen people. So, it goes to both sides, but obviously, um, it wouldn't have been good if either of the sides just wiped out a wholesale people from the face of the earth. That would have been probably a bad deal, but yeah, the idea that Christians and Jews have had a um bad relationship with Muslims. Well, historically that hasn't always been true either, right? That's the fact of that one. But to what extent can they be seen as saviors of each other? Obviously, um Israel is possibly claiming that politically and culturally, they are a salvation for the different Middle Eastern countries and the Arab groups that they've been in war with. That if they accept the way of life, that they need to accept progress and science and all of those types of things, they'll be saved. So that is a idea that the modern secular way of life seems to come from the European style, right? So it's not going to come from um sort of a push towards, you know, a religious world domination, you know. So what religious mode supports more the secular order? That would be another question. Another way to pose the question.
It's almost like having the same house and going into one of a different brother's room from the other brother. I mean, it's going to be a forever link. There's no way of escaping the blood and the relation of each other. One thing that Jews and Muslims have in common is, circumcision is not an option. I mean, not being circumcised is not an option. So, I mean, there's links all over the place. There's death all over the place. It's crazy, but God kind of is a drama queen. Same time, this is how he judges people. This is how he judges things that aren't human. It's got to all play out. Go ahead.
Well, it depends what type of Christian you are, for sure. Because there's several Christians who claim you do have to keep the laws and the commandments, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And then there's definitely several Jews who skirt around different laws and commandments as well.
Yeah, I'd say most Jews, people who call themselves Jews, are pretty much secular these days. And Judaism as a whole of a religion is all over the map. Like, you could have two different rabbis read the same thing and like literally have completely opposite interpretations of what it actually means, So I think it's a little bit in disarray in that regard, but to me, it's just I just chalk that up to God knows what He's doing. But if push comes to shove, I mean, ultimately, I think when push comes to shove, you're going to have all the children of Abraham uniting to defend against Gog and Magog, which is going to be coming from the east.
Well, ultimately, it goes to this idea that there's a legal, like what you said about circumcision, There's a legal and a political aspect to Judaism and Islam that doesn't necessarily exist within Christianity. You know, the legal and political aspect within Christianity is sort of eclipsed by the role of the church, right?
Yeah, or the
As a
complete free gracers. Hey, do you know that guy?
I'm
His
sorry,
name
what
is,
did you just say?
or the the complete free gracers.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Do you know that? Have you ever heard that guy Perry the preacher? Perry, I think is the preacher or whatever he calls himself. Like he's like a total extreme free grace. Like sin doesn't exist. Do whatever Do whatever.
No.
No. What about end times teacher? ETT, the Hebrew, the white Hebrew
Yeah, I've
Israel.
seen him before. I think he's came on this show before. Yeah.
Yeah, like those two guys are diametrically opposed, but they're both believers. It's just it's crazy, man. It's crazy. God is God's a trip. Like you got the ETT, like he believes in keeping the law, as much as possible, like all of it, as much as possible and reasonable. And then you've got Perry, like he'll literally smoke crack and preach Jesus at the same time. I mean, not that literally, but he might, almost may as well be. But I mean, it's like it's that extreme. And to me, I think they're both going to be in heaven. So like, it's crazy, man. Go ahead. You guys still there?
Yep.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, but I didn't know end times teacher spoke about that, about keeping the laws and the commandments. That's interesting. When I spoke to him one time, I don't think I necessarily got that vibe from him. But yeah, he's interesting for sure.
Yeah, he's a good guy, cool cat. He's very smart for his age too. Very young man. Very intelligent, wise for his age, and I think he's not self righteous, holier than thou, like Bible thumping type of believer, but he is the type that would say, yeah, you want to be in line with the word more than not. Where to me, it's about the commandments that Jesus gave. Love God, love your neighbor, and everything else kind of falls in line with that. And then following the Holy Spirit, if the Spirit is telling you, hey, something ain't right, you got to listen to it. And then they give you the situation. So I don't necessarily follow like every single commandment and like fret about it and stuff like that. I try to let the Spirit guide me and keep Jesus close at hand.
Yeah. And thank you for all the people that are joining. Um, yeah, we're coming up to the last part of this broadcast. Really, I put in maybe 3 hours previously, so I really implore you guys to check it out. It's a supplementary piece to Saturday's show and the show that we did today. Including the panel discussion that we had there. But yeah, here is some music, and then we'll come back with some more Kaczynski there. So yeah, thank you guys for joining us. Blessings.
certainty. It's no escape from the toxic trait. Pop your face, storming with menace of blind faith. The angel of death, read between the lines, out to heaven. Expendable youth, divine intervention. Teaching y'all a lesson in violence. Dr. Death injecting the virus, apocalypse. I'm a horseman in the circle of tyrants. And death's the error. Possessed like Jeff Becerra. Consuming impulses, drown you in the depths of terror forever. Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood dying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's popping with the 4-pound iron? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood dying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood? Stranger in hell, by America dated betrayal. Brainwashed by a system that's created to fail. Freedom of fire, Securitron, ominous fate. Fear factory, manufacturing high-tech hate. A slave new world, world gone mad, a world without heroes. Used to go to shows surrounded by weirdos. Lava Lemurs, mastering the science of war. Reading Metal Forces magazines, dying to tour. Biohazards to carnivores, living a life for agony. Where to go, we gotta know, like Harley Flanagan. Electric funeral, children of the grave, behind the wall asleep, be afraid, killer to be saved. I don't need society, down for life, foul and tripe, ill bill, dirty, rotten imbecile, down to fight. Give me my taxes back, money, God's a liar. Speak truth to deaf Americans like Tom Mariah. Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood dying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's popping with the 4-pound iron? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood dying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood? Psychic vacuum, jab you with a knife and stab you. Ravenous medicine, tribal convictions is heroin. Experiment, macro solutions to mega problems. Let the revolver solve the chaos mongers, a cosmic drama. Peace sells, but who's buying? So I stay with the funds. Be real, so you die and find you laced with the slugs. With the quickness, she calling me my sacred love. I got bad brains, the reason I sprayed with guns. Now listen, peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood dying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's popping with the 4-pound iron? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood dying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood?
September 12th and the sky is falling, the sun is risen. A city built in 5 dimensions undergoing circumcision. 8 days under Judaic law. Dear diary, I'm fiery, divine winds my friend. Took me back to the beginning when I swore it was the end. From the fiery depths, found the ocean within. My penmanship seals it straight through my lips. I'm hip to your games, hip to the science of war. Propaganda make me fight, but what am I fighting for? My way of life, needs and rights, give or take less or more. See through the eyes of the poor, plus I'm black to the core. Ignorance is on tour, booking stadiums and more. The days of Hitler painting pictures patriotic with gore. You raise a flag on a land, touch a board eagle's claw. That's the symbol on your currency to finance your war. I'm saying no, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name.
You wage a war against terrorists and violence and try to wave your guns of fear us all in the silence.
I'm saying no, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name.
You built your empire with natives and slaves, like the truth will resurrect, wage a war from its grave.
We got brothers on the sideline, ready for the front line. Tell me when it's my time, won't you tell me? We got women on the sideline, ready for the front line. Tell me when it's my time, won't you tell me? You won't put it in your headline, people are in that line. Do we need a headline? Do we really?
We only see what they want us to see, but only be what they want us to be. Fighting in their army.
We pledge resistance. We pledge to defend civil liberties against social and political repression. We pledge alliance with those who have come under attack for voicing opposition to the war. We pledge to make common cause with the people of the world, to bring about justice, freedom, and peace. Another world is possible.
and we pledge to make it real.
No, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name.
You wage a war against terrorists and violence, and trying to wave your guns to fear us all into silence.
No, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name.
You built the empire with leaders and slaves, like the truth will resurrect, wage a war from its grave.
It's not about opposing armies. Armies oppose the ancient truths of the shamans and swamis. And it's not about retaliation. Your history of war, there's nothing more than scarred imagination. Increased security, religious purity. Your blindfolded justice make you trust in fatuity. Like it's random, it's tandem. Fuck you and damn them. You teach to attack and then question who planned them. No, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name. You wage war against terrorists and violence and try to wave your guns to fear us all into silence. No, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name. You built your empire with natives and slaves, like the truth will resurrect, waging war from its grave. You wanna put me on your blacklist, you can use my blood for ink, your communion to drink, in remembrance of a nation that forgot how to think, hypnotized by your lies with not even a blink. What? You wanna put me on your blacklist, you can use my blood for ink, your communion to drink, in remembrance of the all-I-seeing, Big Brother, R.I.P. to the powers that be, overcome by the powers of being.
Is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. 155. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. And this is plausible, because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness, and therefore as good. 156. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional, because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. If large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, then the general level of stress in society will be reduced, so that it will be possible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. This will lead more people to undergo the treatment, and so forth, so that eventually the pressures may become so heavy that few people will be able to survive without undergoing the stress-reducing treatment. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from, stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines, yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without using any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. 157. Assuming that industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it clearly is less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able so easily to manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. 158. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted in their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. 159. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once, but since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. 160. To those who think that all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been.
Okay, so there's been definitely lots of invasive technologies, and lots of ways in which endocrine disrupting agents or chemical agents such as neurotoxins, right, can be used to disrupt man's basically physiological balance, to the effect that it does affect his behavioral aspect. So there's all sorts of ways in which you can condition human beings through continued exposure to such electrochemical stimulation. So it's been demonstrated many times. So the long-term effects of these things, obviously can't be studied, in a laboratory. They can only produce results within a given period of time, right? So the whole idea is that 10 or more years of exposure to even radiation, is basically cancerous. If it's just at a level that's, attached to a cell phone, so the whole idea of, and if you look at it, it's been like, I think around the time of September 11th, I was in middle school, right? And not too many people actually had cell phones at that time. It was around, when I was in high school that, a significant change started to happen where everybody started to carry the flip phones. So it wasn't too long ago, maybe just 20 years ago, that everybody actually started carrying all of these phones and gadgets with them. So we haven't really seen the effects of long-term exposure, especially since they've upgraded these devices to a significant degree. Almost nobody's carrying the flip phones, and they have lots more add-ons and things, and so it's obvious that people are carrying these things on a regular basis now. So that goes to his other idea that cell phones and cars are great examples of things that start off as a convenience and then become a necessity, right? Pretty soon you need them to get a job, to find transport, right? In case of emergencies, right? You need a car or a cell phone just to get yourself out of an emergency, right? So there's many aspects of society, right, where there's roads and cell phone towers, and the whole business of society is significantly altered to fit the needs of the technology, right? And obviously its effect on the human behavior or psychology or any of those things, those effects are considered down the line, but they're not the primary thing that's discussed whenever people go out and look for these conveniences that have then become necessities, right? Become a daily part of our existence.
Definitely. You could, was it the big brother Ted Kennedy, a senator from Massachusetts, and John McCain, I think, both got brain cancer from. They said it was, extended cell phone use. I think even the case from McCain. So, yeah, and your timing was right. I mean, I remember those were the old Nokia type. They were bulky kind of phones that they had crude kind of displays on them, but the convenience of having a cell phone and being able to call someone with a flat tire was a reality at that point. We were just getting out of the beeper phase. And I wrote a couple things down here too. Ted wrote in one of his, I think it was like 156, it said he actually wrote ignoramus. Do you think he actually wrote that?
Why do you say?
He described children lacking the system needed education as being a quote ignoramus. Do you think he actually used that word? It seems a little. It seems a little less precise of Ted to use that word, in my opinion. That might have been inserted in there somehow. Possibly. It doesn't really fit his style to just blanket ignoramus kind of. That was a. I guess that was a term used at the time. It didn't. It really hasn't carried over well. And then also during some of his points, he likes to use the word we. Like, who the hell are you talking about, Ted? We. Is it like just you, or is it we? Like, who's the we here? Me, myself, and I. Like, just wanted to point that out. And then he says the scientific fiction of yesterday is today's fact. I think that's what he said. And I would agree with that's pretty much mostly true. But even still, if you go into a stock brokerage today at any point, to go invest in the stock markets, they're always going to tell you that past performance isn't, necessarily indicative of future gains or losses. So there, it's not always 100%, but the general notion I definitely agree with. Go ahead.
Of future results.
Future results, yes, thank you. That's all I got.
Human race at a crossroads. 161. But we have gotten ahead of our story. It is one thing to develop in the laboratory a series of psychological or biological techniques for manipulating human behavior, and quite another to integrate these techniques into a functioning social system. The latter problem is the more difficult of the two. For example, while the techniques of educational psychology doubtless work quite well in the lab schools where they are developed, it is not necessarily easy to apply them effectively throughout our educational system. We all know what many of our schools are like. The teachers are too busy taking knives and guns away from the kids to subject them to the latest techniques for making them into computer nerds. Thus, in spite of all its technical advances relating to human behavior, the system to date has not been impressively successful in controlling human beings. The people whose behavior is fairly well under the control of the system are those of the type that might be called bourgeois. But there are growing numbers of people who in one way or another are rebels against the system. Welfare leeches, youth gangs, cultists, Satanists, Nazis, radical environmentalists, militiamen, etc. 162. The system is currently engaged in a desperate struggle to overcome certain problems that threaten its survival, among which the problems of human behavior are the most important. If the system succeeds in acquiring sufficient control over human behavior quickly enough, it will probably survive. Otherwise, it will break down. We think the issue will most likely be resolved within the next several decades, say 40 to 100 years. 163. Suppose the system survives the crisis of the next several decades. By that time, it will have to have solved, or at least brought under control, the principal problems that confront it, in particular, that of socializing human beings. That is, making people sufficiently docile so that their behavior no longer threatens the system. That being accomplished, it does not appear that there would be any further obstacle to the development of technology, and it would presumably advance toward its logical conclusion, which is complete control over everything on Earth, including human beings and all other important organisms. The system may become a unitary, monolithic organization, or it may be more or less fragmented and consist of a number of organizations coexisting in a relationship that includes elements of both cooperation and competition, just as today the government, the corporations, and other large organizations both cooperate and compete with one another. Human freedom mostly will have vanished, because individuals and small groups will be impotent vis-à-vis large organizations armed with super technology and an arsenal of advanced psychological and biological tools for manipulating human beings, besides instruments of surveillance and physical coercion. Only a small number of people will have any real power, and even these probably will have only very limited freedom, because their behavior too will be regulated. Just as today our politicians and corporation executives can retain their positions of power only as long as their behavior remains within certain fairly narrow limits. 164. Don't imagine that the system will stop developing further techniques for controlling human beings and nature once the crisis of the next few decades is over and increasing control is no longer necessary for the system's survival. On the contrary, once the hard times are over, the system will increase its control over people and nature.
Yeah, that's right. You know, it's often stated that the people who create a lot of these technologies, they don't allow their own family members to use them. They themselves have to mitigate from the effects on a large scale from the technologies they produce, right? So they're subject to the same, ways as all of us. Like one of the Facebook executives, CEO, this brown dude, basically house Negro slave, was saying, hey, look, I don't allow my kids to use Facebook, but that's cope, because he's forced to create a tool to socialize others in which he has to make his own family antisocial because of the development of it. Right. So, it's just very interesting.
We put social in air quotes, I think.
Right.
Definitely interesting. I want to give a shout out to Rant. Based on what he was saying, I went and bought some of that methylene blue that he talks about,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, that stuff is like literally like ink. It's like bottled ink. I don't know what the hell, but it's like I don't know what the hell he's doing. But that stuff, you might as well eat some like octopus ink or something. It's wild.
He was saying, well, did you get the powdered form, right?
No, I got the bottled stuff. It's like Amazon $15 whatever. And man, this stuff is like it's like literally taking ballpoint ink like from your big pen and like taking a drop of it. Hopefully it's
That
working
might
for
not
you.
be
I
the
don't know.
that might not be the highest quality stuff he was talking about.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay.
Especially if it's only $15.
Yeah, I mean, he was on it so much. Like, he should be an Amazon influencer or something. Because like, I was like, I got to try this. This guy's going off on this stuff. Like, you know. So anyhow, he talked about in 161, Ted here. He talked about people who are rebels against the system, and one of the people that he said is in that group would be the welfare leechers. And I don't see that being that way. Those are people who are dependent on the system completely. The competition and cooperation between, say, big corporations is definitely a fact. I used to do billboard real estate, commercial leasing, and stuff like that. And you would have these huge mega corporations buying up little companies and stuff, and then they would have they'd be competing for real estate and leasing. At the same time, they would have annual buddy mixers in Las Vegas, and have industry wide type of we got to fight the government now, and but the rest of the year it's cutthroat, dog eat dog out there. So it's an interesting facet of human behavior that doesn't come from industrialization or anything else. That just comes from business and surviving in the world. We've got what else did I read here? All will be controlled, just like what she was saying there. They invent the social control mechanisms, but they're not themselves exempt, not by any means whatsoever. Rand likes to talk about the graphene oxide or whatever, the ways that they're possibly going to be able to biologically control us and whatnot, or the polluting the food, and and I can buy into that a little bit, but I can't buy into it wholesale, because at a certain point, these people that are in control and have all that power, and it's just a little group, and are going to be slave driving us or whatever. They're going to be exposed to the environment. They're going to be exposed to those elements. And so it's not in their best interest, unless they want to sit in a cave all by themselves with all that money to do nothing, and watch everything on TV like some sadistic voyeur or something, to kind of pollute the whole world like that, just to control a bunch of idiots in their eyes. And then one more thing.
But that's also assuming. But that's also assuming that everybody does everything for enlightened self-interest and not for the quote-unquote good of humanity. Because many people will use that excuse, right?
Possibly, but like if you have let's just say you have all those nanoparticles stored up in your brain, and a cell tower. If you go by a cell tower, they can basically program you to do something that is not of your own mind. Well, eventually the buildup of pollutants would affect them too, and so any cell phone call would do the same thing to them. And I just don't see them being that self-sabotaging,
Right.
And being sane. And the last one is 164. New tech. They're going to be always going to be having new technologies, new mechanisms, new behavioral health, new law, new everything to control the people. I mean, Democrats are control freaks. The devil is definitely a control freak. Go ahead.
Wow. Well, is this part of this whole fallen world thing?
Well, I don't think we're that far away from a one world system, one world religion, chip or chop type of option coming down the pike. Like say one say one major currency totally collapse, and you're right there. You have some strongman leader like Barack Obama. Let's just say, hey, we're gonna fix this, and why don't we consolidate and make this more efficient? Go ahead. It wouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Nature more rapidly because it will no longer be hampered by difficulties of the kind that it is currently experiencing. Survival is not the principal motive for extended control. As we explained in paragraphs 87 to 90, technicians and scientists carry on their work largely as a surrogate activity. That is, they satisfy their need for power by solving technical problems. They will continue to do this with unabated enthusiasm, and among the most interesting and challenging problems for them to solve will be those of understanding the human body and mind and intervening in their development. For the good of humanity, of course. 165. But suppose, on the other hand, that the stresses of the coming decades prove to be too much for the system. If the system breaks down, there may be a period of chaos, a time of troubles, such as those that history has recorded at various epochs in the past. It is impossible to predict what would emerge from such a time of troubles, but at any rate, the human race will be given a new chance. The greatest danger is that industrial society may begin to reconstitute itself within the first few years after the breakdown. Certainly, there will be many people, power-hungry types especially, who will be anxious to get the factories running again. 166. Therefore, two tasks confront those who hate the servitude to which the industrial system is reducing the human race. First, we must work to heighten the social stresses within the system so as to increase the likelihood that it will break down or be weakened sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. Second, it is necessary to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial system. Such an ideology can become the basis for a revolution against industrial society if and when the system becomes sufficiently weakened. And such an ideology will help to assure that if and when industrial society breaks down, its remnants will be smashed beyond repair so that the system cannot be reconstituted. The factories should be destroyed, technical books burned, etc.
Now, this negative approach of Dr. Kaczynski has been heavily criticized, right? His revolutionary approach has been heavily criticized, right? People have said that actually we need to collectively scale back technology, either have a collective effort in order to do so, and that it does not require revolutionary action, but maybe a type of world system that is going to attempt that will be necessary in the future, considering that a world technological collapse may be imminent. So the controllers of the present system, they might foresee this and then upgrade the system into a different type of system, one that needs less resources but is heavily reliant on other methods, like maybe computers or other things, that can sort of cultivate new resources, right? Or maybe genetic engineering or something they might go with. But there's also another idea, right? In terms of, building a parallel system, right? And that many people have sort of attempted to build comparable low tech alternatives, right? So once this whole thing goes, right, many people have proposed different natural systems to sort of supplement the trend of the present collapse. Now, the negative approach of Kaczynski is simply put pressures on the system, A, and B, develop an ideology that opposes the present system, right? That simplistic view of just a purely negative approach, you know, a lot of people have proposed, well, that's a necessary thing. People who do things like, you know, how the Earth First movement, they were putting steel beams inside of the trees so that when lumberjacks would go to cut the trees down, their chainsaws would explode. You know, now that was considered terrorism, right? Eco-terrorism, right?
Where was that?
That was, I think, the Earth First movement. You know, they took these sort of radical actions where they went from being tree huggers to basically, you know, essentially,
Reinforced trees.
yeah, complicit in murder, right? So, you know, people take all sorts of crazy actions, and maybe the eco-terrorists and the cyber terrorists will be the new, you know, T word of the future, right? Instead of the Islamic guys and the Christian guys, you know, that are then, you know, doing the crazy stuff at the AB clinics and the other centers, right? Where they're doing crazy religious affiliated stuff, right? Maybe that's a psi war to go against religion. Later on, they'll have a psi war to promote technology, right? Seems only right. Tree thuggers, exactly.
That's a good one. Tree thuggers. I like that. I don't know if he's still on 166 or if he went to 167, but basically what you have here is you have tech slavery versus naturalism or natural ideology. Okay. A pure naturalism is something that makes me feel uncomfortable because I don't like bugs. Definitely don't like mosquitoes. I hate humidity and being hot when I'm at rest. But I don't want to be a slave either. And technology can be fun. So if there's a way to make some sort of tech ideology that would be positive, that's where we want to be. And I think the only way that's possible is you've got to find a whole new source of energy, or none of this mattered. That's what really the issue is. If you can find some sort of sustainable, clean energy source, everything's going to be just fine.
Well, you would just have to unleash that free energy that Tesla supposedly had then. Just saying.
Go ahead.
Human suffering. The industrial system will not break down purely as a result of revolutionary action. It will not be vulnerable to revolutionary attack unless its own internal problems of development lead it into very serious difficulties. So if the system breaks down, it will do so either spontaneously or through a process that is in part spontaneous but helped along by revolutionaries. If the breakdown is sudden, many people will die, since the world's population has become so overblown that it cannot feed itself any longer without advanced technology. Even if the breakdown is gradual enough so that reduction of the population can occur more through lowering of the birth rate than through elevation of the death rate, the process of deindustrialization probably will be very chaotic and involve much suffering. It is naive to think it likely that technology can be phased out in a smoothly managed, orderly way, especially since the technophiles will fight stubbornly at every step. Is it therefore cruel to work for the breakdown of the system? Maybe, but maybe not. In the first place, revolutionaries will not be able to break the system down unless it is already in enough trouble so that there would be a good chance of its eventually breaking down by itself anyway. And the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the consequences of its breakdown will be. So it may be that revolutionaries, by hastening the onset of the breakdown, will be reducing the extent of the disaster. 168. In the second place, one has to balance struggle and death against the loss of freedom and dignity.
So this is simply reiterating the opening argument, right, in which, you know, if collapse is imminent, A, B, the system can't be reformed, and C, you know, it's, you know, you know, can it be argued that it's a moral duty, right, to collapse with the system rather than, you know, try to, you know, stop it, right? Because if the long-term effect of the system is to increase human suffering, then it becomes a moral duty to stand outside of the system and attempt to end it. Not and obviously this does not have to be an attack on any of the human beings who are part of the system, but just the technological and economic basis for the present society. So he makes all that clear, that, you know, that it's a special type of a revolution against technology and not against the human actors within the system, right? Because they are, you know, as we stated before, they are under the effect of the system as well, right? Because as DeFreak said, you know, this is I guess anticipating a world system, but I believe that that has already been achieved, you know, in a greater sense.
Red. Oh, well, what I have here is I got a triangle, an inverted triangle. At the top, I've got government, and on the other point, I have technology, and at the bottom, I've got culture. You've got the government and the technology making up the system that's fighting the people, i.e., the culture. And culture is something that should be kind of a grassroots or organic, even flow kind of, you know, if it finds its way kind of slowly but surely. But you have government and you have technology hindering that process, and they're actually in the culture business, and that's what's causing the suffering. Go ahead.
Dignity. To many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. Besides, we all have to die sometime, and it may be better to die fighting for survival or for a cause than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. 169. In the third place, it is not at all certain that survival of the system will lead to less suffering than the breakdown of the system would. The system has already caused and is continuing to cause immense suffering all over the world. Ancient cultures that for hundreds or thousands of years gave people a satisfactory relationship with each other and with their environment have been shattered by contact with industrial society, and the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance. Hence the population explosion, with all that that implies. Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? 170. Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure, that's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware of, or choose to ignore, the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into a society, they lead to a long sequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present one. For example, the scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance.
Yeah, in the case of industrial farming, that's exactly what's happened, right? It hasn't been that industrial farming has created plants that are resistant to molds and other, weeds, and other types of infection, right? But actually, those infections and molds have all mutated, right? And the plants that are now genetic varieties, right? They've become, less diverse in their genetic variety. So it's harder to breed varieties of crops that are actually resistant to the mutated, molds that have become mutated because of the chemicals, right? They become chemical resistant, right? Not only that, but the widespread use of these crops has led to increased desertification, right? Because they suck the nutrients from the land, right? So, just in the case of farming, as we've demonstrated, it's led to wide scale, effects that have not been able to be predicted ahead of time, right? And that's in one of the main areas of human survival, which is food production.
100%. Throw in weather engineering and chemtrails, and we've got a disaster coming. Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. The HARP, and all of that type of stuff, the weather modification programs, definitely.
In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones. Thus, it will take a long and difficult period of trial and error for the technophiles to work out the bugs of their brave new world, if they ever do. In the meantime, there will be great suffering. So it is not at all clear that the survival of industrial society would involve less suffering than the breakdown of that society would. Technology has gotten the human race into a fix from which there is not likely to be any easy escape. The future. 171. But suppose now that industrial society does survive the next several decades and that the bugs do eventually get worked out of the system so that it functions smoothly. What kind of system will it be? We will consider several possibilities. 172. First, let us postulate that the computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can do them. In that case, presumably all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines and no human effort will be necessary. Either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control over the machines might be retained. 173. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjecture as to the results because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all power to the machines. But we are suggesting neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions. As society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and as machines become more and more intelligent, people will let machines make more and more of their decisions for them simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machines off because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. 174. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer, but control over large systems of machines will be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses, and because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may simply decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity becomes extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or, if the elite consist of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all...
Yeah, I mean, not even the most hardened religious conspiracist, would have made such predictions that they're going to use population control on a mass scale, Brave New World tactics, that they're going to use mass surveillance. There's going to be extremely few level of people who are part of the elites, right? That the elites have perfected the system to such a degree that they actually don't need people to work for them. That they cultivate people who enjoy, the fruits of the labor of the system that they've created just for their mere enjoyment, right? That they actually might not be fully in control, right?
Retirement from birth plan.
Yeah, that they've created a system where the human beings within it are totally expendable and they live off of it. And basically, they're the ones who need it to function. They don't need any of the people who are individual members, right? So, this could quickly be thought of as, something that, goes down the road, which, there's robots that allow a level of elites to function. They have a certain level of technology that the rest of us don't have. And, they don't need people to run the machines anymore. So.
Yeah. Does he speculate about that as one of his possible future culture?
No, it just seems just a weird scenario that's part of this writing.
Yeah.
But yeah, he doesn't go deep into that one. But yeah.
I think one thing he's leaving out of the equation is the sheer perverseness of man and the sexual desire within man and woman. That if you have yourself a technocrat, bourgeoisie, elite ruling class, and then the proletariat, and they don't have to work, the proletariat, say maybe 10 hours a week of machine maintenance, or you could easily degrade it to a total orgy of degeneracies either way.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
For sure.
Children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep them busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered, either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they most certainly will not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domestic animals. 175. But suppose now that the computer scientists do not succeed in developing artificial intelligence so that human work remains necessary. Even so, machines will take care of more and more of the simpler tasks, so that there will be an increasing surplus of human workers at the lower levels of ability. We see this happening already. There are many people who find it difficult or impossible to get work because, for intellectual or psychological reasons, they cannot acquire the level of training necessary to make themselves useful in the present system. On those who are employed, ever-increasing demands will be placed. They will need more and more training, more and more ability, and will have to be ever more reliable, conforming, and docile, because they will be more and more like cells of a giant organism. Their tasks will be increasingly specialized, so that their work will be, in a sense, out of touch with the real world, being concentrated on one tiny slice of reality. The system will have to use any means that it can, whether psychological or biological, to engineer people to be docile, to have the abilities that the system requires, and to sublimate their drive for power into some specialized task.
Yeah, so there's two aspects to the whole thing. Is the compartmentalized, tasks, over specialization. It prevents people from seeing the overall effect of any of the small scale ideas that they're developing within the system, because all of their innovations and need to progress their extremely specialized course of study is basically just a surrogate activity, right? They have no idea what the end of the process is of what they're trying to accomplish, right? So, over specialization prevents mutual discussion and integrates the things within the system unbeknownst to the human beings that are developing those needs, right? Then the second aspect of it is the belief in progress and innovation, that the system must be improved, efficiency must be brought out at any cost, right? So the whole idea is to improve whatever system is used to meet human needs, regardless of what's being done in order to procure those needs, right? Just because it is the system that is the basis for human survival, it must be improved at any cost. So this is how, essentially innovation and progress and technological necessity seems to then trap you, right? But anyways.
Yeah, you said that socialization is the means of that, or was it something else?
Over socialization. Yeah, that's a word developed by Alul, and then it was picked up by Kaczynski as well.
I gotta wrote a couple things down here, but I want to ask, what did he study in school? Did he graduate? Did he have a degree in something?
Oh yeah, he was a genius in terms of mathematics.
What about psychology?
No. Yeah, he didn't study much of psychology.
Because it's almost like he's got that down pat too. Like, it's amazing.
Well, he was a subject in the MK Ultra studies, so I think he would have a firsthand approach of looking at some of the most cutting edge psychological techniques that were developed at the time, right?
Really? Like, what does subject mean? Like, all the manner of testing they did on him, or was it like,
It was a
like just
certain manner of testing that most people are not aware of because the studies and the nature of them are heavily redacted. So most
Yeah.
people don't really know. But the tapes that they do have, it seems like he was just being asked a bunch of questions, and then interrogated. It seemed like an interrogation, to a certain effect. But yeah.
Another thing he mentioned too was like the labor market and the people that would kind of fall astray from the demands of what it's becoming, and we see it also with the sports teams. Even you have specialization. You used to have like Drysdale, Koufax. They would pitch an entire game of baseball, from 1 to 9. Now you have like almost a different pitcher every inning. In some cases, like not really that hardcore, but you have these specialized technician type of people. Like you said, they compartmentalize. You saw that a little bit in World War II as well. You had people building stuff for the war machine, but they never were collaborating with the other workers of what was going on. And then somebody at the top had it all put together, and it, eventually became a tank or a weapon that was used, at the battlefield or whatever. But I also noticed that too in my life when, Windows was really gaining steam and was becoming part of the corporate machine out there in the real world. I realized that training and staying up on like the new technology that just Microsoft alone was churning out every year was going to be, basically get ready to have to go to training every year for a new thing, even though it's the, kind of stacked on the old thing. But otherwise, that 18-year-old kid that learned all that stuff in 7th grade is going to eat you up for half the price, and you're looking at retirement, right? So there's pressure all over the place. Go ahead.
Okay, we got another friend here. Hey, what's going on?
Hey guys, I got a dog in this fight, man, and I got some observations and some endeavors that I engaged on after I got past the concept of the limitations of humans and their safety protocols, and how that is the extent of the human capability is their safety protocol, and the 2 generations that they've been able to engineer that are kind of being overlooked by certain generations, our generation especially. While we were working with DOS and old 8088s and what used to be programs and interactive operating systems are now apps and proprietary systems without being able to internally change the structure of the operating system. And this was delivered to 2 generations, if not more, of children that were handed over to the social engineers of our schooling system. And they got the jump on us by a couple, if not 3 generations of pre-engineered I don't even want to call them they're victims. To my notion, to my observation, they're victims of a technocratic society and the advancement of technology. But they were handed something that was already pre-engineered and structured instead of doing the engineering. Where I come up in a state of engineering, I was building computers, I was, writing programs, changing operating systems, all the way back to 311. So I had a great in-depth view of how the structure of computers was coming. I didn't like what I seen at one point in time. So I resisted and went to more of a human approach, more of a psychological approach to using the machine as a tool instead of basically a system of control and government. And once I seen the limitations of humans and over time the development of them taking all conceivable information gathered through the internet, social media, and developing algorithms, machine learning, and the illusion that they give you of what they call AI. I got lost in the fact that there was a couple generations, man, that they've already engineered, and for there to be any type of resistance to this, you're going to have not only this generation that is being educated, but 2 preceding generations that will stand against any type of resistance towards eliminating technology, if you get where I'm coming from.
I think so. Hi, by the way.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry. I was just listening, and a lot of people aren't taking into consideration that they got the jump on us through schooling and through engineering. And believe me, if you try to pry technology away from this last 2 generations, which have basically become, their smartphones and their social interactions over technology, that's going to be like trying to pry a candy away from a child. It's just not going to happen easy. And they are going to resist, and they will see us as the enemy. So you're talking people that are 25 years old plus a couple years at this point in time who absolutely would see us and our resistance to any type of technology as the enemy, regardless of how detrimental it is to their survival to be resistant of technology or to remove technology and go back to a more organic state. They will fight to the death against anyone. I believe that shows resistance to the overwhelming influence and control of technology.
Definitely can't disagree with that. And they'll think, the greater good, we're the righteous ones, I mean, I kind of do that today with the boomers, Are you a boomer or a Gen X, Axis?
I'm Gen X.
Cool. Yeah, I definitely do that with boomers. Like, I just don't, I won't even get into it, but so yeah, if I'm doing it to them, why wouldn't the generation now do that to me when I'm trying to hold on for dear life and sell them out, right?
Right. And the limitations in the safety protocols that are utilized through MK Ultra, especially, that create safety protocols, segmented mind or compartmentalized mind, trigger reaction, word initiation to trigger reaction. They've already implanted through means of through the technology they're using, the ability to trigger emotional response and reaction from 2 generations just by conditioning. They can, like, where we fight against the ideal that we don't have freedom of speech, that doesn't seem to be an issue with the last couple generations. And that's like the whole concept of transhumanism, transgender. They don't have an issue with that. And when you start messing with the limitations that they they have removed and the ones that they've put in place, you're completely going diverse against what we believe to be fundamental rights, fundamental states of human as being, this is the way we should conduct ourselves or present ourselves, which is, generally reinforced by religions. But that's not inherent in these new generations. So how do you take that problem on? I mean, they've got the jump on us, to my notion, and from my interaction with the last few generations, I've found more conflict in trying to even remotely open their ideals to a more organic state.
Yeah, I've got a few things written down, so if someone wants to go ahead.
Well, I just want to go off of that point that you were saying about the different types of technology, that the kids should learn how to build the computers themselves. And they're moving past the engineering mode to one of the digital mode. And pretty soon, when they upgrade to all the digital systems, it's going to be the programmers that are in charge. It's no longer going to be the engineers. And it's going to be more and more harder to build those digital systems because they're going to be relying on computer programs instead of based on the engineering. So, as you said, it's going to create a layer above the problem, that creates another layer of technological necessity on top of it, where people can't build the systems back themselves. But yeah, what are you going to say, DeFreak?
Oh, well, you just brought up another thing there, but based on what you just said, the programmers are actually going to be AI at that point, because there's no one person that can know all those languages that are running the internet now. So you've got AI running those programs. So if that's the case, then you're talking about Skynet and Terminator, T3 kind of stuff. That's a whole other side effect of the whole Ted Kaczynski worldview. But what I was going to say before that was, it's not just the system that screws you, and your dignity as a human, as a child of God. It's innate in the flesh. The flesh itself always feels like it's getting screwed, and so based on that, I can tell you that everyone is suffering, and if there's anything that could make you feel good, just know that everyone else is suffering too. As far as freedom of speech goes, I believe freedom of speech is on the ballot this year. Literally, Kamala was booted from the 2020 campaign for saying she would outright ban Twitter and other social media. She didn't continue on after that statement was made in that one debate, and now she's been installed to possibly be president. And I'm telling the people right now, freedom of speech is on the ballot. Go ahead.
I think there's a lot more than just the freedom of speech that is in danger here. I think it's also freedom of expression without speech. One implication of that is how, if you're looking at the world through a scry mirror, or you're a scry mirror jockey, you use technology, laptop, computer, smartphone, your reality is no longer a reality that is coherent with the absence of organic life. So expression becomes more abstract beyond that of which, it's like old Roman theater, or going to a play, or, even childhood imagination, where you step on the pillows to keep from falling into the lava that's imaginary, the carpet being the lava. All that's going to be skewed to the point where the human mind no longer finds that organic imagination process to be relevant to their development. And their development is now going to be almost a supercomputer type of imagination, and they're only going to be able to feed that need with technology. And where does development come in for the human then? Do they become, I know the last couple generations, like I said, they gave themselves over to the system and the machine. Is that to be sacrificed now? What? No more theater, no more playwrights, no more, or is that just left to the select few that choose to, or that have been, I don't know, put in position to survive the technological genocide that's coming? And that's what I see coming, technological genocide. Useless eaters, useless breathers, we're all going to be eliminated.
You'll have freedom of expression. You'll only be able to express the narrative.
You think?
That's it, though.
See, that's frightening to me, because I write music. Not only do I write music, I was a stage performer. I was in the entertainment industry. I would hate to think that there was no longer a human imaginative aspect of development and growth in that area, and that it's now handed over to like the machine lies said, people who don't even write programs. They just work with the fundamental interfacing, push button society, push button. I mean, there's no, building a computer used to be an art. When I built my first computers and installed my first operating systems, I felt, amazing. And then I would tweak it with the latest technologies. Well, now all that's just already prepackaged, pre-programmed, and I would hate to think that we're going to be prepackaged and pre-programmed delivery of our entertainment, our expression, our ideals, and our concepts. But like I said, I think that we've already lost that war. I think we're just on our way out. We are on our way to a genocide extinction.
Not unless we find a new source of energy or something. But I mean, I kind of agree. It frightens me too. I mean, I think about my grandfather was at Normandy and Bastogne, and what was it all for? What was it all for? Like, it's like all that honor and nobility for what we're seeing now. It's disheartening, I guess you could say. You said something else I wanted to touch on too. Was I forgot though? Darn it. Go ahead.
Oh, the floor is open. I just, that was just a statement to be mirrored or soundboarded.
Yeah. If technology was alive, it would be a narcissist, because all it seems to want to do is create more technology. Go ahead.
So, yeah, I still venture into the human and the psyche aspects of what we're capable of doing as a species, which is completely divergent from technology, because I think that we are, in our own rights, artificial intelligence. We're biological computers, and we didn't even begin to touch the edge of what we are capable of as a species. And before we could reach that pinnacle or that zenith point of plateau where we could redevelop ourselves, we handed it over to the industrial revolutions that we've been through, and even this one now. And even with, you know, the looking back at the industrial revolutions, you have those with, those without, the development of a new state of social construct, and generally there's a kill-off. Those that, you know, those that comply and those that don't. And I see, especially from what we're reading here as text, and his motive or his reasoning was he seen back then, if he would have approached it in a different way, might have sparked an ideal that could have potentially led to people being more restrained for the development of technology. But because he was demonized in his actions, he kind of fed into the agenda and showed them that, you know, human motivation towards the advancement of technology is evil.
Who are you talking about?
Kaczynski.
Okay.
I think if he would have taken a different approach and tried to maybe inform people through maybe lectures, maybe applied himself more strategically in the field of technology to kind of like the bullshit that Elon Musk is presenting. AI is going to be our inevitable end. And, you know, Hawking saying AI is going to be our inevitable end. You know, that's kind of a joking statement that's thrown out there to the new generations. They don't see that. But I think if that would have been planted into the minds of those who were developing, such as myself, I learned at a very early stage, writing, you know, building computers, writing programs, and doing what I'd done, that this was detrimental to society. And before I could even approach it with some type of resistance and apply the humanism and the human aspect to it, it had taken its hold. So
you know that band Rush? I think they're the, you know, rock band, Canadian, back in the 80s. And they talk about the gilded age of music. Can't remember the name of that song, but what you were just talking about kind of reminds me of that song. Another thing Kaczynski talks about a lot here lately in the last few points that he made is the docile population, the docification of the population. And I mean, he's almost got it down to the day, the year, the day, the, you know, the exact timing of what we're seeing right now. And that, you know, in terms of the domestication of the human population, you know, especially the males who are usually more resistant to, you know, bullshit, that's being eroded daily, like by the second almost. And he was dead on by that. And what he said is right, because without that, a lot of this stuff doesn't advance at all, but it is advancing. Go ahead.
One concept that I took on and introduced on the last live I done was that people delivered themselves over every facet of themselves into server farms, and which became, you know, the algorithms, and then you had processor speeds that just are mind-boggling. And basically took the whole sum and total of world thought and condition as retrievable information, and it uses it in ways that can be manipulative, beneficial, or destructive. And the only reproach that I had to even dealing with such a monster was the white room effect. If there's no information being fed in and nothing for it to react to, then it has to feed on itself. And if there's no information for it to feed on that it has retrievable within itself, it has nowhere to go. And I think that is probably one of our best defenses that we have available to us. Kind of synchronicity there. Everything went dead silent, and that is the defense that you would have to take to even begin to confront the effects of machine learning algorithms and the potential for AI. Silence. The more you say, the more you reveal, the more it can use everything that it's received as information against you, for you, or however it chooses. It will react accordingly to its directive.
Yeah, the freak is rebooting his laptop apparently.
Uh-oh. We done pissed the algorithm off.
I mean, he had problems earlier, and it looks like TML has crashed as well. Maybe.
That's nothing new in my arena.
It's nothing new for him either.
Yeah, I imagine eventually they'll just put a gag order on us completely.
Yeah, sorry about that. My thing is totally freezing at this point. But yeah, we're gonna move back on over to Kaczynski here. But I have to load it back up. Thank you guys so much.
Sorry for the intrusion. I have a dog in this fight.
No, it's all good. No, I appreciate your passion for that. And also DeFreak, yeah, blessings.
We all do have our part in it eventually.
Yeah, especially some of the predictions he makes here. I mean, they're very, very compelling and go to some of the heart of the matter here. I think it's hard for people to deny some of these last passages here. So yeah, definitely, this goes to some of the real messages he wants to get through, and then he develops on ideology. What alternative ideology can be developed to supplant the present system? But yeah, thank you guys so much.
But the statement that the people of such a society will have to be docile may require qualification. The society may find competitiveness useful, provided that ways are found of directing competitiveness into channels that serve the needs of the system. We can imagine a future society in which there is an endless competition for positions of prestige and power, but no more than a very few will ever reach the top, where the only real power is. Very repellent is a society in which a person can satisfy his need for power only by pushing large numbers of other people out of the way and depriving them of their opportunity for power. 176. One can envision scenarios that incorporate aspects of more than one of the possibilities that we have just discussed. For instance, it may be that machines will take over most of the work that is of real practical importance, but that human beings will be kept busy by being given relatively unimportant work. It has been suggested, for example, that a great development of the service industries might provide work for human beings. Thus, people would spend their time shining each other's shoes, driving each other around in taxicabs, making handicrafts for one another, waiting on each other's tables, etc. This seems to us a thoroughly contemptible way for the human race to end up, and we doubt that many people would find fulfilling lives in such pointless busy work. They would seek other dangerous outlets, drugs, crime, cults, hate groups, unless they were biologically or psychologically engineered to adapt them to such a way of life. 177. Needless to say, the scenarios outlined above do not exhaust all the possibilities. They only indicate the kinds of outcomes that seem to us most likely. But we can envision no plausible scenarios that are any more palatable than the ones we've just described. It is overwhelmingly probable that if the industrial technological system survives the next 40 to 100 years, it will by that time have developed certain general characteristics. Individuals, at least those of the bourgeois type, who are integrated into the system and make it run, and who therefore have all the power, will be more dependent than ever on large organizations. They will be more socialized than ever, and their physical and mental qualities, to a significant extent, possibly to a very great extent, will be those that are engineered into them rather than being the results of chance or of God's will or whatever. And whatever may be left of wild nature will be reduced to remnants preserved for scientific study and kept under the supervision and management of scientists. Hence, it will no longer be truly wild. In the long
Yeah, there we see that wild nature is seen as an antithesis to the technological system, although this may not be realistic, because of the nature of technology and also what we see in wild nature, but also the idea that most of nature will become an engineered product, including the human beings. That is basically the point of no return. So you already see that happening with certain invasive technologies. So if that truly becomes the case, then there's no real looking at wild nature as a counter ideal to the system. It will then just have to be, humanity in general, trying to preserve what is left of its own nature, right?
If I may,
Yeah.
the radical approach to resistance, and as detrimental as it would be to our society, would to be attack all sources of energy, electricity, and power, and restrain yourself from feeding any type of information any further into the algorithms of the server farms or the machine learning. And that's radical within itself. I mean, just the concept of people taking on that ideal of pull the plug and stay silent, which is completely against general human nature.
Yeah, I mean, it is a question of to what extent do you feed the algorithm? If it's going to be a system that's plotting against you, right, then you can't really tell what the plan is, right? So there's that aspect of things. There's also the aspect of things where systems can't really predict individual action or human behavior, right? So they can only predict long-term trends, and then small scale behaviors have to be assimilated into the greater picture. So there is that aspect of things that they just can't really, that they'll have to go around that anyways. So, there's both aspects to things, but the whole idea of, you know, people, you know, at one end limiting themselves, at another end separating themselves, at another end isolating themselves. You know, if these are the only fixes, then I guess, you know, people might want to look at more long-term solutions in terms of, now, how do we optimize for freedom and control, right? But yeah.
Yeah, as long as we feed the beast, which is what we're doing, and as long as we contribute to the acceleration of energy technologies, and higher levels of, you know, CERN. The last time CERN powered up, you know, that I remember, because I don't pay attention to CERN much anymore. I was more concerned with their energy usage. 13 tera electron volts. That's a massive amount of power. And I'm sure that they surpassed that. Now, when you're talking about a world governing system of computer control or algorithmic control or even server farm, the level of energy consumption has to be mind-boggling, but it has to be coming from somewhere. And that to me would be that to me would be a vulnerability that could be exploited. And but you would have to, you couldn't voice it. You couldn't. Everything's listening. Everything's watching. Your phones are listening. Your phones are watching. Your routers, you know, surveillance society. You know, moving stealthily in the world today is very difficult. And implicating something as large as pulling the plug, which is the only resolution that I see to, you know, stopping the advancement of the inevitable. You're dealing with power sources that are 13 tera electron volts, and not to mention the qubit being the processor being powered by this. I mean, wow. You know, how do you approach that? What would be your approach to that?
Well, I think that goes to some of his section on strategy, but really, you know, most of that, as you said, you know, like the approach to how we, you know, people want to look at long-term solutions to these problems. Obviously, that's something that will not be able to be discussed much through, obviously, technological mediums, you know, because to a certain extent, you can't use technology to destroy technology, right? So there's that aspect of things, and that's why he's taken such a negative approach, that in order to really resolve or create parallel systems, you have to first, you know, disrupt the current order of things because it's out of control, right? So there's all sorts of things, and I don't know if you guys could see this on screen. Are you guys seeing this on screen at all?
The text?
Yeah, the Kaczynski. Do you guys see it?
Yeah.
Man, yeah, for some reason it's not showing up on my screen at all. Yeah, so I don't know what that's about. But yeah. Let me. All right, I still can't see it.
Yeah, I've got the dead screen effect going on two devices right now.
Okay. Well, I think we're almost to paragraph 180. I'll play a little bit of this, But yeah, I can't see it at all for some reason, and for some reason I keep getting low Wi-Fi as well. So yeah, that might be why it's not showing up on my screen. But yeah.
Long run, say a few centuries from now, it is likely that neither the human race nor any other important organisms will exist as we know them today.
So are you guys seeing that, or I can't, or am I just the only one who can't see it? Or
No,
It's
I'm in the
scrolling.
dark.
Yeah, I can see it.
yeah, I can hear it, but I can't see it. Interesting. Okay.
It's really strange.
All right.
Because once you start modifying organisms through genetic engineering, there is no reason to stop at any particular point, so that modifications will probably continue until man and other organisms have been utterly transformed. 178. Whatever else may be the case, it is certain that technology is creating for human beings a new physical and social environment radically different from the spectrum of environments to which natural selection has adapted the human race physically and psychologically. If man is not adjusted to this new environment by being artificially re-engineered, then he will be adapted to it through a long and painful process of natural selection. The former is far more likely than the latter. 179. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences.
That's a famous line. Better to
Dun,
dump the
dun,
whole system
dun.
and take the consequences. Oh my God. Okay, I don't know why, but my whole thing is crashing one more time. Can you guys see me?
Yeah, I can see it.
I've got the dead screen effect going. Even my cat is froze up on me.
Yeah, my shit's blacked out. So I'm going to go ahead and just come back in one last time. And I'm going to go ahead and throw on some videos and end this show because this keeps happening to me. But yeah, thank you guys.
One more with feeling.
Yeah. My StreamYard is totally crashing, freezing up, and so is my Wi-Fi. But yeah, I don't know what the deal is. For some reason, it's blinking on and off like black. I don't know what the deal is with that. But yeah, let me refresh my page and come back in, and I'll be right back, guys. Thank you, guys.
It's like his laptop is getting black-pilled by Kaczynski.
Yeah, I'm going to try and reset the second device to get some type of chat back because everything is.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit dicey of a situation in terms of the technical difficulties. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. I hate to disrupt this brilliant conversation. But yeah, it is around the time where I said I'd wrap it up around 7 to 9 hours is usually what we put in here, and then I just play videos anyways. So yeah, if you guys are watching, please watch the previous show as a supplement to this show. If you enjoyed the introductory presentation on the various themes that we're covering at the bottom there, mythos, logos, theos, mechanos, those architectonic terms, and we're relating those to the development of the mechanistic worldview, right? The mechanistic worldview, the ideology of science and progress, where now in the strategy section, Kaczynski is proposing that we develop a counter ideal, and he proposes that such a counter ideal is seen within the ideal of wild nature. So anyways, I really appreciate you guys for being here. We have another friend here.
Thank you, TML.
Yeah, what's going on?
Thank you for letting me have some time on your platform, man. I
Yeah,
appreciate
for sure. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we're just closing it out here. JG, you got anything to tell these people?
I'm enjoying the show. Chilling on the beach. I'm feeling complete.
Hell yeah, that's what it's all about. Connecting with nature, yeah, for sure, and feeling?
I just came on to say some kook shit,
Yeah.
just to get some laughs. I'm out of here.
For sure, homie. Thanks. Blessings. And yeah, how about you, Axis? You got anything to tell these people? I know you got a lot of wisdom. Thank you so much for joining. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's. Thank you for letting me have some time up here, and
For
as
sure.
I'm
Anytime. Yeah,
as I'm
anytime. Don't feel shy
developing,
to click that link. Yeah, thank you so much.
I'll share, and if I come across any relevant information, I will not hesitate to click the link. My endeavors have kind of forked, and maybe we'll have a bit more interaction. But thanks to everyone in the chat, everyone on panel, and everyone who's participated and allowed me this time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, blessings. The man, the myth, Axis Rat Blood. And how about you, Reddington? What you got for him?
So all this talk with Kaczynski is making people's technology feel like it's being blackpilled.
Yeah, something's happening, especially with the StreamYard, and but we made it in good timing, so I think that's still a nice thing that we did there. And actually, there's not much of the show that'll be missing. Usually 7 to 8 hours in the show. I decide to end it anyways and then play old videos. So there's not been much that's been going on. But yeah, I'll play some music and we'll conclude the show here. And then, yeah, we'll get into some new avenues and themes in terms of technology. I want to look at some material with Pill Eater, but I'm not sure if he's busy or what he's up to. So if he doesn't show up, we will just go ahead and go down this trek alone, you know, looking at Peter Thiel and Graeber, and also Stuart Brand and some of his work. But yeah, you know, if we do run into Pill Eater, then we'll look at lots of ideas that relate to those two thinkers, and three actually I mentioned. But yeah, all of those concerned with redesigning modern systems, and we'll also look at technological slavery, the letters of Dr. Skrbina to Ted Kaczynski, and other items in the future. So we're going to expand on this topic quite a bit. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying our previous discussions. As I said earlier, we did a expansive commentary on the previous material, the work of Skolmowski, and we covered several issues relating to the theological speculations that try to tie the religious mode with the secular mode, and we sort of dismiss those, right? Because we're developing historical periods or epochs in which they're, you know, cleaved apart, right? So, you know, we're trying to dispel those myths of those ideas can be combined and, you know, fostered, intellectually speaking, within the same, you know, foreground or background. You know, I think that is all just fanciful thinking, right? Fantastical thinking, fantasy, right? The move from scientism to spiritualism is one of those molds, right? Trying to create a one world religion and a one world monoculture and a technological elite. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to see what forces impinge upon your freedom and to realize those factors that are outside of your control. And I really thank you guys for joining us here. And yeah, we'll be back on Saturday, it appears. But yeah, so Saturday night. Thank you. And I hope you guys appreciate the extra material that we've been drumming up here. We will be having plans to produce extra material, but we haven't had lots of engagement on these panels and with the other communities around. You'll notice our content is a little different than some of the other channels in the vicinity. And for our interests, we'll probably keep it that way. So yeah, we shall proceed. But yeah, thank you.
Executive order 11002. The reason you know me, but I don't know you. You really wanna know what crime is? Let me show you. Keep it in mind, this is just one point of view. Dry man's living in a third world country, fucked up but hungry without no money. Dry man's trying to adjust to the circumstance, missing more than one leg or more than one hand. Dry man's being chased off your land by a funny looking man in a suit that works for the bank. Dry man's what's happening to the ecosystem and the animals it feeds. It damage the trees, the rainforests that get destroyed annually. Damn, it's just me who cares about the air that we breathe. Dry man's the nuclear threat that we live with. One bomb and everybody's dead, that's some sick shit. Dry man's HIV statistics, the infected person that you might have sex with. Life goes on, but dry man's living with the afterthought that maybe you could have prevented it. Dry man's imminent, comes in other forms. It's sick pedophiles who support child porn. Never mind the offenders, think about what the victims go through, what the fuck they gotta live with. Dry man's the prince of population. Some belong there, but also some belong on probation. Dry man's not being able to change one thing, cause the system you live in says you ain't shit. Dry man's corporate scandal. Dry man's a handful of COs playing you for the damn fool. Dry man's being a millionaire, but you gotta recoup half the budget from your 10% share. Dry man's having one too many women, even though you always need to spare one swimming. Dry man's dealing with your jealous impulses, learning how to hold it all in with no emotion. Dry man's blind devotion. Dry man's having your deepest secrets exposed in the open. Dry man's having your heart broken, and the person who broke it doesn't even motherfucking notice. Dry man's trying to carry the burden all by yourself on your shoulders, and it don't exist. Dry man's being falsely accused. Dry man's the latest news. Dry man's what gives people clues. Dry man's a tool you can use to distract the enemy so they can never improve. Dry man's fear devils and fear God. Dry man's a long, hard tech support death job. Dry man's the life of an up-and-coming actor, rapper, athlete, or building contractor. Dry man's a rookie cop corner for backup. Three-strike perpetrator that's gang tatted up. Dry man's the spin zone of a politician. Dry man's case solo when he said the rhyme did it. Dry man's the struggle of change. Dry man's inevitable, there is no other way. Dry man's what drains life force out of you. Dry man's negative when drama can empower you. Dry man's love, dry man's pain. Dry man exists in everything, every day. Dry man's the yin, dry man's the yang. Dry man's the innate nature of man. Drama contracts, drama expands.
My guns are bigger than the baby's arm. With aged arms like I was raised in arms. The bullets stay inside your brain like it's your favorite song. I don't give a fuck who they hit and they can raise your moms. I load the motherfucking clip and they like baby bombs. I see it as something beautiful when the metal fly. Around the way call me Lucifer, a hell of a guy. I'm a motherfucking veteran, I'm telling you why. Beat his head until there's red in them, I'm letting them die. City of brotherly thugs, the home of filthy pimpin'. You ain't fucking around with Vinny Purse or Guilty Simpson. Unless you wanna be the target that we dump the clipping. I do the shit during the day, I like the gun to glisten. You were backwards, motherfucker, you run to prison. prison. You think the big and lock remains in jail or some position. You should kill yourself, rapper, and be stuck in the earth. To be honest, ain't no rapper that can fuck with you first. The cats in the hood with a rep. Hustle through the AM when most men slept. In the waistline where the Roscoe's kept. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step. We here to eat till there's no food left. In the waistline where the Roscoe's kept. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step.
Fast is low pace, my flow lace tracks, this cat a dope bass. And don't waste steps and go chase broads to no place. Mess the streets, impress the freaks. Him stressed for weeks, hoes left to meet a guest to cheat and test the sheet. Ripping shows from here to Britain, yo, I'm hitting hoes. Skipping those women that's sniffing, blowing, not getting dough. First degree, murder rhymes, disturb your mind like urban lines. The coke only words are signs of Percy P. Amateurs know the kids down with the pro. My Bronx Angeles flows, those damages, blow scandalous foes, better handle it, yo. I'm getting that ooze that are clipping black, spitting raps, hitting cats, and kicking whack lyrics to bit and trap. My interviews, hey, I send a few lines of diminished crews. Some into do shit like bend the rules. Go for the killer, still finish shoot. I'm so hot, you gotta close shop. You know not to open your spot. When I patrol blocks, you getting no props.
Brought the cats in the hood with a rep. Hustle through the AM when most men slept. In the waistline where the Roscoe's kept. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step. We here to eat till there's no food left. In the waistline where the Roscoe's kept. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step. 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 Guilty Simpson. Damage beyond words, descriptions, rough verse inscriptions, roped by cutthroat, smoke in the alley where the young cats bust toast. Pinching pennies to pay up his truck note. My various techniques compare him to Jet Li. I chop with an AK and kick when it's payday. Let's see how many men must test me. Deadly would have been, let the rest be. Where face down in the playground, 6 feet deep in the sandbox. When my right hand cocks back on the hammer, you rest in peace. I pray on whack cats when I bless the beats. Like priests in the Vatican, heat rat-a-tat-a, then spray up the vehicle. Your homeboys traveling. Fuck the spots they brag about. You kick your front door in and drag them out. For the cats in the hood with a rep. Hustle through the AM when most men slept. In the waistline where the Roscoe's kept. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step. We here to eat till there's no food left. In the waistline where the Roscoe's kept. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step. 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 There is a hole in front of the shovel, shovel in front of the brawn. 6 billion gorillas for whom the graves yawn. Each with it is mulish days to choose his tool of trade. Dueling blades that cue the cruel charade and fuel the flames. You would clue the crew into the civil. Just get the food and land like you the man and flew the coop over the pit bulls. Dash back, flash it, a compassionate nano police who sat beneath an avalanche of jagged and adequate season. I would stop the violence more than I was Pontius Pilate. Cops and robbers riot by the files of noxious sirens. A is gullible, he figure all men equal no-brainer. Take it as friends and neighbors didn't cater. Moms raised the babies to a very churchy 80s. Sunday mornings reinforce the waiting gates of Hades. And he brazen, but apparently inferno bound now. But when a man of cloth recite his wrongs, he wouldn't bow down. The punishment should fit the reasons you must punish him. Never puncture skin or pull the colored rugs from under them. Two opposing motherships shall not employ the gunners then, cause brotherhoods of public good do not employ the youngster within the
came and went as fast as day and night. Among them, but while their career was short-lived, their lead vocalist was to become a legend.
Yo, I suffered a lot of setbacks. I accept that and I still had a will to win. They didn't expect that. You should have respect that. So the stupidness you talking, you will regret that. Get back, bitch, broadcast me. Live on the air, brought to you from the corner street. I'm still here, and yeah, it's my son time. How did I end one? Nine times. I keep my mind structured so I can think above and beyond. Stay strong and live on, come on. You see me in these streets, do I look sweet? Do I look like I'm easy to defeat? Do I look weak? Or do I look like if I fall off, I wouldn't land on my feet? Paint my picture with a legendary gangster step, and only think of me as you think of a gangster's rap. It's on top now, representing the industry locked down. Operation don't stop now. Don't stop, get it on this motherfucker down. First family is on top now, representing the industry locked down. Operation don't stop now. Don't stop, get it on this motherfucker down. You know busy won't nigga bring that noise. I keep it jumping all night, thumping all night, is it bumping? Alright, so I'ma speak on it. I watch niggas free fall. No release, so your album was a recall. We roll prime time for you niggas with them SUV rhymes. Climb over niggas. Isn't this amazing the way that we came through? Blazing without radio, hell raising. These rap news think they fooling me. Posted up in the club with that 10-carat jewelry. Baby, lace your Jeep with rims. I'ma stack mine and lace 5 feet with Tim's. Just remember the names. Billy Dance and Fame. Two of the illest niggas in the game. It's on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation don't stop now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down. First family is on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation don't stop now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down. Yeah, we still post up on the front line whenever it's crunch time. Whichever one of you cocksuckers want mine. Talk to them, I ain't gotta tell them nothing. They already know that the family ain't frontin'. See, there's no complications with confrontations. My congregation is facing some strange situations. The greatest of all time. Loyalty, first family. Loyalty, yeah, we still here. Brace yourself for the ultimate rare. Bird dog and busy, what was in your atmosphere? And Giuliani said he telling us put down the guns, but I'ma do Diallo for at least 41. I'm immune to crime, equipped with nines. Po, goddamn, I'ma stick to mine. It's the way. That's right. Showed up, they gon' need more than the cops, cause the streets is so rough. Family is on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation don't stop now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down. First family is on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation don't stop now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down.
Groups came and went as fast as day and night. Among them, while their career was short-lived, their lead vocalist was to become a legend.
Executionist, y'all know the name. Stabbing the track with both hands. Executionist, y'all know the name. Executionist, y'all know the name. Stabbing the track with both hands. Executionist, y'all know the name. You out there? This is masterful, classical, material wax, imperial tactics. Black shit, I master trap, stack, collab backwards. All area access passes without practice. Hit them, then I'ma shit on them and spit on them and send faxes. Maximum amount, not the minimal. The orator rock, chop like Florida Seminole. Subliminal rap switch, make criminals act bitch. Instrumental in creating the most pinnacle rap shit. Got Tony Braxton looking women collapsing. My beats get feet to stepping like fast acting and acting. dominant X-Men conference like Pac-10. Backslap, whack rap actors to get a reaction. My venom a rip, cinemas up, then I'm a wreck shit. Then I'm a flip, administer hits on this next shit. DJs collect hits from them to hit the exit at they shows. The front row usually can get hectic. The X shit.
Yup, y'all know the name. Executionist, stabbing the track with both hands together. The four, you out there? Executionist, y'all know the name. Stabbing the track with both hands together. The four, forever gon' win. Yeah. Check it. You wanna get to my level, but you don't hustle enough. Any attempts on touching my stuff and I'm fucking you up. I'm sick of weak shit winning, nigga. Your rhymes ain't rocking. The good life is a bitch. Seem like everybody cock blocking. The shot clock is running out, letting out the police. I crack the teeth of any nigga with beef. Masterpiece, execution is naturally. Any problems come to Los Angeles and ask for me.
Yo, catastrophe, none can match me. Naturally nasty, manually smash your faculty. Verbal assault and battery. Sporadically blast on the capacity crowd and cause casualties. Street savvy, niggas blast me out the navvy. Groupie chick wish she can have me. XZ in back of me, hit like a daiquiri. Accurately, you don't grab me, your skills still latchkey.
Y'all know the name. Executionist, stabbing the track with both hands together. The four, you out there? Executionist, stabbing the track. The track.
Yo, I got my man Rock Raider on the Rob Swift, where you at, son? What? Sinister, make him. Now we ready to go. Last but not least, Total Eclipse. What you don't know? I got a question. Who can see it? I don't know. But whenever I play, you know the skills gon' flow. Shit, we mastered the feat. You can't bring us. Y'all couldn't grab if y'all was doing that shit with 8 fingers. Come on, Black. We in the Hall of Fame. Got your picture in our crib on the wall of shame. I expect them C's to wanna murder me. Cause when we open up and start cutting, you wish you was in surgery. You see the X? Hardly. Here's some orphans, nigga. Take your ass back to doing party. You better off with somebody shooting you. Now change your name to DJ. I got beat by the executioner.
Y'all know the name. Executionist, stabbing the track with both hands together. The four, you out there? 50,000 in the.
We getting knots like stockbrokers who won't Marriott's. Blast shots for all my niggas who splash cops. The rich Corleone campus here, 1001 corner, son. Fake a jack, you be your corner. Yo, controllers rap like Napoleon, half Mongolian. Hold it, you owe me in. Rock 'em like linoleum, yeah. Lex, diamond, shining like you rhyming 929. Titanium glass, time to play that ass. Whirlwinds of French, come moving intense. Time to pull again, release the shell well. Make them yell again, so sleep. But I'ma be maxing the sweets, counting your paper and counting your sheets, hitting your chicken jeeps. Miraculously attack your faculty. Who wanna tackle me? Your Jack Mac kidnapping for free. What? You got heat, you better pop those. We moving like Gestapos through underground potholes to rock those. Much land discoveries, chrome rims, sipping bubbly. Who living lovely? Half a brick to cover me, so dissing me. Come on now, listen, G. Use a dime, I'm a key gun straight out of Sicily. Now back to the stash crib. Joey crack bagging up cracks. One love, getting cheap backs, getting knots like stockbrokers who won't Marriott's. Blast shots for all my niggas who splash cops. The rich Corleone campus here, 1001 corner gun. Fake a jack,
One fight, copy the infamous who leaves the witnesses. Cracks the wicked. Run up in your crib, blast your kids. Ain't no mything in shit's official. I pistol whip you with my spiritual blessing. Cause my obsession with sending rappers to heaven just be in the rushing. You need protection from the smooth assassin who really moves with action, blasting motherfuckers execution fashion. Now who's the fat one that you love to hate? Catch you at your mother's weight, smack you then I whack you with my subtrade. It doesn't take much to make me restless. Look at my face and death and lose depression and truck up my face's lessons. You want test this severely? I make one call, I have the hobo coming on the ferry. I'm very dangerous and well connected. I'm buffing out with method and try to decide who's left the feeling senseless. So respected and admired, the boss retired, you lost. Wu-Tang and Terror Squad, vaya con Dios.
Like stockbrokers who won't Marriott's. Blast shots for my niggas who splashed out. Rich rolling on campus here. 1001 corner thumb, fake a jack, give me the water. You guys despise guys like us, disgust like Spartacus. You Gus, they play the bus. You lust for a part of us, you lust but can't touch. Plus we far from any type of fellas you could trust. Put the pressure on them like a bench press to your chest. Sound like sweat on my back when having sex. Tight ass flex, pretty Pocahontas, pussy sweet like Mono Tech. Sis got curves like a GS 300 Lex. My body's 95% alcohol, 5% cancer. Source of dollars, Gandy Lucci, blaze it up like Bonanza. Catch me in the cut, easy Jesus burning my gut as I remember my menage a trois Romani by sluts. I question mark your heart, punctuate your fate. All your version predicates done as well as you pronunciate. In the wet, we're gonna break you off the aisle. Take CO's hostage, A-Rap style, no surrender. Get knots like stockbrokers who won't marry us. Blast shots for all my niggas who splashed out. Rich rolling on campus here. 1001 corner third, fake a jack, nigga, you're going. Yeah, I'm all about business and enterprise and advising financial advisors on franchising to widen their horizons. Revising ideas with masterminders, moving on the stash with diamonds. First we get the cash, then we laugh like miners. Don't get me wrong, I'm a funny bastard, but when it comes to money done, I'm not the one to laugh with. I'm after for what cash could bring me, brothers. Me and my demon lovers blasting, laughing hyenas back to ringling brothers. Believe the mothers, you the best jester. Still, I'm investing mills on a hunch. Over lunch, puffing on the Chesterfield. Rewind, test the real scandalous. I'm at the Sands in Los Angeles, planning hits with an animist philanthropist. Spanish kids, post the guard like evangelists. Chopping niggas up and making sandwiches. Like stockbrokers who won't marry us. Blast shots for all my niggas who splashed out. Rich rolling on campus here. 1001 corner third, finger jack, give me the corner.
Yo, the saga begins. Begin war. I'll draw first blood, be the first to set it off. My cause, tap all jaws, lay down laws. We take away swords, we do jokes, rust the doors. Here come the D's, trying to make breeze, the guns toss. In full force, the team will go at your main source. My non-Taurus, hit bosses and tank hostage. Your whole setup, from the ground up, we lock shit. Blood flood your eye, fuck up your optics. Switch to kill instincts for niggas pop shit. Your nigga know it was the topic. 9 pound, we rocked it. 96 strike back with more hot shit. Illuminate, my team will glow like radiation with no time for patient or complication. Let's get it done right, my click airtight. Trapped in the never-ending gunfights, and niggas lose stripes and lose life. Jail niggas sending kites to the street over some beef that wasn't fully cooked. Finish them off, well done me. Then said 22 slug to your head. Travel all the way down to LA.
Hey yo, it's hell on earth. Who's next are gonna be first? The project's frontline, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you. It's right in front of your eye. And yo, it's hell on earth. Who's next are gonna be first? The project is frontline, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, yo, it's right in front of your eye. We rep the QBC, nigga rep yours, it's all love. Millie stack bound, heavily guarded by hollow tip slug. Then crack down and wanna be thugs. Adapt the gas sound and bow down. Slow the fuck up, see how I found now? Articulate, hitting body parts to start shifting shit. Never hesitate, it's the rap game unlimited. Sign my roster, we can do this, forever infinite, then reminisce. 20 years later, how we was getting it. Either with me, go against the grain, you better hit me. Legging me, you're robbing me. Niggas better bother me, cause it's a small world. The niggas talking like bitches. Bitches singing like snitches. Pointing you out in pictures. Cause she rep the groovy seed faithfully. Player hating me. All that bullshit is just making me more the better. The concentrate on getting cheddar. Your shorty set you up, you better dead her. I told you, shape and mold you, son you, then I hold you like a pimp, mind control you, double edge, blow you, handle B.I. like I'm supposed to. The click is coastal, international, you local. Bacardi mix, physically fixed. Hit you with shit that'll leave a loose nigga stiff, properly fixed. Son, I solved them, pulled them in my world and involved them in chaos. Walk the beat like around the wake cop. The app is pissed off. QB City dog, fall apart 3. Gotti Gambino and Ty Nitty. Scarface, rest in peace. Who's next are gonna be first? The project is frontline, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, hey yo, it's right in front of your eyes. Hell on earth, who's next are gonna be first? The project is frontline, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, hey yo, it's right in front of your eyes.
Yo, the heavy metal king hold big shit with spare clips. You see clips when the max spit, your top got split. Laying dead with open eyes, close his eyelids. Turn off his light, switch to darkness. It's deep enough, it's a street life. Blood on my kick, shit on my knife. Use the wild child, kick will turn the men into mice. I was born to take power, leave my mark on this planet. The phantom of crime rap, niggas left stranded. Shut down your operation, close for business. Leave a foul taste in your mouth like Guinness. POW niggas is found, MIA. We move like the special forces, Green Beret. Heavily around my throat, I don't claim shit brand new. Back in 89 the same way. The guard P, walk with a limp, see. But simply to simplify shit, no man can go against me. Test me, you must be bent, G. Don't tempt me, I had this full clip for so long, it needs to empty. The reason why I full for so long, cause I don't waste it. You properly hit, blood in your mouth so you can taste it. Quiet is kept, I lay back and watch the world spin. I hear thugs claiming that they gonna rob them all when they see us. I tell you what, black, here's the issue, it's a package deal. You rob me, you take these missiles along with that. I ain't your average cat, fuck rap. I'm tryna make cream and that's that. Whatever it takes, Saturday got to go down. 4 mics on stage, a motherfucking 4 pound. Speakers leaking out sound and niggas leaking on the ground. I could truly care less, the guard gon' get his regardless, blow for blow. Let's find out who hit hardest. This rap artist used to be a stick up artist. Stick up artist. Sometimes I test myself, see if I still got it. Alive niggas stay on point, never disregard shit or forget the essence from which I emerged. P.5 to say that bullshit for the birds, nigga. Live up to my words. If I got beef, niggas coming in herds. Nigga, we flush through your clique, get purged.
In the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love. I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. And if I have prophetic powers, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith, so as to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. If I give away all I have, and if I deliver up my body to be burned, but have not love, I gain nothing. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends.
1 Corinthians, verse 13, verses 1 to, what's it say, 1 to 13, I think. That's the, wow, that was great. I like that one. What's up, Jack? How's it going, bro? How's it going?
Blessed. I truly feel blessed, and I was glad to see you going. Your words, your energy, it's beautiful, man.
Yeah, I'm feeling it, man. I mean, I got to fill up the Talcott experience, not the Joe Rogan experience, the Talcott, man. I had a lot of fun, bro. I had a great day at class that day, and just laughing, thinking about what we talked about, the characters, and also got a little verklempt at times about thinking about, like, just life, bro.
Hey, life is meant to be fun. I mean, it can be serious, and it is serious, but it can be fun.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you swung by. You are welcome to return if you can.
Appreciate it. I will be there. I will be there. Yeah. Now you got me getting up at, like, because 4 a.m. is when you go live, my time. So, like, my internal clock, it's like you're my alarm clock now. Jack's going on. Yeah, Jack's going on, man.
You're somewhere else. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I've always been somewhere else, though, Jack. You know what that is, right? Yeah, maybe you haven't, bro.
Hey, I was lost, but now I am found.
Yeah.
Those words, man. Holy cow.
Yeah. Absolutely, man.
And the topic of love. It's an important one.
Yeah.
And that love your enemies, love the unforgivable. The rewards we feel once we can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't stop. They don't stop once you can do that. Yeah. It ain't easy for me to get there. Like, I've been tested, bro, the last few days. Mostly online. Yeah.
Okay. Online helped me a lot over the last couple of years.
We got glitched out for a second. He's in perpetual suspended in time. Yeah, that's how serious this love thing is. They got us glitching out. Let me see. Let me get him back up. Okay, he'll be back. He'll be back. There he is, right there. We glitched out. This love thing is serious, man. Yeah.
I disappeared, man.
Yeah. Came up the love hall.
Oh, hey, this online experience, man, it allowed me to study human behavior. It also allowed me to learn about myself, overcome some triggers, and grow in my own emotional maturity.
Yeah, because I mean, before I started going online, was it like 2013, 2012? Like on panels, before there was panels, and there was Blog Talk Radio, Talk Shoe, some ancient stuff. Like, I didn't really have conflicts with people that much. I was always the guy that's like, oh, that's Gabriel. He's cool. He's like chill. He's chill, which I am, but it doesn't mean my mind wasn't still turning. When people around me, my acquaintances and friends would say stuff to me, but I would probably just eat it, But now, fuck that. It's like, it's hard to be quiet, Yeah. Yeah. But I have got things to say, yes. Yeah, yeah. It's commendable what you do. Just on here, how you take it. You take it, but then you give it back though in your own Talcottian way. Yeah.
I'm trying. I swear, my goal is peace. I used to think well, I have evidence that proves I was good at it. I was good at negotiating, a good mediator.
Yeah.
People haven't trusted me for several years now.
Did you find it weird because being I was on the other end, I was a member, not in the not elected member or anything, but I was a worker for the local food clerks. Yeah, and it's kind of like I would imagine a union rep, it's like a what do you call it? A like how a human resource person might feel, like caught in the middle sometimes. Did you feel like that, or were you more just towards the work? Of course, the workers are who you advocate for, right? So, but still, though, you still have to do business with in negotiation with the big boys, right? How was that?
It was interesting because some of the employees, they piss me off worse than the bosses.
Yeah,
because they just want to complain and whine, and I'm like, if you got a real problem, let me help you. But if you just want to complain, fucking grow up. But the other side of that, I had a reputation because I'd get loud. If the bosses were wrong, I'd make sure they knew what was right. But hey, machine lies.
Yeah, with machine lies, proper production.
Amen.
Our brother, the machine lies. How's it going, my friend? Good. he's miking up, yeah. He reminded me just by the way he greets people and treats people, like, bro, yeah, these people are our friends. Yes. Like I do that at school all the time now. You guys are making an impression on me in a good way. It's good. Yeah. I know Machine Lies was saying that Hildegard is his spiritual father, huh? Yeah,
Greetings.
that's it.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. Yeah,
Hey,
good to
sorry
have you.
about that. Hey, greetings.
It's all good. Yeah, it's all good, bro. The gang's all here, man. What's up with Hildegard, bro?
Yeah, Kierkegaard.
Kierkegaard, excuse me. Thank you. Yeah.
Kierkegaard.
That's my unique.
Yeah,
Kierkegaard.
Yeah, Soren
Yes.
Kierkegaard. It's one of the most badass names in all of philosophy. As my original philosophy teacher said, he said, that if he could change his name to any name, it would be Soren.
Soren, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he said that's a badass name for a man. Yeah.
That is a badass name. Now, he was 34 when he made his most famous writing, right? Around that age, his early 30s. Like that, yeah.
Yeah.
So yes.
Yeah, he was a very controversial writer, and he really dismantled the thoughts of Hegel. He really repudiated Hegelian philosophy and all that type of stuff. And he's the real father of existentialism. And his book Fear and Trembling, that's one of the greatest philosophy books in terms of it's unique that it talks about the faith of Abraham. Yeah. And his self-sacrifice.
Yeah.
And all that type of stuff.
So that could have been where he got, his ideas on love too, using that. I mean, I'm sure other stories, but particularly that Abraham story, which is
100%. Yeah, he compares the night of love to the night of faith. And he says that the night of love is the one that seeks infinite resignation in what he loves. But the night of faith has to return back to the world after having sacrificed what he loves. You know, so it's this beautiful thing that he talks about how faith is much higher than love. You know, the faith is a higher spirit than love. You know, but it includes love within itself. You know? So yeah, it's a beautiful, one of the most beautiful writings ever. Fear and Trembling by Soren Kierkegaard. I forced my baby brother to read it. You know, he's like 18 years old, and I forced him to read the entire book. And he said, he said the thoughts are so complex, I don't think I understand. You know, and I told him what I just told you guys, and much more. You know, when my friend died, you know, he died Christmas Eve, and he sent me a text about a book. You know, he bought for Christmas, you know, 2 copies of a book called Soren Kierkegaard, The Philosopher of the Heart. It's the last text he ever sent me.
Oh, sure. Man.
Yeah, and he said, here's a book. I mean, I just bought this book on Kierkegaard. I mean, you know, Amazon accidentally sent me 2 copies. And I guess he said, you know, once for you, you know, Merry Christmas. I can't wait to read it with you. And he died in a car accident. Real talk.
I'm so sorry, man, for your loss, but
oh yeah,
but bro, the gift he gave you though, that's speechless. I'm speechless, bro. Yeah, you know.
There's a connection and a pattern there. Kierkegaard and love, the inspiration, TML's testimony with that connection to his loved one. MPC, you're talking about how there's friends here, right? And the true, you mentioned the true blessing of the machine lies, his knowledge, his depth of wisdom that he shares, and the aspect of these philosophers. What a gift, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother Talcott. You know, game recognized game. You know, it's just that, you know, we appreciate the same line of thinking, same line of truth. You know, so you realize the same things that I do. You know, there's nothing brilliant about what I say at all. You know, definitely, but yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Nonetheless, I appreciate you guys. I'm here for you guys.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah.
Hey,
yes, sir.
Sorry, I noticed it when Machine Wise talks and when I talk. We're getting an echo back from you.
Somebody echo. Okay, let me see.
You got a little bit of that. Yep, it's all good though.
Oh my god. Let me figure this out real quick. It was doing this the other day. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not a big deal, but
no, I don't like that. I don't like it. Let me fix it. Take myself away.
All right.
Let me see. Oh, I think I like. I'm such a deaf, not deaf in a cool way. I put my headphones volume up so high. That could be it. Coming through the thing. Is it still there? Is that better?
Hold on. I don't hear myself. It may have been something as simple as that.
Yeah, that probably was it. Yeah,
that's funny.
I like to blast my music, bro. That's why I make these videos. As like, it's fun to stream and all, and make videos, but it's an excuse for me to listen to music when I make a music video intro. Yeah, that one made a lot to me. That was like basically leading up. I don't know if you guys saw it. I'll play it again at the end of the show, the outro. It's like leading up to like when I met my wife. Like a lot of because I used to film everything, and all my friends. Speaking of friends, all my friends and experiences from like 2012 up until like now. And then when I met my wife back then, like before that, I was dating some other girls, you know, hanging out with other girls and stuff. And so, I mean, but like the song I played in the beginning, it was days go by and still I think of you. You know, I mean, you can be in love with somebody, but there's days when you think about your old friends or your exes and stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's wild. It's my wife's birthday today. 9/9.
Wow.
So yeah, it's
Happy
interesting.
birthday.
Yeah, it's interesting that I took mushrooms today. And I've
Mhm.
been just thinking about a lot of things, and I just had a 2-hour conversation, with my wife, and
Yeah.
about life and a lot of things. And
Was she
yeah,
there?
I mean, one day, it'll be unveiled our love story, because it's a fucking hellish tale, full of confusion, errors, crazy, passionate shit, wild stuff that we can't even put out there right now because it's just too wild. You know what I mean? But yeah, one day, you guys will see that like it's been, the crazy things that this man be doing for love. It's some wild shit,
Yeah.
some
I
wild shit.
mean, yeah. I mean, happy birthday to her, man. It's the Virgo maiden, bro. Miss Machine Lines, man. Yeah. She must be every like strong men have a strong woman behind them or beside them, in front of them, wherever. She's there. She's there. Yeah, it's a testament because like people have like enemies, allies, and stuff like that. Like people in between, people more ambiguous in this panel verse that we stay in sometimes. Yet when somebody could talk about another person and still say some positive things when they're not around, I think that's a bonus. And you came up, Machine. I don't know if you heard it, like when I was talking to Tommy, I think on my last broadcast or something like that, and we were talking because we were talking about marriage and whatnot, because I'm always that's my life, big part of my life, and he was referring to like because you're the only other person I know that's married in the panel verse, and he was like, yeah, this. He said he's gone through stuff with his wife and stuff, but that's a testimony that he still brings it up and talks about it. So he was saying in his mind, he thinks that this is the real deal, and I thought that was interesting that he said that with all all the other stuff going on and whatnot. So yeah, he was giving you guys props, with that. So I don't know what he's doing in the chat right now. Let me see, but he definitely was giving you guys props, your relationship. Oh, this is what Tommy. Shout out to Station 33. I'm re-uploading Jacking Off Antichrist panel tart tonight. Okay. Yeah. 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 Him and Hank has some stuff. What is this? Okay. Hank and Machine Light. Okay. Too close to Talcott. Talcott, why do people hate you so much? Some people. That's a weird question. That's fucking rude. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me.
No, it's a great question that I'm trying to figure out myself. I got theories. What I'm trying to remember the words from the book. They don't hate. They hated Christ before they hated me, and I do my best to align with him.
Yeah.
And my words and my story, they confuse people, especially those who don't pay attention.
Yeah.
And, the egoic mind is tricky. It's convinced a lot of people that they know things about me that they don't actually know. Tommy's one of those.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. I love him. And I hope he can remember. I hope he gives me another chance so that we can be friends again.
Yeah. Hey man, that's true. That's real love. I think you mean it too. It sounds like you mean it. Yeah.
I do, but boy, he was triggered at me yesterday, man, yelling and screaming, veins popping out of his head.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a this is a big deal to some people, the panel verse, right? So it's I got a lot of stuff in my life, but I'm trying to think of things I would get that angry about. Yeah.
I've gotten angry online. There's plenty of evidence of angry Cot coming out, yelling at people. He's yelling because he cares.
Yeah.
But the other thing too is the life people know means a lot to them. And that includes the life online that some of these people have created.
Yeah.
It means a lot to them.
Yeah. Yeah. Was it ever a time on this? Because he's always referring to 2 years of this. Was there ever a time when people were more kumbaya?
No. No.
He said no. Machine, you have 2 years, right? It's been 2 years?
Yeah.
I think so. 2 years.
Yeah, I'm looking
No
for this Kierkegaard quote, and I
Okay.
found it. You know, it's
Okay.
excellent.
Hit it.
You know,
Hit
it
it.
says,
Hit it.
yeah, it says, for he who always hopes for the best becomes old, deceived by life. And he who is always prepared for the worst becomes old prematurely. But he who has faith retains eternal youth.
Fucking preach. Teach.
Faith is the fountain of eternal youth. The heart is a
Teach,
philosopher's stone.
Yeah.
So
That's
that's
what it really
taking,
is.
Spin fire. Yeah.
and it's taking faith beyond hope. Right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We used to say, my teacher used to say, hope is dope.
Yeah, faith is hopeless.
Runs out. Yeah.
Hopelessly in love.
Hopelessly. What's that? Olivia Newton-John, Jack? Like Grease, hopelessly devoted to you. But she lies to me. I don't know if you were even born by then. Like about Grease lightning. Yeah. Yeah. Now, what's faith though? If faith is the pinnacle, top tier, numero uno, how can we define faith? What can we?
That's funny. That's funny you ask.
Yeah.
I have a precise definition that I've offered.
Of course you do.
Give me a second, and let me get my book here, and I'll go ahead and read what I wrote because it's not as perfect as just saying it. I can just say it, but it has a lot to do with action. But yeah, I'm gonna read this. Give me a second, guys.
Okay. Yeah. Faith. Faith, man. Faith. Yeah, I had some people talk shit about it before. They're like, you can't have faith. And it's like, you gotta be confidence, bro. You gotta use even delusional confidence.
Well, without hope, faith would be absent as well. Because you must have hope to direct your faith. I think
Hope is wanting optimism, right? Extreme, like hoping for the right. Yeah.
And faith. What's that?
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I can't remember the exact words, but faith is the trust, the confidence in things not yet seen, or the things that are unseen. But the way I use faith is you take the knowledge you know, and then you reason the best that you can, and have faith that you're right.
Yeah, that's enough to occupy your time. So, like before you know it probably worked out even better than you thought.
Right. Everything works out.
It does.
And you either got to change what you do or change your perspective. Or you celebrate.
Yeah, I got that one for you guys.
Hit it.
It says, faith is an inference to the best explanation after all the data comes in. Faith takes time to bring in all the data. Patience is a virtue and knowledge is a commercial. Knowledge is a mere advertisement for what should be done. Religious curses, a religion curses the intemperate who don't let God judge the final outcome. and who go with either side on occasion and choose neither infamy or fame. We find these in the entrance to hell in Dante's Inferno. One cannot remain neutral on a moving train, but one must also remember that a hypocrite is worse than a non-believer.
Those are all
A hypocrite is worse than a non-believer. Right.
a lot of powerful ideas and thoughts there, man. Holy cows.
Yeah, this is like paragraph 174 in my book.
Well, that faith in the faith in the reasoned and explanations, that's similar to where my mind had gone. Take the knowledge you have, but you said knowledge is a commercial for the actions to be done. That's friggin' awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
like
faith takes patience, right?
Yeah, like
You
faith
said-
happens after knowledge.
Faith happens after knowledge. Okay.
You know, like knowledge is sandwiched in between two things, right? Sandwiched in between the desire to attain the knowledge, right, which is based on a faith and understanding of what one is to achieve. You know, once one does achieve the knowledge, right? So the whole goal of knowledge is actually ethics, right? So the road to knowledge is the ethical road, you know, and then the way down, you know, out of that, you know, is that, you know, you knowledge is infinite. You find out knowledge is infinite. You find you know, knowledge of your own ignorance through what you find out, and then you have to return to the world. That's faith.
And are you the one who I heard ethics are for the unsaintly?
Oh yeah.
Was
Yeah,
that you too?
Skolmowski. Yeah. Yeah.
Because building on where you were going, man, the knowledge leads to the ethics, if I followed that right.
Yes.
Holy cows. Wisdom
Ethics.
is light, man. Sorry.
Oh no, yeah, you're right. Ethics are moral principles, right? And so you're saying that if a person still has to use the moral principles to govern their behavior or activity, that that's someone that we need to like evolve from.
Potentially.
Yeah, I'll tell you what made you know, my friend sent me that book. You know, because I quoted Kierkegaard one day. You know, and he was shook by this quote, and he wanted me to send it back to him, and quote the exact pages where I got it from. You know, so it's concluding unscientific postscript. You know, Kierkegaard says, if someone who lives in the midst of Christianity enters with knowledge of the true idea of God, the house of God, the house of the true God, and prays, but prays in untruth. And if someone lives in an idolatrous land, but prays with all the passion of infinity, although his eyes resting upon the image of an idol, where then is more truth? The one prays in truth to God, though he is worshiping an idol. The other prays in untruth to the true God, and is therefore in truth worshiping an idol.
Well.
You know, so therefore a hypocrite is worse than a non-believer.
Wow.
Yeah. In Arabic, it's a kefa,
Kafir.
non-believer,
Yeah.
kafir. Yeah. So how would they? And they probably have no patience for hypocrites as well, right?
Yeah, I mean,
In Islam. Yeah.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that is what it says in the Quran. You know, it's definitely that people who are hypocrites, you know, that the people who don't believe in God, you know, that they'll still do good deeds and God will count their
Right.
good deeds. You know, but the hypocrites who do bad based off of pretending to do good, that they're worse. You know, they're worse than the kafirs.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe just segue that into because I did some we did this thing about the guy that you've heard the love language thing that was a big craze the last like
Oh
5 years
yeah, I have that book.
online and stuff. Yeah, it makes a lot of seems to make a lot of sense. But I didn't know it was made by a Southern Baptist pastor. You know, that whole thing that surprised me, right? And in all of his years in counseling, people in his married couples in his congregation, and that's what came out of it. And you see how like you have it, and I've seen it, and a lot of it adds up to me. And you hear a lot of women, young women talk about it, and the men too. Even they because if the women are on it and you're single, you got to know, you got to know what they're reading in their library, right? And like it goes along with what you're saying about the unbelievers, even in their unbelief, if their heart is doing godly things, they're still, I would say, doing God's work.
Yeah, let me show you guys something crazy. Like because I went to my friend Mark's funeral.
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody was saying, my name, Muhammad, and this guy came out of nowhere, right? This dude right here.
Transforming, yeah.
Yeah, Pastor Nathaniel, all right?
Mm-hmm.
He came out of nowhere, and he said, "Oh my God, you're Muhammad. You're the one that Mark is always talking about. That we, philosophy and theology and all that shit." He had never met me, but he'd heard hundreds of conversations that me and this man had had. And he came rushing out just by hearing my name at his funeral. To introduce himself to me. This dude, Pastor Nathaniel. He is one of the deepest dudes I've met in life for sure.
Yeah.
He was the teacher of my friend Mark. Definitely deep thinker. He already knew all about Kierkegaard and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
It was wild. It shocked me.
Hey Jack, could you imagine like you hear all these conversations, like you never met Machine Lines, but me and you have known each other for years, like like we've been communing and all that, like studying the word and all that, and then I tell you about all our conversations, and then like years later you see Machine Lines in the flesh, because like bro, you're hella unique looking too in a good way. So it's like I'd be like, fuck, this is like mythical narrative or something,
right?
Shit. Yeah. Yo, that's wild. Yeah.
Hey, on the love languages thing, it's really kind of interesting how many patterns have been identified and observed as far as the different personality traits or different behaviors that people demonstrate. And that's one of them. It's important actually to understand how people operate, because most people don't. They don't know. They don't even know how they function.
Yeah.
I
They
didn't.
don't. Yeah. Once you started to figure out, your life changed.
Oh yeah. Transformed, dude. This is where I think my life may have a purpose in the testimony, because it's the same house, same car, same body, but I went from hell to heaven. Change in perspective, a transformation from within.
Real life Freaky Friday, man.
Well,
Transforming Faith Ministries. You gotta love the name. It's crazy.
Pastor Nathaniel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Transforming.
Have you talked to him since?
Oh yeah. Yeah. One day I went to his church service.
Yeah.
Yeah, one
How
day.
was that?
Yeah, one day I attended his church service. I think it was a baby shower for his kid. You know, so yeah, I talked to him. I said, I waited a little while to talk to him. You know,
Uh-huh.
yeah,
It's a very auspicious day too. Celebrate.
yeah.
Baby shower, yeah. Baptism is a sign, a ritual of like rebirth, right, and cleansing. You know, uh, cleansing this faith. Because I'm glad we brought this up about did the add-on build machine about the faith component. Because I mean, yeah, I heard that word a lot, and and whatnot, but I haven't really held it close in a while. So this is going to be an interesting rest of the day and coming days. So that's definitely going to be on my radar. Yeah, faith. Yeah.
You've got a good awareness to you. You've done a lot of self work, haven't you? I can't remember. You've shared some of your story. I can't remember the details of what I heard.
Yeah. There came a time about, I don't know, like 15 years ago, I was just hungry for knowledge, what I thought was knowledge, anything. Yeah. I just like would work, my job at, at the drugstore, I call it, at the supermarket, high-end Italian drugstore. And and I would just spend most of my money on rent and books and just reading anything spiritual. I started with Aristotle and the metaphysics, and then went on to the Mayan calendar, psychedelics, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam. Not Sufi. Everyone goes Sufi Islam, but I straight went to Wahhabist, Saudi Arabia shit. But I've been all over, man, and I was just hungry, and it always came back to this, consciousness, awareness of awareness, and I think I hit the rock bottom of the rabbit hole for me when I hit non-duality at Veda, one without a second, which I hear in when I read certain, like Machine Lines had that brother Esau on his live, and he was reading about like the passages where the cleric was talking about the manifestations of Allah and whatnot, and it totally reminded me of Veda about one without a second, and then it also reminded me of certain passages in the Bible, and
Yeah, the passage is walam yalid walam yulad. It means that it neither begets nor is it begotten.
Yes. Yeah. Because I'm standing up now, and I feel like there's more now that I met you guys and some other people, and other things have been happening in my squish reality, called the squish reality, not digital. Like, I think there's another hole. There's another hole I'm about to go down, and I have faith now. I'm not going to be a chicken shit as much at all. Yeah. Faith, bro. I appreciate you guys for that.
Oh yeah, faith. Has less to do with hope and I mean all those things, but it does have to do with love and courage and honor. Honor is linked with faith.
Right.
Holy cow.
Honor, yeah.
It sure does. Dude, this is my testimony. Faith. There was a movie that came out some time ago. I can't remember. It might have been Angels and Demons. There's a line from the movie. The guy says he's dealing with the Catholic Church, and he says, "Faith is a gift I've not yet received." I quoted that to a pastor I met with near the end of my days of drinking. Faith is a gift I have not yet received. Faith is tied to courage, to love. Those things are tied to honesty. So faith is a gift I have in abundance. And it's tied directly to hopeful ideas that I've learned of and I've considered. That's actually why I'm online each day, is I want to share some hopeful ideas and maybe share around some faith.
Yeah,
That
I've got a mantra for you guys.
what's that?
Drop it.
The wise man is without praise or blame. Those without honor are those without shame.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there's
like
no
that.
denying the shame except from the one who's bearing it. Oh man.
Yeah. All I gotta say to add on that one is like my ex Andrea, bless her soul. She she would always say, "That's shameful." And that stuck with me, bro. I was like, damn, that's like the worst. The way she said it too, her Capricorn ass. Would say that shit like that's shameful. I was like, fuck, that's not good when you hear Dre say that.
Some
Yeah.
black magic into your
Yeah,
mind.
exactly. Suck
Hey,
with me, man. Yeah.
all right. So 15 years ago, you got this thirst and fire within you, and you
Right.
start down your path of truth, and it leads you to many philosophies. And did I understand it was about 12 years ago you and your lady met? Is that right?
Yeah, but yeah, around that time, yeah. 12, we got married. In Monterey, California. 17-mile drive in the canyons looking over the Pacific. Yeah.
All right. So early in this conversation or the stream, I thought I heard you say something about relationships. And so I'm assuming you had already been doing some reflection and work on yourself along with this thirst of knowledge. So when you entered your relationship, you were more whole. How does that?
Absolutely. Physically and mentally, because literally I was feeding my brain, getting pregnant, getting fat with spiritual knowledge and philosophies and whatnot. And in order to balance all that, I also got like at that time of the best shape of my life, because I did I started doing Bikram yoga, the hot yoga.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like 90 minutes in a room that's 100 degrees with 80% humidity. That'll really show you who you are. And you literally look in the mirror. You look in the mirror while you're doing it. And I did that. And that's where I met my wife. She was working at the front desk. Yeah. Yeah, she's working at the front desk. Just like the story. What was it, Rebecca? She gave the water to the right? To the homie that was working for the he need to help me out on that one. I need to assist, right? I think, and that's her name, Rebecca, right? Literally. And we met, and I probably wouldn't have found her if I wasn't at that spot, because you get what you're ready for, right? The Most High gives you, right? And I was at a spot where I had come a long way in my narrative from where I used to be, especially with relationships too. And I met her, and it was like bliss. It was like for bliss. It was like I get this feeling. I never had this feeling where I was I used to be kind of depressed at with my situations before I met her, and I would look forward to my dreams. You ever felt like that, guys? Like you look forward to going to sleep and dreaming rather than being awake, right? But that ended with me spending time with Becky, and it ended up where I couldn't tell if I was literally, I'm not joking, like asleep or awake, bro. It was surreal. People would come up to us and shit like, what's up with you guys? It's kind of strange. You guys are I don't know if they had the language, like spiritual language, like metaphysical, mystical thing, but they're like we're glowing or whatever when we go places. And it was like that for a long time, right? But then things happen, bro. Like life happens, man. And I wasn't done with my spiritual narrative and growing and whatnot. And even though I was blessed and found her and came a long way, I still wasn't done. And I got kind of complacent. Maybe we got complacent on things, and there was hard times. So I know what Brother Machine is. I feel for him when he talks about certain things in the relationship, but I'm happy he's getting better, right? And so that was crazy, and it led me to more philosophy and more spirituality, which literally we gave birth to a son 6 years ago, and then I'm here talking to y'all right now, and now we're about to go see Beetlejuice or something like that. I'm about to wrap it up in a second, but no, bro, I'm glad you said it because like I hold a lot of space for people. Not to toot my own horn, I've had over 200 lives in the last couple of years. It's just that this channel's new, and I'm happy to listen to people's story, but it's very rare people ask me about myself, and I appreciate you honoring the space and me by asking the question. Let me share, man.
Dude, I appreciate the share. It's kind of selfish of me. I wanted to get to know you better anyway. So
no, that's great. That's great. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah.
Now you said you're about to wrap up. You got plans with the family.
The wifey, the son's my son's only day is where he has a full day of school, so we're about to get it in.
Much love. Thank you for sharing the time with us. I'm gonna bounce out quick and thank the Machine Lies as well. That healthy relationship, brother. It sounds like congratulations. We're never done on that spiritual work, but we're all here today, and it's an honor. Blessings to you guys. Peace. Thank you.
Well, I love you, man. I love you, Machine. Yeah, man.
Yeah, for sure. I love you too, my friend. And I know we met for a greater purpose, especially the auspicious meeting. I still remember when I was going over Krishnamurti, and Houston Smith, so yeah, definitely, we got a lot of stuff to talk about and a lot of good vibes, so thank you so much for having me, brother. We'll talk soon. Thank you.
Absolutely, Machine. Yeah, and praise to you. Celebrate your wife and
thank you.
Enjoy that trip. Enjoy that trip, bro.
Yeah, thank you. Right. Yeah, I'll be going live in like 15 minutes, or so. I'm just reading a book or so, like for 3 hours or some shit. Yeah. But yeah, have a blessed night, guys. Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate you, bro. Peace. Yeah.
Machine Lies hates cross promotion, but I love cross promotion. Why spend the next 3 hours listening to him read a book when we're re-uploading tonight Jack Talcott Antichrist Panel Tard? We are going to show how Machine Lies and Hank, the most popular artist, are danger close to where Illuminati's dropping them bombs. But the loop is, it's all dated back to like UAE Squidbot. And I'm still telling Jack the same stuff. Machine Lies laughing like I'm not waiting for the clip he plans. I didn't know you were actually doing a live thing yesterday when I dropped in with those cross-promotional chats. I hate you, Jack Talcott. I do not love you. You are an Antichrist panel tard. You look stupid when you chat this stuff. You look stupid letting me WWE on you and saying I have the problem. Please play the clip, Machine Lies. I want this. Come back up. Come back up. Yeah. Our friend will host us. I want the clip. I want more.
Yeah, you need to, bro. I have to see this clip. But it's not going to be here because literally I'm already late and I'm not
right. I'm letting you go. I'm saying on your channel, these boys acting like I ain't here for this. Show me the clip and let's see what it is compared to what I'll say right now with you and Jack on a panel. Whenever you have the time, sir, check what's real.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's a very spicy. It runs 2 hours 56. Yeah. You should review it for content. Peace.
No, wait. You motherfucker. Oh, I'm glad he didn't. I'm glad he didn't stay, man, because I was about to say something too nice. We're not gonna give it to him. We're not gonna give it. No, that was wow, that worked out. Woo, woo. I got my two brothers, brother Talcott and brother Machine Lies. The Machine Lies, bro. But however, sometimes our brothers don't get along with our friends, and at this point, Illumitami, I said it, chat. He's pretty much my best friend here in the panelverse. It's just like your bros, like, and your best friends not getting along. But the funny thing is, my bros knew my best friend before I did, right? Anyway, so you heard it first, folks. Or second time, Illumitami, he's gonna drop it, the upload. Yeah, I'm glad he didn't say jacking off what he said earlier on the thing. Tonight, he's re-uploading the jacking off Antichrist panel tard tonight. Right? You see it. Greetings, Neutral Ground. Greetings, NPC. The Machine Lies in chat. Right? Much love to the brothers. All right. Have a blessed day. You too, Brother Talcott. I love that, Brother Talcott. Again, going out of the chat. He ran because he don't want the clip. What time you say? You got nothing, TML. Your enemies are hiding from me. When I ride on my enemies, Tupac. And little Tommy was in the chat earlier for check out my vlog. He was holding it down with on code, right? In the chat. Clip it, ship it, stick it. These guys, bro. 9/11. Yeah. He doesn't have the time. I don't have the time, but I will. Let's set it up. Let's do it. This has been a love stream. And now you guys have to watch my love narrative to my wife. 7 minutes, hang in there. And my son. And to all the girls I've loved before who traveled in and out my door. I'm glad they came along. I get this song. To all the girls I've loved before. Peace. See you next time in the coming days. NPC the gang. Love somebody.
Still a whisper on my lips, feeling at my fingertips, it's pulling at my skin. You leave me when I'm at my worst, feeling as if I've been cursed with a cold within. Days go by and still I think of you. Days when I couldn't live my life without you. Days go by and still I think of you. Days when I couldn't live my life without you. Without you. without Still whisper on my lips, feeling at my fingertips, pulling at my skin. Leave me where I'm at my worst, feeling as if I've been cursed with a cold within. Days go by and still I think of you. Days when I couldn't live my life without you. Without you. Without you.
Connection and community is the exact solution that I'm offering will end the wars and bring reforms. But I feel like I'm getting ignored here. Hey, Jeeps, that you reminded me, there's too much calm time in between events. People have become complacent and comfortable and they don't want to cause disruption. You have to wait till it gets really bad, Jack, then people will listen. There's a quote from one of the people, never let a good crisis go to waste, right? Yeah, the people who have proven themselves successful in this world, they know that as well. I know that. But it's a false peace. People are being complacent with evil. They're being comfortable with oppression. And I'm suggesting is people should be, maybe I'm like, I don't know, I'm the guy screaming in the wilderness. I'm the canary saying, hey, hello, it's dark. It's getting bad. Let's do something. Hank. Do you have any questions on what I was talking about? Any definitions or stuff you're curious on?
Right now, you pretty much explained what I needed to know at the moment. So I don't really have any further questions. I'm hoping another panelist will come up and take my place since I'm completely ignoring you, but no one has enough to do so, or at least come up and call me out.
Yeah. You know what, Hank? It's all right. We'll leave it open for someone else to join, but I'm gonna do some solo and then I may shut it down for a bit, all right?
Yep, see you later. I'm gonna get off the stage, in fact.
Blessings, brother. I appreciate you, Hank, sincerely. Thank you for joining.
No
Wait,
problem.
we do have someone else, maybe.
All right. I guess we'll stay for if they need
Yeah.
me or something.
Here, if you'd like. Welcome. Machine Lies, how you doing today, brother?
Are you here to call me out?
Yes, I'm here to hold you accountable, Hank.
Excellent. Finally.
You know, I came to call out Hank Oflamio for ignoring Jack Talcott. So, Hank, you know, how dare you?
Bless the Lord. Finally.
How dare you, sir?
Bless the
Yeah,
Lord.
blessings.
Praise the Lord. I finally got what I needed. I got what was coming to me.
Yeah.
Hey, blessings. I love you guys. Can we talk about this? There are a lot of people that see it all, but we don't have a military, tanks, etc. And what can we do but fight back with words? Do you believe words don't have power? I mean, the military, the people operating the tanks, all of them, they're directed by words. We hold the same instruments of power, except guess what? If we unite, our power is more just because we're standing on the truth. We're standing on the side of peace, ending wars, ending the militarization and the corruption. This world is literally becoming a prison planet, if it hasn't already. And it's by the execution and the choices of men and women. Who are we going to choose? This is the time, I'm sure. What do you think, man?
Well, I think strategy is obviously a more nefarious tool than warfare, right? If you can look at it one way, right? Like one of my favorite albums is by the Wu-Tang Clan, and it's by an artist named the Jizza, and the album is called Liquid Swords, and it's about how the pen is mightier than the sword. And the first song on the album is called Shadow Boxing, you know, about sparring with yourself. You know, if you could defeat yourself in a battle, right, then no one else could really defeat you. And that's why strategy is more nefarious than warfare, because strategy is about the ideas, and a strategist doesn't actually have to go to war, right? So words are dangerous. You know, we may be able to solve things and hurt things by words way worse than we can by weapons. You know, so words are themselves a double-edged sword, you know, that can be used to hurt and heal, you know, in a way. So that is a way that, and actually, they're the primary thing that can do so, because the tongue is a reflection of the heart, you know. Just as the hearts unify people, the tongues rip people apart. You know, it's obvious.
It's biblical, right? That which comes from the mouth is what will defile, and people haven't cared about what they've said. And what you said, dude, the power of words, you're right. It creates and destroys. The power has been misunderstood, underestimated by us, by people. It's through the power of words that we can know the truth, that we can know knowledge. But that might not even be accurate. You've given more thoughts to those concepts than I have regarding thoughts and knowledge.
Well, I think it's pretty rudimentary in that a technique is more encompassing than a machine or a technology, right? So a symbol is more powerful than a weapon. You know, it just depends on how it's guided, right? A symbol, symbols rule over minds, as weapons use fear to rule over, you know, the physical, right? So the physical manifestation is just a extrusion of the creative uh, uh, endeavor. So really, it's the the creative act, the immaterial, in a sense. Although I don't believe that there is actually immaterial. I believe mind is pervaded throughout all of reality, right? So but yeah, I think creativity shows us that you know our ideas are much more dangerous than anything that we make, right?
Yes, I would actually have to affirm that. I mean, look at these signs. These signs ruined a lot of people's lives. I even Mandela one on my own side. That's why it says Mandela on it. So this is these things are black magic. They're really effective, and if you just need to watch. You see how angry Illuminati was yesterday. These signs are just very, very forceful. So
the one mind, when we realize that, if we just accept our unity, we are all a part of this same experience. When we know we're all a part of the same experience, I don't know that there's any distance you can go out to the country or off grid that's running and hiding, Daisy May. That's the Polly and the Unslavia way. That's not Jack. What Jack is suggesting is all of these people that are afraid of the government, help me find a way to confront them. I mean, this is what I'm saying. I shouldn't bring him up because I still got him blocked, but
let's do it.
Well, I'm associating Daisy with Paul because that's been, she promotes what he's offering, which is complain about the oppressors, defy the employees, right? Yell at the people who are employed to try and enforce the rules, and then wants to go get property and go build some imaginary playground that is away from all of the wars. I mean, there's men and women dying right now, direct involvement from the United States government that I'm not running away from. I'm a part of the society in America, and the way I understand it, they don't govern, they govern the rules. They don't govern us. The police, they don't enforce us. They are to enforce the rules. Now, rules are made up by people. This obeying the rules from others far away, that's what has men and women right now in war zones, while the bosses and the leaders are sleeping, having dinner with people, nice restaurants, nice meals.
But Paul's not obeying the rules. He's purposely breaking the bad rules. He's thinking globally and acting locally.
I don't think he's thinking globally. He's thinking very small-minded.
He's putting more pressure on the system by ignoring the worst rules.
I think he wastes. I think it's a waste. I don't think it's worthy of as much credit and attention. Having a mouth, I understand standing on principles. I get that. I even understand trying to educate the people who are playing the role of enforcers. I get that. but spending time in jail and then wanting to play the victim. And now he's going to take them to court. He's going to get all these people sued.
How about the way Joe Cool does it? He literally goes on the street and educates the officers while recording it, so anyone else that watches can also learn the actual rules on the books.
I can see the value in that as well, but I also see it as a missed opportunity. I mean, I watch some of these auditor things they're doing. They're not doing it for any other reason than their own selfish attention. You know, they think something is wrong, so they want to go make a spectacle out of it. But if the purpose is educating, by all means, that's exactly what we should be doing. But people get caught up in this, in their character that they create and imagine for themselves, and they think they're doing a lot of good, but really they're not. Welcome, Paul.
Was listening in again, Jack, and once again you brought me up it's in name to be
So
jealous
what?
and hate on me while you do nothing, and
No,
you're a
I
bitter
used you as an example. And Paul, you're welcome to join with a different attitude. Okay, but this nonsense where you think you've got jurisdiction and you think you're better than me, dude, you're delusional.
That's you, Jack, and we all know it. So just get back to your non-broadcast. Get back to hating on me while you can't pay your rent while I build a homestead in a community.
You're a liar.
We know the
You're
difference.
a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar, a deceiver, a manipulator. Your pride, Paul, keeps you foolish. Thank you for visiting. I actually do appreciate that. Help me feel better about myself again. Why is he a liar? He just made the claim that I can't pay my rent. That's not true. My rent has been paid in advance. I don't have to worry about my rent. So he's a liar. He takes facts, twists them around, and then paints some story where he's like the god of all media.
Yeah, but to be fair, twisting facts is what the machine lies want us about. That's pretty much what we all do via communication because we have our own perspective.
Well, the facts are important. You said machine lies was he was warning about twisting of facts.
Yes, technique in communication, the pen being mightier than the sword.
That is true. And Paul has a gift of narration. He's also developed a pattern where he overtalks and he makes sure that his view is the only one that's allowed. But
Let me correct the record. If you can pay your rent, you did admit 2 weeks ago you can't even afford to buy your.
Paul, see the insecure. He's just got to be right. Oh, I got to be right. I got to be the attention. I got to show that Jack is wrong. Paul, you're missing out, dude. Totally missing out. Because, well, I'm actually a very kind man. My economic worth is irrelevant to what I say. What I say and what I do is honest and authentic, and I genuinely do care to create a better world for everyone. So my faith is in God, but Hank, you've been a part of this story for a while, and all of you, many of you guys have been a part of Jack's story for a while. I'd encourage you to evaluate. What do you want to do?
I just want to keep training. I'm just going to keep training for a bit to figure out where I have leverage at.
I'd encourage you to start thinking about me. I mean, I know how that sounds, but I'm a very honest man. When I succeed, those who are a part of my success, right? We can share the rewards together.
When did you assume I wasn't thinking about you?
Well, the fact that you keep taking attention back to you more than trying to pay attention to what I'm saying and doing.
Okay, then tell me what to do.
That's actually the habit I'd like to help you and others break.
Okay, then there's no possible correct move I can make. This is the issue I got into with Pussy Paul when I was on his show. So if you don't have any correct moves for me to do, and not doing anything's also wrong, then I can't do anything correctly because I'm not you.
There's other options.
All right,
you
give me three.
You didn't think of the other options.
Okay, what are the other options?
What I'm referring to, where people, we get into these habits of not doing unless we're told, or not doing unless we have all of the details. But what I've had to learn is how to think for myself, how to actually find and create opportunities, how to move forward even without the details, and even if at the risk that I might be wrong. But it's the egoic mind that is seeking the details. And Hank, if your heart was here, and if your heart was paying attention to me and the conversation, the experience that you're actually physically a part of, well, you wouldn't even ask me what am I wanting you to do.
So I'm putting in my best effort right now. So what you're telling me that my best effort isn't good enough. So I don't think there's anyone in this world that can give you what you want. That's just maybe there is, but I wouldn't know where they are. So don't ask me where they are.
I don't know why you ruled yourself out so quickly.
Because I'm putting in my best effort already.
And I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. All I'm suggesting is that if you tried to pay more attention to me, you could see that you're a part of this. And then it's not just, what does Jack want for this to succeed? You know, maybe you'd have ideas to say, hey, Jack, what if we do this to accomplish this?
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm not close now, you're utterly incomprehensible to me. There's no offense, but if I'm not even close to the target, I don't even know what I'm looking at.
Well, Hank, here's the thing. Please don't assume that, because I would suggest if anyone is the closest, it is you. Because you have been understanding much of what I've been saying. You've seen through a lot of what I've been facing. This is where, though, I don't know how to cross any more barriers. The idea is we are one. We are sharing this experience. So what you want from this experience, it's important to me.
Why do I need to find some Patara earrings and fuse with you? I don't know where to go with this.
Let's not worry. I don't want to put pressure. I mean, I don't want to leave it unresolved, but the other side of that is I don't want you to feel like you're being put on the spotlight either, because organically, as long as we try, we can understand each other. Oh, Hank, here is something I will ask you. Many people Many people think they know me, but they convince themselves they do before they actually understand. This is what happens with God. I know that I am just like you, Hank, Machine Lies, and Paul, and all the viewers. I'm just like everyone else. And we are, in very many ways, just like God. I have the theory, so far it's unconfirmed, but I have a theory that God may be using me and many others as a messenger for today. But it seems that people, well, I don't feel like I found the tribe that wants what I'm offering. So what do I do?
I guess we have to build if we can't buy.
Well, I've been trying to build, and unfortunately, I'm going to bring him back up, but I keep finding a lot of people that want to publicly oppose me, and I don't understand why. Because it doesn't help me build. It doesn't help me when people go out of their way to talk about me, to mock me.
This is pretty
publicly.
simple. Pretty much everyone in your life doesn't view you as competent and capable. I don't know how else to put it to you. Or
Well,
rational.
Paul, hey, Paul,
About that three.
how about-
Competent,
how
capable,
about-
and rational.
Well, how about you stop speaking for everybody?
I'm speaking for me as well, and I'm noticing the pattern.
Right. And Paul, you're wrong.
Okay, then I'm wrong. Then let it be that.
Okay.
If
so
you're
what are you
confident
gonna
in yourself
do
and you
if
have
you're wrong?
results, it shouldn't
Paul,
matter what anyone else says or thinks.
Paul, does it matter if someone's wrong? Should someone
Again,
do
you're
something if
proposing
they're
there's an
wrong?
objective wrong here.
Paul, yes. And Paul, your attitude towards me, I didn't do anything to deserve your mockery, your disrespect. I didn't do anything to deserve listening to you yell at me here in the present. You're out of your mind, Paul.
You're
You
never
are
going
out
to
of
get what
your
you want or need in life, so just keep doing it.
No, Paul. Okay. Tell you what, I'm not going to keep playing this game. Paul, we're done today. You can leave. You're not coming back up. Okay. Yeah, give me the bird. Shove that finger up your ass, you fat pig.
You know what's odd? I absolutely did do something to him that deserves to be mocked and ridiculed. I made it so he couldn't use your show for entertainment, but he preferred to go after you rather than me. So you need to think about that, Jack.
You're right. You're right. Well, the thing is, he doesn't need to go after anyone. He just needs to chill the hell out and look at his behavior. If we want a better world, the way we treat each other through the day, it matters. I mean, I know a lot of people, especially in this online stuff, you want to say it doesn't matter. It does. Because you're showing who you are. You're showing the world. You're putting the world into the world, the dark energies of fighting and disagreement. We're here to choose. Oh, thank you. Here, simple definitions. Simplify your life and don't underestimate yourself. Words, things can have many definitions. And if we look at ourselves and each other as things, we're going to come up with these narrow definitions of what someone or something is. That's what many have been doing with me. They want to treat me like a thing, a thing that they don't like. Well, it's delusional. Okay, one of the mystical, magical aspects of the truth is there's varying degrees of the truth. Hot versus cold, varying degrees can be between those. Different perceptions can experience different degrees, variations. So if everything can be defined by different levels, find the simple definitions. Okay, every one of us here, I brought up, especially at the beginning, set the example of a divine one for yourself to embody. I invite the Christ, Jesus. I invite myself to live and try to embody that. So what does that mean? The Holy Spirit. What for me, what I saw the story of Jesus, he's a leader. Every one of us are leaders if we allow ourselves. What is a leader? A leader is one who makes decisions and directs the energy and the focus. So every one of us can make decisions. We can all be leaders who accept responsibility. Hey, welcome, El Perro.
Greetings. You know, I just sat here and listened to Paul up here, and I hate to have Paul even in my mouth, but I want to point out a principal concept here that we're failing to see, is that Paul likes to project that his relationship has a long standing and meaning to it. It's been 2 years. My companion, 15 years. You would think that it's got a longer standing and probably a better meaning or a deeper meaning to it. That doesn't matter to him. What he's projecting is that he's already got a homestead and he's already built that community. You fail in that. You're projecting your future plans, your intent, which may be good. But that doesn't dismiss from the fact that you keep placing Jack in the past as if though he's not come out of it, like you accused him of not paying his rent, when he's already showed that he's taking care of that. You're the delusional one, Paul. Have a good day.
Hey, brother. I appreciate you. I encourage you, though. You and me, our anger is our issue. And what I saw, I was thinking about you yesterday. I wanted to join that stream you had last night, El Perro. The energies in my being changed. I went and laid down. What I see with, well, particularly Paul, he went ahead and joined, I'm sure in response to what you said, but what I see with Paul is kind of unfortunate because you brought experience and wisdom, and he saw the experience and wisdom, but unfortunately what Paul has never learned, and I think you can learn in this too maybe, is some loyalty. But that's not true either, because you're both loyal to your way. But I see Paul and you, Wizard, you guys, you bring a lot of good qualities together, but at the same time, all three of us have opportunities to work on our.
So you don't think, Jack, it's at all fascinating or off-putting that you have this guy calling himself Daisy and putting up a picture of an obese man dressed as a woman who looks more like the woman that El Slavo is with than it does Daisy?
Paul,
it's fascinating projection, and it's also unchristian behavior, Jack. It's unloving.
It's fascinating. You're so upset by that. It's just.
Why are you okay with him attacking a woman and calling her?
I'm not okay with it. And Paul,
I'm not okay with other people interjecting themselves into my and my companion's life based on projections from somebody else. My companion sits right across from the room, and if she believes that I'm living off of her and her government check, then she would tell me. However, she's the one that has her funds secured and safe from the courts because we've managed to set up, again, like myself, a card without a bank account. Hers specifically comes directly from the government. So it doesn't go to any bank account. It goes directly to her card. Funny how that works, huh? I'm living off of her, yet I'm the one providing her with the financial securities that keep the third-party debt collectors from coming after her, like Jack. Oh, but wait a minute. That doesn't have any real value, does it? Since I'm not bringing money into the household, but rather I'm preventing people from taking money out of the mouths of children. Oh, that has no value, right?
Here.
Now you're thinking like a mega corporation.
Well, this is the materialistic view that Paul has. He claims that he sees through the system, but he's completely money focused.
Right. And Daisy, yes, of course I benefit from it. She benefits from it too. It's an equal consideration. It's an equal contract between us to think about each other first and foremost in everything we do, that we're not living off of one another. There was a time where I sat on a couch and couldn't move, and she did everything for me. I am blessed. Ask her again if I'm living off of her. That's where you get your truth, not from Paul or anybody else.
Right. Here. Thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't speak up there. Paul has no right to bring insults to anyone, really. But then to bring insults to your partner and your life, see, he's a fool. He has no clue on what is or is not appropriate. He just runs around imagining his own rules and enforcing his own expectations onto others. So tell you what, Paul, I went against my words because you were brought up, and I see it still didn't accomplish anything. You just want to argue and throw a fit. So, Paul, I think we're done today. Stephen, I've got no interest in bringing you up. And Snafu, not a chance today. I did unblock you, but we're already over an hour in. And I think maybe I should start wrapping up, do some final words in a good way, right? I'm not disappointed, but I honestly think maybe I'll be more comfortable, wrap this up. And if I find another panel, other conversations to have, maybe I can do that, but.
Works for me. I'll backstage myself.
Blessings to you, Hank. I appreciate you, my brother. My friend.
I'm gonna bring something up backstage if you'll present it for me real quick. It's scripture.
All right, certainly.
Okay, should be back there. This is 2 Timothy 2:23 through 26. But foolish and unlearned questions avoid, knowing that they do gender strife. And the servant of the Lord must not strive, but be gentle and patient, in meekness, instructing those that oppose themselves. This is your battle. You oppose yourselves, not me. I don't give a flying fuck what you do. If God, peradventure, will give them repentance to the acknowledging of the truth, that you oppose yourselves, not me, and that they may recover themselves out of the snare of the devil, who are taken captive by him at his will. So as you keep posing that you have done this thing and you've created this homestead and this community, you haven't accomplished that yet. And pose that it has meaning and standing only to you. It has no standing to me. What has standing and meaning to me is what belongs to me and my companion, what we do in life. not your projections, conjectures, or anything else. I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back. And that's to say I don't give one flying fuck whether you don't respect me or don't like me at all, whether you hate me or anything. Excommunicate me from anybody. You cannot excommunicate me from God. Have a good day, and may He bless you.
Thank you, brother. I think that was directed at Paul, but I'm not certain. The words of the scripture, though, are true. We're not here to be all. We're not here to be the persecutors, prosecutors, the judge of everybody. We got all these people, especially on this online stuff, running around, wanting to claim jurisdiction and want to bring justice. These people are nuts, man. What do we do? What are your thoughts, my friend?
Well, I think it's been some interesting discussions that I've been having with people along the same lines, about whether if the tools of power are those that breed corruption and envy and superstition and malice, then should those tools be abandoned? Should it be another road that people should maybe separate from the society, build outside of the present mode of understanding, and then come back to civilization, bring back their tools? In other words, should we retreat to the wilderness and go and then come back, bringing the knowledge back, or go out of the cave, if you will, and bring the knowledge of the sun back to the people that are in the cave, but it goes to what you're talking about here, simple definitions, because symbols really override techniques and techniques override technologies, right? So we have to turn our technologies that are the physical manifestation of those tools that are out of control and turn them into techniques that are under our control. And that goes to changing the definitions of power and love and changing them to simpler definitions, because those the understanding of those things has become overlayered with themes and over contextualized, and used for propaganda, like like when Edward Bernays used women smoking cigarette in order to sell women cigarettes, right? He made a sign that said torches of freedom. So he combined the idea of woman's liberation with the idea of them smoking cigarettes because it was a popular meme at the time. So this idea of over layering symbols, where symbols have over layering contextualization, they could implode the meaning. We have to find simpler definitions so that we can get back to a raw understanding of concepts that actually affect our lives. But yeah, thank you guys, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Blessings, brother. Thank you. A little bit different from what was offered there. I actually think the definitions
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster. It was clearly shown in the French contact with the industrial society, and the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance.
Hence the population explosion with all that that implies.
Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And, as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and the irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, and make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure. That's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware or choose to ignore the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into society, they lead to a long consequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present ones. For example, scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance. In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones. Thus, it will take a long and difficult period of trial and error for the technophiles to work the bugs out of their brave new world, if they ever do. In the meantime, there will be great suffering. So it is not at all clear that the survival of industrial society would involve less suffering than the breakdown of that society would. Technology has gotten the human race into a fix from which there is not likely to be any escape. The future. But suppose now that industrial society does survive the next several decades, and that the bugs do eventually get worked out of the system so that it functions smoothly. What kind of system will it be? We will consider several possibilities. First, let us postulate that the computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can do them. In that case, presumably, all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines, and no human effort will be necessary. Either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control over the machines might be retained. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjectures as to the results, because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all power to the machines, but we are suggesting neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions. As society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and as machines become more and more intelligent, people will let machines make more and more of their decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machine off, because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer. But control over large systems of machines would be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses. Because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity has become extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or, if the elite consists of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep him busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered, either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they will most certainly not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domestic animals. But suppose now that the computer scientists do not succeed in developing artificial intelligence, so that human work remains necessary. Even so, machines will take care of more and more of the simpler tasks so that there will be an increasing surplus of human workers at the lower levels of ability. We see this happening already. There are many people who find it difficult or impossible to get work because, for intellectual or psychological reasons, they cannot acquire the level of training necessary to make themselves useful in the present system. On those who are employed, ever-increasing demands will be placed. They will need more and more training, more and more ability, and will have to be more reliable, conforming, and docile, because they will be more and more like cells of a giant organism. Their tasks will be increasingly specialized so that their work will be, in a sense, out of touch with the real world, being concentrated on one tiny slice of reality. The system will have to use any means that it can, whether psychological or biological, to engineer people to be docile, to have the abilities that the system requires, and to sublimate their drive for power into some specialized task. But the statement that the people of such a society will have to be docile may require qualification. The society may find competitiveness useful, provided that ways are found of directing competitiveness into channels that serve the needs of the system. We can imagine a future society in which there is endless competition for positions of prestige and power, but no more than very few people will ever reach the top, where the only real power is. Very repellent is a society in which a person can satisfy his need for power only by pushing large numbers of other people out of the way and depriving them of their opportunity for power. One can envision scenarios that incorporate aspects of more than one of the possibilities that we have just discussed. For instance, it may be that machines will take over most of the work that is of real practical importance, but that human beings will be kept busy by giving relatively unimportant work. It has been suggested, for example, that a great development of the service industries might provide work for human beings. Thus, people would spend their time shining each other's shoes, driving each other around in taxicabs, making handicrafts for one another, waiting on each other's tables, etc. This seems to us a thoroughly contemptible way for the human race to end up, and we doubt that many people would find fulfilling lives in such pointless busy work. They would seek other dangerous outlets, drugs, crime, cults, hate groups, unless they were biologically or psychologically engineered to adapt them to such a way of life. Needless to say, the scenarios outlined above do not exhaust all the possibilities. They only indicate the kinds of outcomes that seem to us most likely. But we can envision no plausible scenarios that are any more palatable than the ones we've just described. It is overwhelmingly probable that if the industrial technological system survives the next 40 to 100 years, it will by that time have developed certain general characteristics. Individuals, at least those of the bourgeois type who are integrated into the system and make it run, and who therefore have all the power, will be more dependent than ever on large organizations. They will become more socialized than ever, and their physical and mental qualities, to a significant extent, possibly to a very great extent, will be those that are engineered into them rather than being the result of chance or God's will or whatever. And whatever may be left of wild nature will be reduced to remnants preserved for scientific study and kept under the supervision and management of scientists. Hence it will no longer be truly wild. In the long run, say a few centuries from now, it is likely that neither the human race nor any other important organisms will exist as we know them today, because once you start modifying organisms through genetic engineering, there is no reason to stop at any particular point, so that the modifications will probably continue until man and other organisms have been utterly transformed. Whatever else may be the case, it is certain that technology is creating for human beings a new physical and social environment radically different from the spectrum of environments to which natural selection has adapted the human race physically and psychologically. If man is not adjusted to this new environment by being artificially re-engineered, then he will be adapted to it through a long and painful process of natural selection. The former is far more likely than the latter. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences. Strategy. The technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Many people understand something of what technological progress is doing to us, yet take a passive attitude towards it because they think it is inevitable. But we don't think it is inevitable. We think it can be stopped, and we will give here some indications of how to go about stopping it. As we stated in paragraph 166, the two main tasks for the present are to promote social stress and instability in industrial society and to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial system. When the system becomes sufficiently stressed and unstable, a revolution against technology may be possible. The pattern would be similar to that of the French and Russian revolutions. French society and Russian society, for several decades prior to their respective revolutions, showed increasing signs of stress and weakness. Meanwhile, ideologies were being developed that offered a new worldview that was quite different from the old one. In the Russian case, revolutionaries were actively working to undermine the old order. Then, when the old system was put under sufficient additional stress by financial crisis in France, by military defeat in Russia, it was swept away by revolution. What we propose is something along the same lines. It will be objected that the French and Russian revolutions were failures, but most revolutions have two goals. One is to destroy an old form of society, and the other is to set up a new form of society envisioned by the revolutionaries. The French and Russian revolutionaries failed, fortunately, to create the new kind of society of which they dreamed, but they were quite successful in destroying the old society. We have no illusions about the feasibility of creating a new ideal form of society. Our goal is only to destroy the existing form of society.
But an ideology, in order to gain enthusiastic support, must have a positive ideal as well as a negative one. It must be for something as well as against something. The positive ideal that we propose is nature, that is, wild nature. Those aspects of the functioning of the earth and its living things that are independent of human management and free of human interference and control. And with wild nature, we include human nature, by which we mean those aspects of the functioning of the human individual that are not subject to regulation by organized society, but are products of chance or free will or God, depending on your philosophical or religious opinions.
Nature makes a perfect counter-ideal to technology for several reasons. Nature, which is outside the power of the system, is the opposite of technology, which seeks to expand indefinitely the power of the system. Most people will agree that nature is beautiful. Certainly, it has tremendous popular appeal. The radical environmentalists already hold an ideology that exalts nature and opposes technology.
It is not necessary for the sake of nature to set up some chimerical utopia or any new kind of social order. Nature takes care of itself.
It was a spontaneous creation that existed long before any human society, and for countless centuries, many different kinds of human societies coexisted with nature without doing it an excessive amount of damage. Only with the Industrial Revolution did the effect of human society on nature become really devastating. To relieve the pressure on nature, it is not necessary to create some special kind of social system. It is only necessary to get rid of industrial society. Granted, this will not solve all problems. Industrial society has already done tremendous damage to nature and will take a very long time for the scars to heal. Besides, even pre-industrial societies can do significant damage to nature. Nevertheless, getting rid of industrial society will accomplish a great deal. It will relieve the worst of the pressure on nature so that the scars can begin to heal. It will remove the capacity of organized society to keep increasing its control over nature, including human nature. Whatever kind of society may exist after the demise of the industrial system, it is certain that most people will live close to nature, because in the absence of advanced technology, there is no other way people can live. To feed themselves, they must be peasants, or herdsmen, or fishermen, or hunters, etc. And generally speaking, local autonomy should tend to increase, because lack of advanced technology and rapid communications will limit the capacity of governments or other large organizations to control local communities. As for the negative consequences of eliminating industrial society, well, you can't eat your cake and have it too. To gain one thing, you must sacrifice another. Most people hate psychological conflict. For this reason, they avoid doing any serious thinking about difficult social issues, and they like to have such issues presented them in simple black and white terms. This is all good, and that is all bad. The revolutionary ideology should therefore be developed on two levels. On the more sophisticated level, the ideology should address itself to people who are intelligent, thoughtful, and rational. The object should be to create a core of people who will be opposed in the industrial system on a rational, thought-out basis, with full appreciation of the problems and ambiguities involved, and of the price that has to be paid for getting rid of the system. It is particularly important to attract people of this type, as they are capable people and will be instrumental in influencing others. These people should be addressed on as rational a level as possible. Facts should never intentionally be distorted, and intemperate language should be avoided. This does not mean that no appeal can be made to the emotions, but in making such appeal, care should be taken to avoid misrepresenting the truth or doing anything else that would destroy the intellectual respectability of the ideology. On a second level, the ideology should be propagated in a simplified form that will enable the unthinking majority to see the conflict of technology versus nature in unambiguous terms. But even on the second level, the ideology should not be expressed in language that is so cheap, intemperate, or irrational that it alienates people from the thoughtful and rational type. Cheap, intemperate propaganda sometimes achieves impressive short-term gains, but it will be more advantageous in the long run to keep the loyalty of a small number of intelligently committed people than to arouse the passions of an unthinking, fickle mob who will change their attitude as soon as someone comes along with a better propaganda gimmick. However, propaganda of the rabble-rousing type may be necessary when the system is nearing the point of collapse, and there is a final struggle between rival ideologies to determine which will become dominant when the old worldview goes under. Prior to that final struggle, the revolutionaries should not expect to have a majority of people on their side. History is made by active, determined minorities, not by the majority, which seldom has a clear and consistent idea of what it really wants. Until the time comes for the final push toward revolution, the task of revolutionaries will be less to win the shallow support of the majority than to build a small core of deeply committed people. As for the majority, it will be enough to make them aware of the existence of the new ideology and remind them of it frequently, though of course it will be desirable to get majority support to the extent that this can be done without weakening the core of seriously committed people. Any kind of social conflict helps to destabilize the system, but one should be careful about what kind of conflict one encourages. The line of conflict should be drawn between the mass of people and the power-holding elite of the industrial society, politicians, scientists, upper-level business executives, government officials, etc. It should not be drawn between the revolutionaries and the mass of the people. For example, it would be a bad strategy for the revolutionaries to condemn Americans for their habits of consumption. Instead, the average American should be portrayed as a victim of the advertising and marketing industry, which has suckered him into buying a lot of junk that he doesn't need and that is very poor compensation for his lost freedom. Either approach is consistent with the facts. It is merely a matter of attitude whether you blame the advertising industry for manipulating the public or blame the public for allowing itself to be manipulated. As a matter of strategy, one should generally avoid blaming the public. One should think twice before encouraging any other social conflict than that between the power-holding elite, which wields technology, and the general public, over which technology exerts its power. For one thing, other conflicts tend to distract attention from the important conflicts between power elite and ordinary people, between technology and nature. For another thing, other conflicts may actually tend to encourage technologization, because each side in a conflict wants to use technological power to gain advantages over its adversary. This is clearly seen in rivalries between nations. It also appears in ethnic conflicts within nations. For example, in America, many black leaders are anxious to gain power for African Americans by placing black individuals in the technological power elite. They want there to be many black government officials, scientists, corporation executives, and so forth. In this way, they are helping to absorb the African American subculture into the technological system. Generally speaking, one should encourage only those social conflicts that can be fitted into the framework of the conflicts of power elite versus ordinary people, technology versus nature. But the way to discourage ethnic conflict is not through militant advocacy of minority rights. Instead, the revolutionaries should emphasize that although minorities do suffer more or less disadvantage, this disadvantage is of peripheral significance. Our real enemy is the industrial technological system, and in the struggle against the system, ethnic distinctions are of no importance. The kind of revolution we have in mind will not necessarily involve an armed uprising against any government. It may or may not involve physical violence, but it will not be a political revolution. Its focus will be on technology and economics, not politics. Probably the revolutionaries should even avoid assuming political power, whether by legal or illegal means, until the industrial system is stressed to the danger point and has proved itself to be a failure in the eyes of most people. Suppose, for example, that some Green Party should win control of the United States Congress in an election. In order to avoid betraying or watering down their own ideology, they would have to take vigorous measures to turn economic growth into economic shrinkage. To the average man, the results would appear disastrous. There would be massive unemployment, shortages of commodities, etc. Even if the grosser ill effects could be avoided through superhumanly skillful management, still people would have to begin giving up the luxuries to which they have become addicted. Dissatisfaction would grow, the Green Party would be voted out of office, and the revolutionaries would have suffered a severe setback. For this reason, the revolutionaries should not try to acquire political power until the system has gotten itself into such a mess that any hardships will be seen as resulting from the failures of the industrial system itself and not from the policies of the revolutionaries. The revolution against technology will probably have to be a revolution by outsiders, a revolution from below and not from above. The revolution must be international and worldwide. It cannot be carried out on a nation-by-nation basis. Whenever it is suggested that the United States, for example, should cut back on technological progress or economic growth, people get hysterical and start screaming that if we fall behind in technology, the Japanese will get ahead of us. Holy robots! The world will fly off its orbit if the Japanese ever sell more cars than we do. Nationalism is a great promoter of technology. More reasonably, it is argued that if the relatively democratic nations of the world fall behind in technology while nasty dictatorial nations like China, Vietnam, and North Korea continue to progress, eventually the dictators may come to dominate the world. That is why the industrial system should be attacked in all nations simultaneously to the extent that this may be possible. True, there is no assurance that the industrial system can be destroyed at approximately the same time all over the world, and it is even conceivable that the attempt to overthrow the system could lead, instead, to the domination of the system by dictators. That is a risk that has to be taken. and it is worth taking since the difference between a democratic industrial system and one controlled by dictators is small compared with the difference between an industrial system and a non-industrial one. It might even be argued that an industrial system controlled by dictators would be preferable, because dictator-controlled systems usually have proved inefficient, hence they are presumably more likely to break down. Look at Cuba. Some people take the line that modern man has too much power, too much control over nature. They argue for a more passive attitude on the part of the human race. At best, these people are expressing themselves unclearly because they fail to distinguish between power for large organizations and power for individuals and small groups. It is a mistake to argue for powerlessness and passivity because people need power. Modern man is a collective entity, that is, the industrial system has immense power over nature, and we regard this as evil. But modern individuals and small groups of individuals have far less power than primitive man ever did. Generally speaking, the vast power of modern man over nature is exercised not by individuals or small groups, but by large organizations. To the extent that the average modern individual can wield the power of technology, he is permitted to do so only within narrow limits and only under the supervision and control of the system. You need a license for everything, and with the license comes rules and regulations. The individual has only those technological powers in which the system chooses to provide him. His personal power over nature is slight. Primitive individuals and small groups actually had considerable power over nature, or maybe it would be better to say power within nature. When primitive man needed food, he knew how to find it and prepare edible roots, how to track game and take it with homemade weapons. He knew how to protect himself from heat, cold, rain, dangerous animals, etc. But primitive man did relatively little damage to nature because the collective power of primitive society was negligible compared to the collective power of industrial society. Instead of arguing for powerlessness and passivity, one should argue that the power of the industrial system should be broken, and that this will greatly increase the power and freedom of individuals and small groups. Until the industrial system has been thoroughly wrecked, the destruction of that system must be the revolutionaries' only goal. Other goals would distract attention and energy from the main goal. More importantly, if the revolutionaries permit themselves to have any other goal than the destruction of technology, they will be tempted to use technology as a tool for reaching that other goal. If they give in to that temptation, they will fall right back into the technological trap, because modern technology is a unified, tightly organized system, so that in order to retain some technology, one finds oneself obliged to retain most technology. Hence, one ends up sacrificing only token amounts of technology. Suppose, for example, that the revolutionaries took social justice as a human goal. Human nature being what it is, social justice would not come about spontaneously. It would have to be enforced. In order to enforce it, the revolutionaries would have to retain central organization and control. For that, they would need rapid, long-distance transportation and communication, and therefore all the technology needed to support the transportation and communication systems. To feed and clothe poor people, they would have to use agricultural and manufacturing technology, and so forth. So that the attempt to ensure social justice would force them to retain most parts of the technological system. Not that we have anything against social justice, but it must not be allowed to interfere with the effort to get rid of the technological system. It would be hopeless for revolutionaries to try and attack the system without using some modern technology. If nothing else, they must use the communications media to spread their message. But they should use modern technology for only one purpose: to attack the technological system. Imagine an alcoholic sitting with a barrel of wine in front of him. Suppose he starts saying to himself, "Wine isn't bad for you if you drink in moderation. Why, they say small amounts of wine are even good for you. It won't do me any harm if I just take one little drink." Well, you know what's going to happen. Never forget that the human race with technology is just like an alcoholic with a barrel of wine. Revolutionaries should have as many children as they can. There is strong scientific evidence that social attitudes are to a significant extent inherited. No one suggests that a social attitude is a direct outcome of a person's genetic constitution, but it appears that personality traits are partly inherited, and that certain personality traits tend, within the context of our society, to make a person more likely to hold this or that social attitude. Objections to these findings have been raised, but the objections are feeble and seem to be ideologically motivated. In any event, no one denies that children tend on the average to hold social attitudes similar to those of their parents. From our point of view, it doesn't matter all that much whether the attitudes are passed on genetically or through childhood training. In either case, they are passed on. The trouble is that many of the people who are inclined to rebel against the industrial system are also concerned about the population problems. Hence, they are apt to have few or no children. In this way, they may be handing the world over to the sort of people who support or at least accept the industrial system. To ensure the strength of the next generation of revolutionaries, the present generation should reproduce itself abundantly. In doing so, they will be worsening the population problem only slightly. And the important problem is to get rid of the industrial system, because once the industrial system is gone, the world's population necessarily will decrease. Whereas if the industrial system survives, it will continue developing new techniques of food production that may enable the world's population to keep increasing almost indefinitely. With regard to revolutionary strategy, the only points on which we absolutely insist are that the single overriding goal must be the elimination of modern technology, and that no other goal can be allowed to compete with this one. For the rest, revolutionaries should take an empirical approach. If experience indicates that some of the recommendations made in the foregoing paragraphs are not going to give good results, then those recommendations should be discarded. 2 kinds of technology. An argument likely to be raised against our proposed revolution is that it is bound to fail because, it is claimed, throughout history technology has always progressed, never regressed. Hence, technological regression is impossible, but this claim is false. We distinguish between 2 kinds of technology, which we will call small-scale technology and organization-dependent technology. Small-scale technology is technology that can be used by small-scale communities without outside assistance. Organization-dependent technology is technology that is dependent on large-scale social organization. We are aware of no significant cases of regression in small-scale technology, but organization-dependent technology does regress when the social organization on which it depends breaks down. Example, when the Roman Empire fell apart, the Romans' small-scale technology survived because any clever village craftsman could build, for instance, a water wheel. Any skilled smith could make steel by Roman methods, and so forth. But the Romans' organization-dependent technology did regress. Their aqueducts fell into disrepair and were never rebuilt. Their techniques of road construction were lost. The Roman system of urban sanitation was forgotten, so that not until rather recent times did the sanitation of European cities equal that of ancient Rome. The reason why technology has always seemed to progress is that until perhaps a century or 2 before the Industrial Revolution, most technology was small-scale technology. But most of the technology developed since the Industrial Revolution is organization-dependent technology. Take the refrigerator, for example. Without factory-made parts or the facilities of a post-industrial machine shop, it would be virtually impossible for a handful of local craftsmen to build a refrigerator. If by some miracle they did succeed in building one, it would be useless to them without a reliable source of electric power. So they would have to dam a stream and build a generator. Generators require large amounts of copper wire. Imagine trying to make that wire without modern machinery. And where would they get gas suitable for refrigeration? It would be much easier to build an ice house or preserve food by drying or picking, as was done before the invention of the refrigerator. So it is clear that if the industrial system were once thoroughly broken down, refrigeration technology would quickly be lost. The same is true of other organization-dependent technology. And once this technology had been lost for a generation or so, it would take centuries to rebuild it, just as it took centuries to build it the first time around. Surviving technical books would be few and scattered. An industrial society, if built from scratch without outside help, can only be built in a series of stages. You need tools to make tools to make tools to make tools. A long process of economic development and social organization is required. And, even in the absence of an ideology opposed to technology, there is no reason to believe that anyone would be interested in rebuilding industrial society. The enthusiasm for progress is a phenomenon peculiar to the modern form of society, and it seems not to have existed prior to the 17th century or thereabouts. In the late Middle Ages, there were 4 main civilizations that were about equally advanced: Europe, the Islamic world, India, and the Far East, China, Japan, Korea. 3 of those civilizations remained more or less stable, and only Europe became dynamic. No one knows why Europe became dynamic at that time. Historians have their theories, but these are only speculation. At any rate, it is clear that rapid development toward a technological form of society occurs only under special conditions, so there is no reason to assume that a long-lasting technological regression cannot be brought about. Would society eventually develop again toward an industrial technological form? Maybe, but there is no use in worrying about it since we can't predict or control events 500 or 1,000 years in the future. Those problems must be dealt with by the people who will live at that time. The danger of leftism. Because of their need for rebellion and for membership in a movement, leftists or persons of similar psychological type are often unattracted to a rebellious or activist movement whose goals and membership are not initially leftist. The resulting influx of leftish types can easily turn a non-leftist movement into a leftist one, so that leftist goals replace or distort the original goals of the movement. To avoid this, a movement that exalts nature and opposes technology must take a resolutely anti-leftist stance and must avoid all collaboration with leftists. Leftism is, in the long run, inconsistent with wild nature, with human freedom, and with the elimination of modern technology. Leftism is collectivist. It seeks to bind together the entire world, both nature and the human race, into a unified whole. But this implies management of nature and of human life by organized society, and it requires advanced technology. You can't have a united world without rapid transportation and communication. You can't make all people love one another without sophisticated psychological techniques. You can't have a planned society without the necessary technological base. Above all, leftism is driven by the need for power, and the leftist seeks power on the collective basis through identification with a mass movement or an organization. Leftism is unlikely to ever give up technology because technology is too valuable a source of collective power. The anarchist too seeks power, but he seeks it on an individual or small group basis. He wants individual and small groups to be able to control the circumstances of their own lives. He opposes technology because it makes small groups dependent on large organizations. Some leftists may seem to oppose technology, but they will oppose it only so long as they are outsiders and the technological system is controlled by non-leftists. If leftism ever becomes dominant in society so that the technological system becomes a tool in the hands of leftists, they will enthusiastically use it and promote its growth. In doing this, they will be repeating a pattern that leftism has shown again and again in the past. When the Bolsheviks in Russia were outsiders, they vigorously opposed censorship and the secret police. They advocated self-determination for ethnic minorities and so forth. But as soon as they came into power themselves, they imposed a tighter censorship and created a more ruthless secret police than any that had existed under the Tsars, and they oppressed ethnic minorities at least as much as the Tsars had done. In the United States a couple of decades ago, when leftists were a minority in our universities, leftist professors were vigorous proponents of academic freedom. But today, in those of our universities where leftists have become dominant, they have shown themselves ready to take away from everyone else's academic freedom. This is political correctness. The same will happen with leftists and technology. They will use it to oppress everyone else if they ever get it under their own control. In earlier revolutions, leftists of the most power-hungry type repeatedly have first cooperated with non-leftist revolutionaries, as well as with leftists of a more libertarian inclination, and later have double-crossed them to seize power for themselves. Robespierre did this in the French Revolution, the Bolsheviks did it in the Russian Revolution, the Communists did it in Spain in 1938, and Castro and his followers did it in Cuba. Given the past history of leftism, it would be utterly foolish for non-leftist revolutionaries today to collaborate with leftists. Various thinkers have pointed out that leftism is a kind of religion. Leftism is not a religion in the strictest sense because leftist doctrine does not postulate the existence of any supernatural being. But for the leftist, leftism plays a psychological role, much like that which religion plays for some people. The leftist needs to believe in leftism. His beliefs are not easily modified by logic or facts. He has a deep conviction that leftism is morally right with a capital R, and that he has not only a right but a duty to impose leftist morality on everyone. However, many of the people we are referring to as leftists do not think of themselves as leftists and would not describe their system of beliefs as leftism. We use the term leftism because we don't know of any better words to designate the spectrum of related creeds that includes the feminists, gay rights, political correctness, etc. movements, and because these movements have a strong affinity with the old left. Leftism is a totalitarian force. Wherever leftism is in a position of power, it tends to invade every private corner and force every thought into a leftist mold. In part, this is because of the quasi-religious character of leftism. Everything contrary to leftist beliefs represents sin. More importantly, leftism is a totalitarian force because of the leftist drive for power. The leftist seeks to satisfy his need for power through identification with a social movement, and he tries to go through the power process by helping to pursue and attain goals of that movement. But no matter how far the movement has gone in attaining its goals, the leftist is never satisfied because his activism is a surrogate activity. That is, the leftist's real motive is not to attain the ostensible goals of leftism. In reality, he is motivated by the sense of power he gets from struggling for and then reaching a social goal. Consequently, the leftist is never satisfied with the goals he has already attained. His need for the power process leads him always to pursue some new goal. The leftist wants equal opportunities for minorities. When that is attained, he insists on statistical equality of achievement by minorities. And as long as anyone harbors, in some corner of his mind, a negative attitude towards some minority, the leftist has to re-educate him. And ethnic minorities are not enough. No one can be allowed to have a negative attitude toward homosexuals, disabled people, fat people, old people, ugly people, and on and on and on. It is not enough that the public should be informed about the hazards of smoking. A warning has to be stamped on every package of cigarettes. Then cigarette advertising has to be restricted, if not banned. The activists will never be satisfied until tobacco is outlawed, and after that it will be alcohol, then junk food, etc. Activists have fought gross child abuse, which is reasonable, but now they want to stop all spanking. When they've done that, they will want to ban something else they consider unwholesome, and then another thing, and then another. They will never be satisfied until they have complete control over all child-rearing practices, and then they will move on to another cause. Suppose you asked leftists to make a list of all the things that were wrong with society. Then suppose you instituted every social change that they demanded. It is safe to say that within a couple years, the majority of leftists would find something new to complain about, some new social evil to correct, because once again, the leftist is motivated less by distress at society's ills than by the need to satisfy his drive for power by imposing his solutions on society. Because of the restrictions placed on their thoughts and behavior by their high level of socialization, many leftists of the over-socialized type cannot pursue power in the ways that other people do. For them, the drive for power has only one morally acceptable outlet, and that is in the struggle to impose their morality on everyone. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, are true believers in the sense of Eric Hoffer's book, The True Believer. But not all true believers are of the same psychological type as leftists. Presumably, a true believing Nazi, for instance, is very different psychologically from a true believing leftist. Because of their capacity for single-minded devotion to a cause, true believers are a useful, perhaps necessary ingredient of any revolutionary movement. This presents a problem with which we must admit we don't know how to deal. We aren't sure how to harness the energies of the true believer to a revolution against technology. At present, all we can say is that no true believer will make a safe recruit to the revolution unless his commitment is exclusively to the destruction of technology. If he is committed also to another ideal, he may want to use technology as a tool for pursuing that other ideal. Some readers may say, this stuff about leftism is a lot of crap. I know John and Jane who are leftish types, and they don't have all these totalitarian tendencies. It's quite true that many leftists, possibly even a numerical majority, are decent people who sincerely believe in tolerating others' values, up to a point, and wouldn't want to use high-handed methods to reach their social goals. Our remarks about leftism are not meant to apply to every individual leftist, but to describe the general character of leftism as a movement. And the general character of a movement is not necessarily determined by the numerical proportions of the various kinds of people involved in the movement. The people who rise to positions of power in leftist movements tend to be leftists of the most power-hungry type, because power-hungry people are those who strive hardest to get into positions of power. Once the power-hungry types have captured control of the movement, there are many leftists of a gentler breed who inwardly disapprove of many of the actions of the leaders, but cannot bring themselves to oppose them. They need their faith in the movement, and because they cannot give up this faith, they go along with the leaders. True, some leftists do have the guts to oppose the totalitarian tendencies that emerge, but they generally lose because the power-hungry types are better organized, are more ruthless and Machiavellian, and have taken care to build themselves a strong power base. These phenomena appeared clearly in Russia and other countries that were taken over by leftists. Similarly, before the breakdown of communism in the USSR, leftish types in the West would seldom criticize that country. If prodded, they would admit that the USSR did many things wrong, but then they would try to find excuses for the communists and begin talking about the faults of the West. They always opposed Western military resistance to communist aggression. Leftish types all over the world vigorously protested the U.S. military action in Vietnam, but when the USSR invaded Afghanistan, they did nothing. Not that they approved of the Soviet actions, but because of their leftist faith, they just couldn't bear to put themselves in opposition to communism. Today, in those of our universities where political correctness has become dominant, there are probably many leftish types who privately disapprove of the suppression of academic freedom, but they go along with it anyway. Thus, the fact that many individual leftists are personally mild and fairly tolerant people by no means prevents leftism as a whole from having a totalitarian tendency. Our discussion of leftism has a serious weakness. It is still far from clear what we mean by the word leftist. There doesn't seem to be much we can do about this. Today, leftism is fragmented into a whole spectrum of activist movements, yet not all activist movements are leftist, and some activist movements, for example, radical environmentalism, seem to include both personalities of the leftist type and personalities of thoroughly unleftist types, who ought to know better than to collaborate with leftists. Varieties of leftists fade out gradually into varieties of non-leftists, and we ourselves would often be hard-pressed to decide whether a given individual is a leftist or not a leftist. To the extent that it is defined at all, our conception of leftism is defined by the discussion of it that we have given in this article, and we can only advise the reader to use his own judgment in deciding who is a leftist. but it will be helpful to list some criteria for diagnosing leftism. These criteria cannot be applied in a cut-and-dried manner. Some individuals may meet some criteria without being leftists, and some leftists may not meet any of the criteria. Again, you just have to use your judgment. The leftist is oriented towards large-scale collectivism. He emphasizes the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. He has a negative attitude toward individualism. He often takes a moralistic tone. He tends to be for gun control, for sex education, and other psychologically enlightened educational methods, for social planning, for affirmative action, for multiculturalism. He tends to identify with victims. He tends to be against competition and against violence, but he often finds excuses for those leftists who do commit violence. He is fond of using the common catchphrases of the left like racism, sexism, homophobia, capitalism, imperialism, neocolonialism, genocide, social change, social justice, social responsibility. Maybe the best diagnostic trait of the leftist is his tendency to sympathize with the following movements: feminism, gay rights, ethnic rights, disability rights, animal rights, political correctness. Anyone who strongly sympathizes with all of these movements is most certainly a leftist. The more dangerous leftists, that is, those who are most power-hungry, are often characterized by arrogance or a dogmatic approach to ideology. However, the most dangerous leftists of all may be certain over-socialized types who avoid irritating displays of aggressiveness and refrain from advertising their leftism, but work quietly and unobtrusively to promote collectivist values, enlightened psychological techniques for socializing children, dependence of the individual on the system, and so forth. These crypto-leftists, as we may call them, approximate certain bourgeois types as far as practical action is concerned, but differ from them in psychology, ideology, and motivation. The ordinary bourgeois tries to bring people under the control of the system in order to protect his way of life, or he does so simply because his attitudes are conventional. The crypto-leftist tries to bring people under control of the system because he is a true believer in a collectivist ideology. The crypto-leftist is differentiated from the average leftist of the over-socialized type by the fact that his rebellious impulse is weaker and he is more securely socialized. He is differentiated from the ordinary well-socialized bourgeois by the fact that there is some deep lack within him that makes it necessary for him to devote himself to a cause and immerse himself in a collectivity. And maybe his well-sublimated drive for power is stronger than that of the average bourgeois. Final note. Throughout this article, we've made imprecise statements, and statements that ought to have had all sorts of qualifications and reservations attached to them. And some of our statements may be flatly false. Lack of sufficient information and the need for brevity made it impossible for us to formulate our assertions more precisely or add all the necessary qualifications. And of course, in a discussion of this kind, one must rely heavily on intuitive judgment, and that can sometimes be wrong. So we don't claim that this article expresses more than a crude approximation of the truth. All the same, we are reasonably confident that the general outlines of the picture we have painted here are roughly correct. Just one weak point needs to be mentioned. We have portrayed leftism in its modern form as a phenomenon peculiar to our time and as a symptom of the disruption of the power process. But we might possibly be wrong about this. Over-socialized types who try to satisfy their drive for power by imposing their morality on everyone have certainly been around for a long time. But we think that the decisive role played by feelings of inferiority, low self-esteem, powerlessness, identification with victims by people who are not themselves victims, is a peculiarity of modern leftism. Identification with victims by people not themselves victims can be seen to some extent in 19th century leftism and in early Christianity, but as far as we can make out, symptoms of low self-esteem, etc. were not nearly so evident in these movements or in any other movements as they are in modern leftism. But we are not in a position to assert confidently that no such movements have existed prior to modern leftism. This is a significant question to which historians ought to give their attention.
Be sure to check out Syllogism Podcast Episode 5 for our analysis on this manuscript. And if you enjoyed this reading, do me a solid, like and subscribe.
It's a new world. 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 Yo,
Yo, celebrate the new life, new ways to make money, new ways to break dummies, forge they name and take money. Computers ain't that smart, whatever man built could be taken apart. Anything new can get old, like dudes started rocking platinum, some stopped wearing gold. Solar energized rides, no steering wheel, tell it how to drive, no propellers in the sky, airplanes like mini rockets, waiting lists for the rich to get tickets to visit Mars, while the poor people starve. Computers taking over their jobs, a man's forced to live off land. Now it's back to the caveman era, when we made fire by two sticks rubbing together. The truth is, many are too scared of new data. America online, cut off, see you later. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending, new life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending, a new life for man, children and women. Yo, the new Mike Tyson's Roy Jones, Bill Clinton's the new JFK, without the hole in his dome. The new Don Trump is Bill Gates, not because his occupation, it's cause we respect his cake, and cake meaning stock, neck gross. Young kids step it up, go for the most. New cameras and police cars taking pictures, new hustlers getting new street figures, and US embassies overseas. Almost every foreign country's under siege, covertly starting wars. CIA, Navy SEALs commit larcenies that be worth over mills. Oil in the earth spills, girls blow their body up, birth control pills. Africans pick diamonds out of dark caves, then we wear it on our necks just so we can light up the stage. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending, new life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending, a new life for man, children and women. Say goodbye to the brainwashed, say goodbye to the young kids who not smart, say goodbye to the toasters and Pop-Tarts. Yo, it's real, swallow a little pill, it's a full-course meal. Say hello to the one world, say hello to the sky, something's out there watching you and I, more enticing than Star Trek. Star Trek phones, your genes and DNA is used to make clones. You got CD-ROM, everything operates by computers. Then what happens when circuit breaks? Y2K's the big scare. Scientists say we ain't prepared. What I feel is contrary. Alexander Graham Bell made telephones, yes, but now we request for your email address. I might be old-fashioned, stuck in my ways, but nothing make me more happier to see him today. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending, new life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending, a new life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending, new life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending, a new life for man, children and women. It's a new world. It's a new world. It's a new world.
You know a nigga here, a nigga there, nigga everywhere. Balls of Russ, JR, PH7. Listen. Hey yo, straight out of Brownsville, I wave it around till every one of these goddamn shells in the pound kill. Chill, crack in the knapsack rapper, gat in the backpack rapper, lackadaisically blazing the Mac and these whack ass rappers. See, you a duck bob and waving the target. P, Drew and Buckshot's favorite artist. Cross my heart on some honest to God shit. No Bruno, you know the God shit be the hardest. I'm old school like Tanya Skelly Top. I'm no fool, called Jamal, get your melon pop.
Rock filthy but not guilty. I'm ruck, fuck with me, you $1.50. Listen, I am a felon degenerate who sell coke in the stars like Ellen DeGeneres. Remember this, P the best rapper. Pop, pop, I'm a scat clapper.
Till it's all said and done, and curtains come close, and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run, so catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be, until it's all said and done, and curtains come close, and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run, so catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be. It's sorta like I'm sham God the way my handle is. Give away my accolades, call it balancing. Throwing rocks at the lens like where the camera is. Grew up around a bunch of Norries, wild channel 10s, penning for the now, but y'all will get it later, and later seeming closer, cause they say nobody's greater. A greater representative, tagging the elevator. My tag still posted, I rap like they never paid us. I'm back like they never wait us, and something was missing. If me rapping's like a package, I'll fuck up a kitchen. If me rapping's like an addict, then all of them's itching. Moral is, all of this is just my wonderful whipping, and I'm comfortable with it, and you used to it now. They say I'm drilling through and getting to the root of that crown. The chair's mine for the low, so pursuing that crown is all that chaos that you hearing in this beautiful sound, you know? Until it's all said and done, and curtains come close, and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run, so catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be, until it's all said and done, and curtains come close, and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run, so catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be.
White boy wasted, don't play with Sean, I'm drunk. Off a rolling rock and Jaeger bomb. Away with arms, away with words, away with doing the way with wayward shit, you heard? Let's get clapping the best rapper. The after I rhyme, nobody should rap after. Don't make me stab your flesh. Scratch your back, Jazzy Jeff, Sean Price, Family Flow freaking. The last one doing it, lasted the Mohicans. Clap at your phone tweaking, stay on drugs for a while. Bonk, spray off slugs. MC, the ultimate warrior. Hurricane Hugo and Hurricane Gloria. The bullets are forget-me-nots. I'm Sean Price, I will get you shot. Give me the phone.
Until it's all said and done, and curtains come close, and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run, so catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be, until it's all said and done, and curtains come close, and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run, so catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be, until it's all said and done, and curtains come close, and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run, so catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be, until it's all said and done, and curtains come close, and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run, so catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be.
Yeah.
Or the same target, different time. Cyclical reaction from the prisoners of the blind. Trying to fight time, it's a battle of the mind. Waiting for redemption, surviving in the bind. Same story, same target, different time. Cyclical reaction from the prisoners of the blind. Trying to fight time, it's a battle of the mind. Waiting for redemption, surviving in the bind.
Talk about paying the ultimate price. Hurricane been incarcerated all of his life. Started out at like 12, trapped in the belly of hell. To a man inside of a cell, yo, anger just swell up. At an early age that developed. Hot-headed, now it ain't shit, y'all can tell him. They said he's on a road to become a felon, but instead, he swung blows that'll split your melon. He did his thing and was the king of the ring, undisputed. Started making noise, but they tried to mute it. They put him through it, for him to make the system look stupid. They'd rather look you in the face and shoot it, and leave your spot looted, or leave your whole life blank, future in court. When you scream, I didn't do it, with sweat leaking from the outline of your silhouette. Don't understand the point that you at, or how the hell you came to it. Flashback to images of that night, out in Patterson. They pulled him over heading home from a gathering, and when they told him to charge, it kinda baffled him. Murdering the first for the chance, we on that again. Imagine you locked down forever. Could y'all stand the weather? Could you hold it together? Tell me that you know the pain. Yo, imagine if your life was like a hurricane forever. Imagine you locked down forever. Could y'all stand the weather? You built for that weather. Yo, saying, you know.
what you believe in. Nobody knows the trouble seen. This flick left me wondering what can become of kings. The young kids, summer dream deferred. Incident occurred, freedom blurred. A freedom that would only be retrieved again in words later on. The cops, y'all know what they be on. A nigga's life is like a field that they play a part away and gone from natural life, but slowly had to fight, learning himself. Sleep days, stay up half the night amongst dead men walking. He got afterlife exercising, developing his knack to write. Never leaving his cell in this world, he trapped himself. What he loved on the outside world, detached himself. You know the cards blacks get dealt by the system. He drew a picture of freedom with many dimensions. This picture proved to be bigger than black and white. A young soul named Lazarus brought him back to life. It's amazing to a man what a book can do, and how certain books seem to look for you. This is the story of a champion's fall and rise. The story left me wiping my eyes. Yo, forever. Imagine you locked down forever. Could you stand the weather? Could you hold it together? Tell me that you know the pain. Yo, imagine if your life was like a hurricane forever and ever. You're locked down forever. Could you stand the weather? Yo, I can't even explain the pain. Just imagine if your life was like a hurricane.
Yes, I am the inescapable, the irresistible, the unnegotiable, the unchallenged. I am time. I stole the measurements, control the elements. I hold the evidence, I tell the story. I am time. I know no prejudice, I bear no sentiment for all the settlements. I move forward. I am time. You can't recover me, conceal or smuggle me, retreat or run from me, crawl up or under me. You can't do much for me besides serve me well and have good dividends returned to you. Or attempt to kill me or for have me murder you. Many have wasted me, but now they are facing me. Treated me unfaithfully and now endure me painfully. Plaintively, I wait to see what history will shape to me. Whose hearts will live and die inside the sake of me. Angels scribe the page for me. Keep a full account of all the names for me and make a special mark for hurricane.
A hurricane forever. Imagine you locked down forever. Could you stand the weather? Could you hold it together? I can't even explain the pain. Imagine if your life was like a hurricane forever. Imagine you locked down forever and ever. Could you hold it together? Yeah, can't explain the pain with words. You know what I'm saying? So imagine if your life was like a hurricane.
Clouds clashed and the heavens gave birth to a storm. God placed it in a man on the day he was born. Convicted minutes after a true natural disaster, framed for manslaughter. The hurricane caught a rising from out the south water like torrential rains. And the brain, no opponent escaped unscathed. You can't believe the world we live is unjust. All I see is more proof. There's no place for us. They had my man Carter locked in a cage like an animal, driving to the point where the mind works mechanical and works by remote control. It was done to all of us. They tap directly into our soul. Either it's sing or it's bars around your mind. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. In a 6x6, a guilty man cries for repentance and losses where innocence is.
Same story, same target, different time. Cyclical reaction from the prisoners of the blind. Trying to fight time, it's a battle of the mind. Waiting for redemption, surviving in the bind. Same story, same target, different time. Cyclical reaction from the prisoners of the blind.
The night when I was here a few months back. Raise your hand, let's see. Thank you so much. I'm speaking on think and act now. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Say it with me out loud. Thoughts determine what you want. Action determines what you get. Okay? Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Think, act now. You know, the heartbreaker about a lot of people's dreams that never become a reality, all they ever do is think about them. They don't act on them. Because they have a fear if they act on them, they may not get that dream. Fear that they not in. But I guarantee you're not going to ever get anything with your thoughts until you put actions to back it up. That's going to be tonight. You be here. Be here early. It's gonna be a great night. Think, act now. Think, act now. These tongues are difficult to bridle. You can cut someone's character, cut someone's qualifications, and cut someone's morals. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Say it with me out loud. Thoughts determine what you want. Action determines what you get. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act. Stay with me out loud now. Think. Act now. Think. Don't you know everybody went down with that flood? Glad he put some action with his thoughts. Thoughts, you know, action with his thoughts. You know, the heartbreaker about a lot of people's dreams that never become a reality. All they ever do is think about it. They don't act on it because they have a fear. If they act on it, they may not get that dream. But I guarantee you're not going to ever get anything with your thoughts until you put actions to back it up. That's going to be tonight. You be here early. Think. Act now. It's going to be a great night. Act now. Think. Act now. Stay with me out loud. Think. Act now. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Stay with me out loud. Thoughts determine what you want. Action determines what you think. Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. Okay? That's gonna be tonight. You be here. Be here early. It's gonna be a great night.
We came from kings and queens.
That's right.
How come we ain't got any kings and queens right now?
Oh, boy, you always trying to be heavier than anybody else.
The history people. They did their thing, then they died, or they got run out of town, or killed. Where's the now people to do things now? We're always talking about what's been, never what is. What the people gonna do?
I'll think about it.
Bomb the levy, arm and deadly, arm is steady, fingers, palms and sweaty, shoot holes through your medley, wifey so heady, I'm heavy so ready, box your face out, Peter Man Freddy, chop confetti with a sharp machete, got no flavor, no sauce, plain spaghetti, I spit legend like Yeti, search for extraterrestrial intelligence SETI, anything pertaining to Eddie, went through Special K and then through Teddy, child support, bank levy, house foreclosed, Franny Mac and Freddie. Why you singing to my medley? Good broad, the hood is hard. Pull your card, fought while you sparred. Banned and barred, my hand to guard. Your odds are good, but goods are odd. I'm done talking. Man, shut the fuck up. Quiet on the set. Told you motherfuckers to stop getting it twisted.
Never been the type to run my mouth from locked
I'm done talking.
I'm just being real about it.
Niggas hollering.
Shut your old mouth when young folks is talking.
It's beautiful and aggravating, agitating, glad you hating, mouth salivating, your heart palpitation is an indication. You wanna suppress innovation, no limitation, flow been impatient, smack DJs, kick stations and corporations, you could all suck my dictation. Here's what you now facing, edit up close and personal, no more giving spacing, start bracing or start embracing, old dogs become soap. Greyhound racing, this ain't a playground chasing. Real life, you fake like Freddie and Jason. Get this boom back, start debasing. I'm half the price, they twice as much. My fingerprints don't fade from the lives I touch. I'm done talk.
Quiet on the set.
Shut the fuck up. Told you motherfuckers to stop getting it twisted.
Some of us, it's glacial, loading myself in the walkway, scratching out walkway. Feels like problems with the parts inside your phone, hand and liars block coming down with it feels good. Rip some texture out of me, into me, small world, rip into me. A few more counts and one last question, that's all I need. That's all I buy, a fresh stamp and tissue, open and moon boot, tiger survived earthling. Cracks in the earth, in the scalp, pants and shit, nothing dust wasted, ain't laughing colors, nothing colors within us. He said the blonde man curtsy bow, he died on his birthday, moon against the sun, questions anyone skeleton, keep period open.
Walking through the rain and the millennium, where lazy and convenient is the mother of invention. I muster the guts I mentioned to that man in that reflection. What are you looking at?
So it's been a minute and I've grown fond of this outfit. Gotta escape the alone, we keep on the deep end. We depend upon to continue to struggle, to find the connecting thoughts in spare time. I'm a reoccurring theme. How soon they forget? I ain't seen land since I developed the ability to rise. Now I own all the shadows and reflect off everything. So the bulletproof vest cause they stuck dull and forgot how to propel, to move each other, to move bodies of water. Artists skate across the surface, but when I give it distorted and carried and buried, brought back to life as a sandcastle. Nothing lasts, beauty is what you make it until the waves and wind and people ruin what I've worked so very hard to preserve.
Walking through the rain and the millennium, where lazy and convenient is the mother of invention. I muster the guts to mention to that man in the reflection. What are you looking at? And when the sun looks at me, I feel alright, but ain't nothing but a moment before it turns away. The humidity tripped me off of my feet last night, and when I looked up, I saw that I had nothing to say. I think I'd like people more if they think more like me. So quietly, I wait for my inner revolution. When the eagle can soar forward toward the sea, I'll aim at the beast in the name of retribution. Now I'm looking.
dollar peddling smut. Fuck the tape deck nut, got your play button stuck. My eyes wide shut, coming out my face on stage, put lumps in your throat. Like I hung you off the roof from 6 feet of rope. I'll give away rhymes for you to battle me with. While I do MCs like Yugoslav intelligence. So deflect back to sharp in the planet of beats. You open a barrel of worms, and atmosphere reeks. A little kids with dreams and rhymes they wanna tell. So pedophile labels come and less them with sales. Big shot producers, Pelican MCs. Stand by watching in the breeze. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads and feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads and feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. In the flesh, I stress the day-to-day vision. Go on the condom. Now I'm sponsored by Trojan. Walking polo ad, rap fat, MTV, grab every face of the nation. My optical examination. Feeding you, bleeding you through media, brain leaving ya. Touch the magazine and deceiving ya. So I train on PlayStation and Army of Paraland. Get lost in the TV screen like Caroline. Scan my finger for the credit. Discount and don't forget it. There's a pair of white horse in town and everybody fed it. Sky's black, my eyes crack, I think I'm asleep. I cleanse my thoughts when courtships are leak. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads and feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads and feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to.